The Louie Tee Network is powered by the Print Champs, a print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. Who else could it be? Me, your man, Louie Tee. Welcome to the party, man. It's party time. Oh, it's party time. Yeah, we having a party. Hey, everybody, y'all know what it is. We turning up tonight. Draft Party 2023 NFL Draft here on the Louie Tee Network. You know, we only know how to do it one way, and that's to the fullest. So I want to first start out by thanking the sponsors of tonight's show, the Print Champs. Get your print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. Print Champs has been a long-time supporter of the Louie Tee Network. You've seen all the different merch that I've done. Well, they've done rather, whether it's the Ron's Plan shirt, whether it's the MOBBSQUAD hats, shirts, whether it's the New How Order hats and shirts, the LTN hats that you've seen me rocking that are pretty damn dope. All of that was via the Print Champs. They are the absolute standard in the industry, if you ask me. And so really appreciate them sponsoring this video. Print on demand marketplace for influencers and creators. That's the Print Champs. That's the only name you need to know. So with that said, tonight is going to be a fun night. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the draft on my computer, so I will have it. You guys have made fun of me for the last time, so in past years I've been way behind you guys because I streamed the draft. I'm not going to do that tonight. So tonight what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it on my computer, and I am going to have access to it that way, so I won't be behind you guys, so you can't make fun of me for being late on the draft. And so I think I'm going to watch the NFL Network version. That's always the version that I always prefer. And so we will do that. I want to have access to the sound, but I don't want it to be very loud. Let's see. All right. I think that's loud enough. Right there. So apparently the Eagles and Cardinals had a dispute over tampering in the hiring of head coach Jonathan Gannon. Interesting. Guess they had an issue with the way they courted their former defensive coordinator. Remember, the Eagles wanted to keep him, and they offered him more money to stay. They were going to make him the highest paid coordinator in the league. And he turned down that offer to stay in Philadelphia to go be a head coach. I mean, who doesn't want to be their own guy, right? And maybe I guess the Eagles were upset at the way that they went about it. Felt like they were tampering, that he was not yet a free agent. Okay, so they're swapping third-round picks this year, and I saw something about a fifth-rounder. Let me see. So both teams agree to swap 2023 third-round picks, and the Cardinals will receive the Eagles' 2024 fifth-round pick. So I guess it was the reverse, actually. No, it had to be. I guess that's how they balanced it out, because the Cardinals' third-round pick is pretty much at the top of the draft, whereas the Eagles' third-round pick, I'm assuming, is the back end of the third round. So you swap, pretty much go up to the front of the third round, and then in order to kind of close that gap, they threw in a fifth-rounder in next year's draft for the Cardinals. Interesting. No, I've never seen anything like that before. But anyway, I digress. So here we are, 2023 NFL Draft. The entire conversation around the top of the draft has been one of the most compelling that we've had in recent memory. I still feel like it's Bryce Young. I can't speak for you guys out there. However, the Texans, to me, are where the draft really starts. I can't see the Panthers. I heard a rumor today that the Panthers are really high on Anthony Richardson. Yeah, that's cool. That's cute. You can be as high as you want on him, but you're not high enough to take him. They're not intoxicated. They understand that, again, you don't come up to number 1 from 9 to take something that you think might work. You need something to as close as sure as you can get. Now, there's no guarantees or definites in here, but you want to eliminate as much of room for error. You want to eliminate as much error in this process as possible. Okay, so you want to go with the guy that is closest to a sure thing as you can get, especially when you're talking about the most important position in all of the football, right? I always like to say in all the sports, but in any event, I digress. So I'm going to go ahead, pour me a glass. I've had a rough go of it today. Kind of take the edge off a bit and see what's going on. Has the commissioner come out to officially kick the draft off yet? I don't think he has. When I turned it on, it was already on, obviously. So my guess is he hasn't come out yet. Where is this thing this year? Anybody know? Where is the draft this year? Is it in Kansas City? It's Kansas City, right? I think that's what I've heard. It's in Kansas City this year. See a lot of red, so I'm assuming, yeah, there it is. Draft 2023, Kansas City. I'm assuming Raj is about to walk out, get booed, as he always does. So now, Raj embraces being booed because this is what happens to him every year. So here comes Raj now, and he's opening up for business. He got the fake Andy Reid with him and old girl from Saturday Night Live, and she funny as hell too. I don't know her name, but she's funny. All right. What we munching on, what we sipping on, what we snacking on, what we eating, what we doing. Y'all talk to me. What we got going on. All right. Talk to me about what's going on with y'all. I got a couple of supers. I'm going to go ahead and knock those out while we sitting here. And I'm going to give y'all an opportunity to go ahead and put down in the comment section what we drinking on, what we sipping on, what we doing tonight, what we got going on. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trev writes, breaking. Chase Young demands a trade. He's not. I don't think that's the type of guy he is. He might be upset and disappointed. The way that he would, I think, internalize that is, okay, I'm going to go out here, show them, and then I don't want to come back. I'm not going to come back to Washington. I think that would be the way he would go about it, not necessarily demanding a trade, but you know what it is. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, love you, Lou. Love draft day. May your team get whoever your favorite prospect is, as long as it's not Devin Witherspoon, hoping we land Jalen Carter. If Jalen Carter gets past the Seattle Seahawks at 5, all bets are off. He could go anywhere. The next destination for me would be Chicago at 9. And then obviously you're right behind the Bears at 9. So if he doesn't go 5, and I think if Anthony Richardson is available at 5, I think they're going to take Anthony Richardson. But then the question becomes the Bears. Do they take Peter Skoronski to really fortify the offensive line in front of Jalen or Justin Fields, which should be priority number 1? Or do you take the big-time defensive tackle? And this is the thing. If you're the Bears, you get the best of both worlds, because Jalen Carter was probably a player you were considering at number 1 overall. And then you trade back to 9, and if he's still there, it's going to be pretty tough to pass up an opportunity to select him. So my assumption is that if you get past Seattle, you just got to worry about the Bears. You know, and there are going to be some other teams that may be interested, like Atlanta, for instance. Pair him up with Grady Jarrett, and that could be a nasty little tandem inside. But I think they're more focused on other positions, edge rusher, corner, quarterback, potentially, depending on who's available. I think you're ultimately going to have to worry about two teams. And those two teams are going to be the Seattle Seahawks and the Chicago Bears. You get past the Bears, and I think, obviously you get past the Bears and you're the next pick. But if you get past Seattle, you're going to have a legitimate shot at getting your hands on them. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's see here. Fat Mike, been a Mob Squad member for 12 months. Shout out to my guy, Fat Mike. Stand up. You in the building, of course. He says, what's up, Lou? Smoking a fatty, hoping we get the round 1 selection right. I ain't mad at that at all, man. I am not mad at that at all. Hey, sometimes you probably got to take the edge off. This is how I take the edge off, and you taking the edge off the way you normally take it off. So either way, we're going to be prepared at 16, whether it's a selection, whether it's a trade back, whether it's somebody we don't really love, whether it's a guy we go crazy over. All of that stuff, we're going to just take it in. And, hey, I hope you enjoy your fatty, bro. All right. Let's see. We got another super chat here. Let me see if we do. I don't think we do. Mookie, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. If I see a comment from you, I'm gonna go ahead and read it. But I appreciate the super chat, man. Heidi Gardner, that's her name. That's your girl from Saturday Night Live. She's hilarious. And apparently, my guy Ree seems to think she's hot. Smoking, as he just put it. All right, let's see. See what we got going on here. All right. So the Panthers are officially on the clock. AJ Meehan says he's sipping on water. Love it. Logan Lodo says wine and beer, LOL, I'm mixing. Uh-oh. You trying to speed up the process. J Sauer 1990 says shine and tea. Okay. So a little moonshine with some tea. Never tried it. Sounds dangerous, though. JP says twisted tea, baby. Samuel Hatley says I got my rose, baby. Okay. Rose, I'm assuming. Sports Talker 69 says picking up the wings right now. Real Davy Productions, everything says Pink Whitney. All right. Stay solid. Oh, he says I'm at work, unfortunately. It's all good, bro. We're going to have fun enough for you. All right. We're going to make you feel like you're a part of the fun, even though you punching the clock right now. It's all good. Trevor Patch says Blue Motorcycle, one of my favorite drinks to have when I go out, when it's done correctly. You know, there's different ways you can do that. Jack and Coke, that's a classic, you know. From Aries 85, Prince Charming says wings and beer. That's a go-to right there, right? Classic, easy. You can get it anywhere. Wings and beer, you can't go wrong with that. Sovereign Legacy says, I'm having an ice-cold Fremont Lush IPA. That actually sounds delicious. Just Andre says water. Good choice, man. Ed B says beers and chips / Doritos. All right. Metaphor says, got me some gin and juice. Not normal juice, grapefruit juice. Okay. All right. Derek Gurley says, putting my playback together with 1,800. Yeah, you trying to go down quick tonight. Abel Duco says, dark liquor and hamburgers. Okay. Specifically dark liquor. Okay. I ain't mad at it. Jay Willard says Popeyes and a Crown and a Coke. All right. Nice little combination there, Crown and Coke. And you chase it with some Popeyes, man. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Bay. Can I get a fork, please? Thank you. Twain 2 Square says voice juice and orange slices. That's new on me. I don't know what that is. Thank you. All right. So my Chipotle has arrived. The correct order this time. Shout out to my wife for getting things straight there. I can always count on the local Chipotle to destroy my order and put a bunch of stuff in it that doesn't belong. And you know I got a strict diet, so you can't go outside the box of the order. So I'm finally in the game now. E-Man says mango, Amazon, and peanut M&Ms. Boy, before I was vegan, man, peanut M&Ms, peanut butter M&Ms. There's no better M&M combination than almond M&Ms. Talk to the kid. It ain't no better combination than almond and chocolate. Those almond M&Ms, bang. Too bad I can't eat them no more. Huh? Okay. Brandon Davis, drinking ice cold milk. I'm about to ban you from the stream. I got to put you in timeout for a second. You'll be back. But we talked about this. Even if you were joking, no milk allowed. Tim Meadows, root beer and some flaming hot Cool Ranch. The pick is in for Carolina. I've said it already. I'll say it again. I think it's Bryce Young. All right. Carl Wilkerson says purple drink. Be careful with that. Carl. Twain 2 Square. It was vodka. Okay, that's what the voice was. I was like, I don't know nothing about that. Vodka juice and orange juice. Gotcha. All right. Miss Perry, fried crabs and strawberry sparkling water. So you switched it up on us this year. No wild cherry, but it's strawberry sparkling water and crabs. I've never understood the fascination with crabs. All that work for not enough meat. I struggle with that equation. It doesn't make enough sense for me. Anyway, enjoy your crabs and your sparkling strawberry water. Sangria for Brian. All right. Let's see. The G-Man says red wine and Chinese takeout. I love it. 16 Devil Dot says drinking a chocolate protein shake and some water. Okay. I need to be more like you. Brandon J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Brandon J writes, what up, Lou? Had to tap in, my guy. Good luck tonight. Hope y'all don't take anyone I want. Sip slow. I'll be back. Hey, I'll be here. You know where to find me. I ain't going nowhere no time soon. All right, pick is in. The Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young. Yep, there it is. Bryce Young, #1 overall pick. Y'all know what it is, man. The Panthers aren't dumb, okay? You do all this homework. You trade up to #1. It's not to draft Will Levis. It's not to draft Anthony Richardson. CJ Stroud, I would have been okay with that. But Bryce Young's the best quarterback in this year's draft class. To me, it's not close. And he's ready to lead a team right now. It's Bryce Young. I really, truly do believe that. You bring him in immediately, and they can win that division this year. Bryce Young's that kind of a player. I'm going to go ahead and pull out my my old trusty comp-o-meter. And I'll tell you that I comp Bryce Young. So it's a tough comp because he's so short NFL doesn't really do super short quarterbacks. Everybody wants to just compare this kid to Drew Brees. That's the name you're going to continue to hear. I disagree with that. Drew Brees was never an athlete. Even when he was a young man coming out of Purdue, he wasn't an athlete. Okay. Yep, he's super accurate. Yep, he's short, just like Drew Brees, but he's an athlete. I liken him more to Doug Flutie because he can make some magic happen on any given snap. He can throw the football, put it wherever he wants. He's very good in the timing and rhythm of the play, but when things break down, I think that's what separates Bryce Young from every other quarterback in this year's draft class is when things break down, Bryce Young can make something happen just like Doug Flutie could, 25, 30 years ago. And so love the selection for the Carolina Panthers. They did the right thing. And I anticipate him being a day one starter and giving the Carolina Panthers a legitimate opportunity to win the NFC South this season in his rookie year. I think that much of Bryce Young. Brandon J., look forward to you coming back, man. Tony Barefoot, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, what's up, Lou? What's up, Tony? Word is we might use Chase to trade up into the top 10. Not sure why we would do that, but let's just get this right. I don't think they're going to use Chase to get into the top 10. I mean, I've said that I think a trade could happen. I've said I'm 50-50 on it going into the draft. John Keim, I think someone said, I think it was JP last night that said John Keim has already said that they're not going to do it. I believe it when I see it, but I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't. Look at this. I said Doug Flutie, right? On the NFL Network right now, they're showing Doug Flutie. Okay? I'm not tripping. Now, again, you're going to hear Drew Brees as the comp. It's Flutie for me with the size and the ability to make things happen off schedule. It's Doug Flutie for me. Russell Wilson was a really good athlete, but I don't think he was ever as mesmerizing as Bryce Young can be. When things break down. Russell Wilson, I think, has had moments where he was dangerous on the move, but when he gets out of the pocket, it's him looking to, run. And at least in his early days, now he doesn't want to run. So anyway, we'll see if they trade Chase Young or not. Logan Lodo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, you ain't give me my flowers, LOL. You like how I lead off the upcoming video this morning with the post up and drink some wine with Louie Tee comment, LOL. I missed that. But you had the right idea if you posted that earlier. You had the right idea. All right. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. Let me give you your flowers now, though. All right. I apologize for that. The great Watubi. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, never seen you without a hat, LOL. I don't do it often because I got a lot of full head and a receding hairline. So I try to shield y'all from some of this foolishness, right? Because you can catch a headbutt real quick, and I'll put you down for the count with this forehead. However, this is a 5 head actually, but it's going to be a long stream, right? And so when you're going to be at it for 4, 5, 6 hours, bro, hats is out of the question for a stream that long. I'm trying to be free. I want to be free. Texans pick is in. So to hell with all the conversations about them trading the pick, this, that, and the third. Now let's see if it's a defender or if it's a quarterback. You know how I feel. The Texans would be foolish to not take a quarterback. I think the commissioner is walking to the stage. That was pretty damn quick by the Texans, by the way. They sent that pick in quick, like no hesitation. So They were kind of hell-bent on getting whatever player they're about to get. Being that they got a defensive-minded coach, I wouldn't be shocked if this pick is a defender. But you're not winning anything. I don't care how good their defense is. You're not winning anything if you don't get the quarterback position squared away. So here comes the commissioner now.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud.
There it is, C.J. Stroud. I told you I wasn't moving off my spot. All these rumors about the Texans not loving a quarterback at the top of the draft, and they're not. Look, it's Lion season. I tell y'all this all the time. I wasn't moving off the spot. C.J. Stroud was going to be the pick. He's the best, second best quarterback in this draft class, and he's going to be a damn good quarterback in this league, I believe. I think he's going to be the one to break the curse of these Ohio State quarterbacks. I'm not putting my money or my eggs in the Justin Fields basket. I'm putting it in this young man's basket right here, C.J. Stroud. I think he's got a chance to be really good. The Texans, like Spike Lee, they did the right thing here. Get your quarterback, and then you come back around at number 12, and you double back, and you can get you a defender if you so choose. Or you can get you a receiver. How about Jackson Smith-Njigba to pair with your young fella, right? They made beautiful music together once before. They can do it again. If I'm the Texans, I circle back around at 12, and I get him Jackson Smith-Njigba. That's what I would do. Big Dub Network. Shout out to Big Dub Network. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Makers 46 and my famous chicken wings while waiting to have this organization do something that nobody mocked. LO. Laughing my ass off. All right. Love your drink of choice. You say you got famous chicken wings. Would you put some sauce on it or something? What makes your chicken wings famous? Tell me. Let me know. I want to know. And if you're looking for a comp for C.J. Stroud, as we put him into the Louie Tee Network comp machine, I've got two. If he's not willing to run, the C.J. Stroud we saw for every game of his collegiate career outside of the Georgia game, he's Jared Goff. Okay. If he's willing to move and be the mobile presence that we saw against Georgia, he's Matthew Stafford. Those are my two comps. Willing to be an extender of plays, he's Matthew Stafford. If he's not, he's Jared Goff. Coincidentally enough, the last two quarterbacks to be franchise guys for the Detroit Lions. So C.J. Stroud goes number 2. I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to trade out of this pick, and you're going to see another quarterback taken here at number 3. And then my mock draft will come to fruition yet again. 3 quarterbacks in the first 3 picks for the second time in 3 years. So, Big Dub Network, thank you for that super chat. All right. Jason Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Uncle Jay writes, hey, Lou, whiskey over here. Hey, slow down on the whiskey, bro. That'll take you out quick, fast, and in a hurry. All right. You my guy. I think you can handle it, though. So, the Phillies age 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, my guy Louie, where's the drip, my friend? Those glasses were fire. Having said that, does Derrick Henry get moved during the draft? And does Howie pull another AJ? It's very, very likely that Howie Roseman does something. Now, will it be the, Derrick Henry route? I just find that to be a foolish move on the part of the Eagles. If you can just draft Bijan Robinson, why would you trade for Derrick Henry? Why would you give up draft capital? Even if it's a 5th round pick, why would you give up anything when you can just draft Bijan Robinson and have a younger, I can't say more talented, but a younger, prime of his career back for the next 5 years on a cheap rookie deal? Where's the psychological sense in trading for a guy like Derrick Henry when you got a guy sitting there staring you in the face? Potentially, if Atlanta or someone, I think Atlanta should take Bijan Robinson, to be honest with you. I think Atlanta should take him. The way they run the football with all those different backs, what if you just had one guy? You didn't need Tyler Algier. You didn't need Huntley. You don't even have to use Cordero Patterson in that mold anymore. What if you just had a guy that could combine all of them in one body and just say, hey, you go be a stud? I'd do it if I was Atlanta. You want to help out Desmond Ridder? You serious about Desmond Ridder being successful? Give him a stud running back. I'd do it if I was Atlanta. But if I'm okay, Cardinals are still on the clock. If I'm the Philadelphia Eagles, I'm not trading for Derrick Henry when I could just get Bijan Robinson at number 10. If that's I think that could be a backup plan of sorts, right? But those glasses are only for when I'm having trouble with my eyes. I took a nice long nap anticipating that today would be a long night. So I'm good. I don't need the glasses right now. Robert Mitchell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, ice cold 1738. All right. Ice cold 1738. Mega 412 says Louie A. Smith face ass. Hey, you ain't shit for that, man. All right, so hold on a second. The Texans have traded up. Wow. What in the Sam hell is going on here? So they must want to come up and get Will Anderson. So I'm assuming that they're giving up the number 12 pick, and I'm assuming that they're probably giving up like a third or something in this year's draft as well. I don't know, man. To get to number 3, that's a lot of draft points. You probably got to give up your second rounder this year as well. So you trade 12 overall. You trade your second rounder this year and maybe like a fourth next year to come back up to number 3. This has got to be for Will Anderson. It's got to be for a defender here. They were in a position, they probably loved one of these defenders, but they knew that they weren't going to get that guy, but they had to get the quarterback. And so they work out a deal. Cardinals move all the way back to 12. I'm assuming. Yeah, they've already made that change. So Cardinals move all the way back to 12. I'm assuming they're going to pick up maybe a second this year as well, in addition to the 12th overall selection. So you swap 3 and 12. You pick up a second this year, I think, and then maybe maybe a fourth. I mean, I'm tripping. Going all the way back to 12 from 3, you probably got to give up a first rounder next year too. Just sitting here thinking about it, I know better than that. That's probably a 1 next year, a 2 this year, and a 4 next year. This has got to be Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson. I don't think it's Jalen Carter. Julio Iglesias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, all right, here comes the commissioner. We'll get back to that super after he announces this pick.
We're just rent payers in the Texans world at present. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr.
There it is. So, Texas come back up, get Will Anderson Jr., much needed edge rusher and presence off the edge. They don't have a guy. I mean, Jerry Hughes was their best pass rusher last year, and Jerry Hughes is like 71 years old. So I love the fact that Jerry Hughes will be there to potentially mentor Will Anderson Jr. and help him, teach him how to, prep his body, how to film study, teach him tendencies to look for with tackles and things like that. Because Jerry Hughes is still a damn good pass rusher in this league. And so I love the move from the Texans. I told you, I love what they're doing with their secondary. Last year they drafted the corner out of LSU, Stingley Jr. They also drafted the safety out of Baylor that I absolutely loved in the second round. And then they went out and got Jimmy Ward in free agency. Their new head coach came from San Francisco, absolutely loves Jimmy Ward, wants a guy that can be a leader on that back end and kind of get everybody lined up and and have a veteran presence. And now you add a guy in the front of that defense now, and Will Anderson Jr., and all of a sudden the Texans can be very competitive in what is a very wide open AFC South. I know the Texans, or rather the Jaguars, have a quarterback in Trevor Lawrence. They just went to the playoffs last year, and you think that arrow's pointing up, but that division is still open. I'm not sold that the Jaguars have figured it out and that they're just going to go up and up from here. We're going to see, but get yourself a quarterback. Get yourself a guy that can get to the quarterback, and now you got a chance. And that's what the Texans have done. What a bold move by the Houston Texans to come back up to number 3 after selecting number 2 overall. They're not bullshitting. They're not playing around. I can't wait to see what the compensation is for that move. I'm assuming a 1 next year, a 2 this year, and a 4 next year. That's what I think the compensation is going to ultimately be. That's my guess. Julio Iglesias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, "What up, Lou? I went back and watched Harrison tape, and I have to say I really like him. He looks damn good." Harrison. I'm not quite sure who you're referring to. Let me look at my phone first before I dismiss you and treat you like your luck, just to make sure I'm not overlooking somebody. Anton Harrison. Okay, sorry. I had to make sure you weren't just. I told you he looked good, didn't he? I did the same thing. I had to go back and watch him, and I was like, well, goddamn, he's a lot better than I was giving him credit for. I wouldn't mind adding him to the offensive line at all. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, "I knew the Texans couldn't pass up on CJ. They just couldn't. And I wasn't going for the foolishness. I told you it's Lion season. Look at all the shit we heard over the last week and a half. It was Will Levis. Vegas got a whole bunch of money on Will Levis, and the line started to move. CJ Stroud started to drop. Did you hear all of the stuff about CJ Stroud and where he was going to end up, and the Falcons could get him at 8 and all of this? I was like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way the Texans are foolish enough to pass on CJ Stroud. Yeah, right. All of that shit we heard, and look what happened. Bryce Young 1, CJ Stroud 2. Things got interesting. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. Okay, here it is. Texans trade. So Cardinals received the 12th overall pick, a second rounder this year, a first rounder next year, and a third rounder next year. I was close. So they swapped picks this year, which we knew they were going to get the 12th overall pick. They got a second this year, which I said they would, right? They got a first next year, and they got a third next year. I said a fourth. I was off by a round, off by 1 round. So the Colts pick is in. This is definitely a quarterback. Now it's just, is it Levis or is it Richardson? We've heard all along the Colts were smitten with Will Levis. To me, that's the perfect team for him, because I'm not a big fan of the Indianapolis Colts, and I think Will Levis stinks. So if it is, in fact, Will Levis, then that probably means that they're going to stink some more. And they're going to clean house, and their GM, Chris Ballard, is going to be relieved of his duties eventually. I'm not going to put that on them, though. And I'm not going to put that on Will Levis either, if he's the pick. I still think Anthony Richardson should be the pick here, similar to the way that I felt about Trey Lance in San Francisco 2 years ago. He's a better fit for Shane Steichen's offense. Not that Will Levis isn't capable of being an athletically gifted enough quarterback to run what they ran in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts, but Anthony Richardson is a better fit for what Shane Steichen wants to do, if he, in fact, wants to run a similar offensive scheme to the one that they ran in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts. That's just my take. But the noise around the draft centering Indianapolis has been Will Levis. I'm going to stick with that and say that Will Levis is the pick here. But my gut says it's going to be Anthony Richardson. But if everyone's saying it's going to be Will Levis, I'm just going to stick with that. I agree with you. Take command for life. They just couldn't pass up on CJ Stroud. The Texans couldn't. TJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. TJ writes, Lou, who then breaks the USC quarterback curse? Well, the guy that's there right now is as good as any. If he can't break it, I don't know who's going to break it. Caleb Williams. All right, Colts pick.
With the fourth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis
There it is. There it is. Anthony Richardson. So if you're an Eagles fan, what this effectively means is you're not getting Jalen Carter. He's not getting past 5 at Seattle. My gut told me Anthony Richardson. Why? Because he fits exactly what the Philadelphia Eagles did with Jalen Hurts. And he can do it even better than Hurts if he can become an accurate passer of the football. He's athletically gifted. He's got an arm, a cannon. He can put the football anywhere it needs to go. He's supremely gifted. Okay, Cam Newton-esque. All right. However, he's got to clean up some of his deficiencies. But in the offense that they ran in Philadelphia, the thing that was the most impressive was they were able to minimize the things Jalen Hurts didn't do well. They took the things he did well, highlighted them, and they minimized the things he didn't do well. And so if they can do that for Jalen Hurts, I think they can do the same thing for Anthony Richardson. Thus, I think this is an excellent selection. And so ultimately, I think they got it right. Every team that selected a quarterback to this point, I think has gotten it right. Will Levis is the one that I thought was the worst of the group and that he could fall. I could see Will Levis not being selected in the top 10 now. And what did I say in my mock draft? Indy wanted Anthony Richardson. That's the smoke screen. That was the lying season that I told you about. That rumor, Indy put that out there that, oh, we want somebody to come up and take CJ Stroud so we can get Will Levis. No, you don't want Will Levis. You want Anthony Richardson. You just don't want anybody to know you want Anthony Richardson. I told y'all that's what I thought they were doing in my mock draft, but I wasn't sure because Indy does a lot of frivolous stuff. Well, they didn't do it here. I think they did the right thing, and I'm excited for the young man. And I'm excited for the opportunity because I think Shane Steichen, if he can do what he did with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia, I think they've got a chance to be special in Indy, man. Now they got to go get him some receivers. Hunter 95 804. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, much love, Lou. Much love, Hunter, man. Really appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Twin D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Twin D, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, LT, we get to test my QBs drafted 1 and 2 question yet again. We shall see. I made that into a podcast, right? You prompted me to turn that into a podcast. If you didn't know that, go back and watch my throwback episode. I want to say it was like episode 325 or 326, something like that. I turned that into an entire episode pretty much. So I'm looking forward to testing that theory as well, because it was such an interesting take that you brought up that, yeah, I couldn't but help but, do something about that. So Seattle's now officially on the clock. I think this is Jalen Carter. I think this is a no-brainer here. I'd be shocked if it's anything but Jalen Carter at this point. But Seattle has been known to be a little tricky when it comes to making selections. So we'll see what they think outside the box a lot of times. To me, this doesn't require outside the box thinking. This requires you to just do the right thing. Take Jalen Carter. Their body of work that they've put forth, Schneider and Pete Carroll and company, suggests that even if Jalen Carter is a little rough around the edges off the field, their environment, their culture has been able to embrace players like that and get the most out of them. And so I couldn't think of a better place for him to land than Seattle, because they allow players to be themselves. So I think this is Jalen Carter, personally. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, made me some blueberry sriracha buffalo wings. That is an interesting choice of flavors. I don't know if I've ever heard blueberry and sriracha in the same sentence. Fascinating. So you're probably getting a little bit of heat and a little bit of sweet. That probably tastes really good if done correctly. TJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. TJ, double up, writes, Lou, who breaks the USC quarterback curse? We already talked about that. It's got to be the kid that's there now, right? It's got to be. It's got to be Caleb Williams. If he can't break it, nobody can. Cherish 202, Sauvignon Blanc and Moroccan food. You sound like you got a one-way trip and ticket to the bathroom. Keep me posted on how that goes. Is Moroccan food spicy? What's the special kick to Moroccan food? Like what's the thing that separates it? You know, like Thai food is usually spicy, right? Indian food is always spicy. What's Moroccan food? What's their thing? I'm interested to know. All right. Let's see. Jonathan Hankey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jonathan Hankey says, let's go. AR to the Colts. Texans did us a favor by getting the quarterback we wanted. I think you guys wanted CJ Stroud all along. AR to the Colts, I think, was a backup plan if CJ Stroud wasn't there, which I assumed that he wasn't going to be there, which is why I mocked Anthony Richardson to the Colts. Seattle's taking an awfully long time, which makes me believe that maybe, just maybe, either they're looking to move the pick or it's not what I think it's going to be. We'll see. Hey, but congratulations, Jonathan. You sound like you're excited about the pick, man. And all I ever want for fans of teams this time of the year is to get the guy that you want. Pick is in for Seattle. We'll see what they decide to do with that selection. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, better than Levis. Good pick, Colts. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. So let's go. We have an opportunity right now to go to the comp machine. And Will Anderson was taken 3rd overall. My comp for him is Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think he's that type of edge rusher. I want to see him develop. You know, Josh Allen, I don't think, because he stands up so much and he moves around, I don't think he ever really truly got a chance to develop as a pass rusher. Will Anderson is going to have his hand in the dirt much more. And so I think he'll have a chance to really truly develop into a big-time NFL pass rusher. But that's who I see him as in terms of his movement skills and the things that I've seen from him on tape. We just saw quarterback Anthony Richardson taken. That's an easy one. That's Cam Newton. That's low-hanging fruit, but it's nothing wrong with picking the low-hanging fruit off the tree. If the shoe fits, wear it, right? If that fruit is good, pick it off and bite it. Nothing wrong with that. Wash it off if you need to. All right. Somebody asked me what I'm eating. I'm eating Chipotle. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, going back to 2010, there's been a number 2 pick that is, has there been a number 2 pick overall that has lived up to the pick and not flamed out or been an obvious bust? That's a great question. That's maybe something I need to explore on my podcast, because it was funny. My guy Derek B had sent a message yesterday on the live stream, and he put Luke Jokel, Chase Young, and there was some other number 2 overall pick, and none of them ended up being. I think his thing was none of them got picked up by their 5th-year option picked up. So that means clearly the team was not satisfied with what they got out of those players. They just put the camera on Will Levis. He didn't look like he was too thrilled, though. Let's see what the pick is. Here's Raj.
With the 5th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon.
Devin Witherspoon. Wow. That's a shocker, because he doesn't fit the Seattle Seahawks DNA profile of a corner. They like him tall. They like him long. They like him athletic. He's the direct opposite of long and tall. But he's one of my favorite players in this year's draft class. So after getting what they got out of Tariq Woolen and Michael Jackson last year, I just didn't expect them to take a corner this soon. Interesting. I thought Devon Witherspoon would be the first corner taken in the draft, though. I had him going the very next pick to Detroit. So, wow. Eagles fans, you are still alive. If you want Jalen Carter, I think the next team that you really, truly have to worry about now is Chicago. He gets past Chicago. He's all yours if you want him. keep an eye on Detroit, keep an eye on, Atlanta, but this was the team that I thought would take Jalen Carter. And now that they haven't, maybe you'll get your chance. Wow. Devin Witherspoon. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, please let there be chaos still. Titans, Vikings, where you at? The Titans, I thought 3 was the way for them to get up in here and get a QB. I think they're just going to hold tight now. I hope Will Levis falls to them. I mean, if you're the Titans, this is what you wanted. You wanted one of these quarterbacks to slide, because if you're Tennessee, you want to at least have an opportunity at either Levis or, if you need to, Hooker. It's a little early for him, but if you got to do what you got to do at the end of the day. So we'll see what happens. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, my drink of choice is Waterloo. I'm sick. Look, man, when you don't feel good, the last thing you want is alcohol. Anybody that's ever had a hangover, anybody that's ever been in one of those situations where you might have drunk too much the night before, you don't quite have a hangover, but you're not feeling 100% of yourself, the last thing you're trying to do is take a drink. So I totally get where you're coming from. All right. Feel better. I just want to say that. Feel better. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. CJ Shoots Photo. Right. What up, Louie Tee? What's going on, CJ? Happy draft day, man. Likewise. We've been waiting for this day to get here. It's finally here, and I couldn't be more excited about it. Calling it now. My bet. Washington trades back a few spots and then takes Darnell Wright, tackle out of Tennessee. Hashtag HTTR. Okay, so you're on the board is saying Darnell Wright will be the pick. We're getting there pretty rapidly. We're already at 6, and it's not even 9 o'clock yet. So I feel like we're moving pretty fast tonight. Even with the trade, we're already at pick 6. So this thing's moving pretty. It feels like it. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm tripping. It feels like it's moving a bit expeditiously tonight. The Black Al B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Black Al B writes, ice cold water with lemon juice on my health tip. I love it, man. Do what is right for you. Okay. Don't allow what we like to call peer pressure or external forces influence your decision-making process, which is why I said, whatever your vice is, as long as it's not milk. I already had to escort somebody out of here for a brief period for trying to bring milk to the party. Okay. As long as it's not milk, man, I'm all for it. Bring it on. Vincent Coe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I love this pick. Not going to lie. I love the pick for you. I didn't expect the trade. The Arizona Cardinals are coming back up to number 6 overall. I don't understand this if you're Arizona, because you're rebuilding. What are you doing? You're giving up draft capital that you don't have because you suck. Obviously, there's something here that they want, just like the Texans. They're in a position when you're drafting that high, you become smitten. You fall in love with a prospect, but you have to do the right thing. The Texans fell in love with Will Anderson, sitting there at number 2, seeing that he was right there within their grasp, but knowing they had to draft a quarterback and knowing he wouldn't be there at 12, they did what they had to do. The Cardinals knew that drafting 3rd overall made 0 sense. You're not winning anything. This one player isn't going to change anything. Trade back, maximize the pick, and then make selections. For some reason, they fell in love with the player. They got nervous. They don't expect him to be there. They're coming back up to get what they rightfully feel like is their guy. And so the Lions have moved back to 12, I'm assuming. And yes, they have. And so we'll see what the compensation. My guess is you swap first rounders. So 6 and 12 are swapped, right? Because they just got this 12th pick from Houston. So they gave that pick right up. And I'm going to assume that there's no second rounder involved in this deal, but there is a first rounder next year. That same first rounder they just got from Houston, my guess is that's the pick they just surrendered. And I'm going to say that third round pick they just got from Houston, they're going to give that to Detroit as well. So you swap ones this year, right? And you get a first and a third next year. I don't think Detroit gets anything extra this year. We'll see what happens. Wow. Arizona wheeling and dealing like Kevin Nealon out here, man. Didn't see that coming. And I guess we have to make a prediction as to who they're coming up to get, right? I surmise after seeing what they just saw with Devon Witherspoon, they're coming to get Christian Gonzalez right now. They got scared and they said, whoa, wait, a corner gone already at 5? Okay, let's go get our guy right now. All right. So I think they were going to wait as long as they could to see how far these corners fell before they felt like they needed to go up and get their guy. Christian Gonzalez is the best pure corner in this draft. The Cardinals don't have any corners anymore, right? They need a corner. I think this is the pick. I could be wrong. It could be for Jalen Carter. It could be for Tyree Wilson. Those are the three guys that I think this pick can consist of. Christian Gonzalez, Tyree Wilson, and Jalen Carter. I think it's going to be Christian Gonzalez. I think they got spooked by Devon Witherspoon being selected 5th overall, and that prompted them to come up and get their guy. Let's take a look and see what it ultimately ends up being. All right, here's the pick. It is in. Raj is walking to the podium.
By the way, the Rams pick. The Detroit Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr.
Interesting. They felt the need to come up to get him. I guess they had intel that the Vegas Raiders were interested in taking a tackle. Felt like they needed to get in front of them to get their guy, and they did. I didn't think they needed to do that. I didn't think they needed to make Paris Johnson Jr. the first offensive lineman selected in this year's draft, and I didn't think they needed to trade up to make that happen. They could have sat at 12. I don't know if he makes it to 12 or not, but unless Vegas was planning on taking him, I don't think he was going to be gone by 12. But again, I'll never fault a team for getting their guy when they feel the need to get their guy. My thing is, you traded up stuff to come get this dude. That's different. Reaching what some people term reaching, or, drafting a player too soon is one thing. Giving up draft capital that you just acquired to come and get this guy when he could have potentially been there at 12, that's a little sketchy for me. He may ultimately be really good for them, but I don't love this move by the Arizona Cardinals. But again, we'll see if it works out for them. Wow. Vincent Coe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Devon and Tariq can be a great duo. Absolutely they can. Absolutely they can. They could ultimately be one of the best in the league if we're keeping it a buck with one another. Because what we saw from Tariq Woolen last year and what we know Devon Witherspoon can bring to the table, this could turn out to be one of the most feisty and fierce duos in all of the National Football League. All right. AVL1, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. AVL1 writes, Carter to Atlanta for TH4 to have a new scary T. So, Bay. You put another one. You put another one in here. Mm-hmm. It's in the the box. It's in the box. It's in the box. Box. Right here. Jalen Carter could be a member of the Atlanta Falcons, but I told you once he got past Seattle, I felt like the Eagles could be in play. I think Chicago is the next dangerous place. Yeah. Thank you. We're now at pick number 7. All right. How y'all feeling about the draft so far, man? I mean, it's moving rapidly to me, and we thought we would see some movement. I didn't anticipate this much movement this soon, but we've already had 2 trades within the top 6 picks. Paris Johnson Jr. is your first offensive lineman. We all assumed it would be Peter Skoronski. Paris Johnson Jr. Is the first offensive lineman taken in this year's draft. Little curveball there, but I'm very interested to see now where Will Levis lands. I think Vegas is within. Obviously, I mocked Will Levis to the Vegas Raiders. We heard that they, quote unquote, weren't interested in quarterback and that they were more so leaning towards a corner. Christian Gonzalez is available, so we'll see if that's the direction they decide to go. Offensive line is still there. If they so choose to go in that direction, maybe that's what Arizona had intel on, was that the Vegas Raiders were planning on taking an offensive lineman, and maybe Paris Johnson was the guy that they were zeroing in on. And so in order to get their guy, they needed to leapfrog the Vegas Raiders. They did so, and they got their guy. I still feel like that was a bit of not a reach, but I thought it was just be patient, kind of see what it, again, they might have had intel, If you think you know what the Vegas Raiders are going to do, then do what you need to do. But if the Vegas Raiders, just because they take a different position, let's say they take a corner, doesn't mean they weren't going to take Paris Johnson. It just means they pivoted and went in the the next direction. But let's go to our let's go and get into our comp machine and knock out these last few players that were drafted. So Devon Witherspoon is Joe Hayden for me. Not afraid to tackle, very feisty, undersized, but can do everything you want him to do on the football field. And remember, Joe Hayden in his prime, uninjured, was one of the best corners in football during his era. So I think Devon Witherspoon, to me, there's a lot of Joe Hayden in him. Let's see. He was the 5th pick. The 6th pick was Paris Johnson Jr. I got Brendan Albert, the former University of Virginia Wahoo tackle that came into the league as a Jacksonville Jaguar, I believe. No, Kansas City Chief, if I'm not mistaken. And then finished up his career, I think. Wait, did he finish up his career in Jacksonville? I'm not sure where Brendan Albert finished his career, but I know he was a really good tackle for a long time in Kansas City. Same size, same length, same movement skills, same demeanor. I feel, and so I think Paris Johnson has a really good, bright career in front of him, just like Brendan Albert did. That is my comp for him. So the Raiders pick is in. All right. Waiting to see what the compensation was in that deal with the Texans, or excuse me, rather the Lions and the Cardinals. Was DeAndre Hopkins thrown into that trade potentially? Who's to say? You would think we would have heard something by now if that was the case. But waiting to see what the compensation there is. Raiders pick is in. I'm going to say that this is Christian Gonzalez right here. 7th overall. Well, you know what? I'm sticking with my mock draft. To hell with all that bullshit. I've been right with my mock draft so far with the teams that I thought were going to take what players. And so specifically with these quarterbacks, Will Levis. F that shit. Will Levis right here, 7th overall. If it's not him, it's Christian Gonzalez. But I'm going with Will Levis. Jimmy Garoppolo, for all intents and purposes, is on a 1-year deal. If Jimmy can't stay healthy any damn way, I feel like Will Levis would have been a New England Patriots pick if Josh McDaniels were still there. He's now in Vegas. This smells and reeks of a Patriots pick. Will Levis here to the Raiders. That's what I'm going with. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, "We lit, mob. Every day we lit. Every day we lit. Hey, every day we lit. Hey, every day we lit. Hey." Y'all know what it is. Cheers. First of many cheers on the night. We're getting close. We're almost halfway to the Washington Commanders pick. My money is on us taking a cornerback. Been betting my dad punches in the arm on the pick. Don't get your arm knocked out of the socket now. I've already got a couple of bruises, LOL. Salute. Yeah, don't get your arm knocked out the socket now. Messing around with Pops. All right, here's Raj.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson, edge rusher out of Texas Tech. So my buddy is a Raiders fan. You guys know that. And we were talking earlier today because he really wanted C.J. Stroud. I said, there's no way you're getting C.J. Stroud. And I said, but you might take an edge rusher. He's like, I know that a lot of people weren't happy with Chandler Jones last year. Outside of like 2 or 3 games, Chandler Jones was pretty much ass-tastic last year. But he's like, we need to go in a different direction. I said, I wouldn't be shocked if you took an edge rusher. I thought they were going to go corner, though. If not Will Levis, I thought they would go corner. They went edge rusher, Tyree Wilson. If he can be what Max Crosby is on the opposite side, look out. Because obviously the Raiders understand what division they're in. You're going to have to contend with Mahomes. You're going to have to contend with Justin Herbert. And if Russell Wilson can resurrect his career, you're going to have to deal with him as well. So they know in order to win in their division, they're going to have to get after the quarterback. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And adding a guy like Tyree Wilson on the opposite side of Max Crosby, who is one of the best edge rushers in football, makes a ton of sense for the Vegas Raiders. I love the pick. Now they just got to develop this young man because right now he's a bull in a china shop. He has no idea what he's doing. He's so talented, but he has no clue right now. So they coach him up like they did Max Crosby, and they could have something. They could definitely have something. All right. My comp for him, put him into the comp machine, is Montez Sweat, actually. Montez Sweat coming out of Mississippi State, tall, long, athletically gifted, had, everything you were looking for from a traits perspective, but no rush plan whatsoever. So I see this guy and I see a lot of the same, traits as a Montez Sweat. Gifted athlete, long arms, tall, got everything you're looking for. Speed, explosion. Now you just got to put it together. Coach it up correctly, mold it into what you want it to look like, and you could have a football player in your hands. Benjamin Slade, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Benjamin Slade writes, Lions get annoyed with Witherspoon was drafted. No, because they had a chance. Maybe. I didn't think about that. Maybe that was their thought process was the only guy to keep us at 6 is Devon Witherspoon. What did I tell you? I thought he would be the pick. He wasn't there. That's the next one. Yeah. He wasn't there. So what do you want him to do? Right? Clearly, they decided that they could get out of 6. They were going to get out, and they did. So maybe you might be onto something, Benjamin. Maybe they absolutely were disappointed and so you know what, to hell with this pick. Let's just get out of here, man. I like that because it makes me feel like I was right about who the Lions were going to take at 6. So I think you're onto something there, Benjamin. Twin D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right. If we take Wright in the first round, do you think Forbes will be in play for us in the second round? That's who I want to add some extra spice and ball skills to our D. I mocked Emmanuel Forbes to us in the first round. I was told by a lot of people that I was crazy, that I overdrafted him, that was terrible value. And I've seen other mock drafts with Emmanuel Forbes after I did it. So I know they're interested in him. I don't know if they love him in the first round at 16, however, but I do know that they are very interested in Forbes. And if he could get to them at 47, I think they wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger because I know they really, truly do like him a lot. However, the question is, can you get him to 47? The good thing is, so far, only one corner has been taken, but that's by design. That's to plan right now. My mock draft didn't have another corner coming off the board until 14 at the Patriots, but I could see the Falcons right now taking, Christian Gonzalez right now. I could see that happening. But the further these corners get pushed back, the better it is for Washington in potentially landing a guy in the second round if they don't take one in the first, right? But again, there's going to be a run on corners at some point, and I think that run comes right around Washington's pick. I think Gonzalez is gone right before Washington selects, and then, you know, you see my mock draft. I had Washington taking Deonte Banks, but they could trade back and get Banks, I think. JPJ is definitely going to Pittsburgh. That's signed, sealed, delivered as far as I'm concerned. I told you that was the one guarantee I was willing to make going into the draft, you know, aside from Bryce Young at number 1 to the Panthers. I felt like that was a done deal. The Steelers getting, you know, Joey Porter Jr. to me is a lock. And then I think, you know, all the rest of these corners, Cam Smith, Kaylee Ringo, Deonte Banks, I think you're going to see a run of these guys. I think all of those guys could end up being first-round picks when it's all said and done. So it just depends on how many are gone. Forbes is an afterthought if there's still guys on the board, but as those guys get picked off, other teams are going to turn their attention to guys like Emmanuel Forbes. You can't ignore that kind of ball production. Teams don't ignore that type of ball production. That's the name of the game in the NFL is, can you take the football away? He does it better than any corner in this year's draft class, and I think teams are going to take notice of that. So we'll see. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Drink report. Got me some scotch. Let's get it, Lou. Whew. Again, be easy on the scotch, bro. My guy Uncle Jay was drinking some whiskey. Y'all chill. Y'all be easy on that, man. I'm about to refresh my drink. Falcons selection is in. And I'm going to get super lit because I didn't really eat today. And my Chipotle being defective earlier didn't bode well for the kid. So this could get ugly tonight. Keep it a buck. Oh, so Raj looks like he's going to let somebody read this pick. So we're going to keep that thing muted until that pick is going through. Let's see what happens.
Falcons pick. I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the
Hey, you can't boo people from your own city now. So y'all got to keep it kosher. These boys are from Kansas City. Y'all can't do that.
Sisters of America is part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspired Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
There you go. Y'all got to give it up for them now. They from Kansas City. They local. He nervous. You got this. Yeah. Take your breath.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson.
There it is. There it is. What did I tell y'all on the pregame? I said, if anybody in the top 10, hey, God damn it, I love the Falcons. Damn, I love the Falcons. This 2 years in a row, they did the kid a huge solid. Falcons. You know what? I'm about to adopt the Falcons as my surrogate second team. You know, my sister's a Falcons fan, so quietly I root for the Falcons on the low, but last year they took goddamn the receiver from USC before we could take him and make a damn mistake, Drake London. And this year they said, hey, don't worry about Bijan in your division. We got him. Falcons. Much respect. Hell yeah, Bijan. What I say, if you really want to protect Desmond Ridder, give him a chance to succeed, give him Bijan Robinson, man. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Falcons coming through in the clutch. Y'all take care of my boy Taylor Heineke too, man. Let's go, man. There will be no Bijan Robinson for the Philadelphia Eagles. You do your shit with the dude from Seattle, man, Rashad Penny. Do your little shit with him. You better not trade for Derrick Henry either with your stinking ass, because I know y'all will do some shit like that. Anyway, Bijan Robinson is the pick. Hey, this kid is legit. All right. And I'm glad he got drafted here because everybody sees him in, this light of one of the best backs in football. I've heard, once in a generation. I think people overblow that. I think that's low hanging fruit. I think people do that too much. Prisoners of the moment. He's a really good back. I told you, I don't need to look at my comp machine. He's Josh Jacobs to me. If we go into my comp machine, he's Josh Jacobs. I think he's just a smidge better as a receiver than Josh Jacobs, but he's Josh Jacobs, and that's not. And that's Josh Jacobs is a beast, right? I think he could be a little bit better than Josh Jacobs, though. That's how I see him. So I love that pick. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, I've already comped all the 8 guys that have been taken. Hell yeah! Damn, man. Ooh. Cheers to the Falcons. Everybody cups up. Everybody cups up. You got something to drink? I don't care if it's water. Cups up. I want to make a toast to the Atlanta Falcons for keeping Bijan Robinson out of the division. Salud. Big ups to the Falcons, man. And they got themselves a hell of a football player. Brandon J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Brandon J writes, if Carter gets to Philly, the NFC East is in trouble. I got the Chicago Bears on the case right now, man. I ain't even tripping. He get past Chicago, and then I'm gonna be like, hell, here we go. But look, I got the Bears on the case right now, man. I got the Bears on the case right now. I don't want his ass in the division neither. Washington football fan WGIL, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, I ate 1 pound of shrimp, 2 glasses of wine, a blood orange margarita, and a slice of cake. I now have enough gas to get to work. Oh, man, look. That's the Eagles came up. They about to take them. The Eagles came up to 9, and they knew they had to come up to 9. They about to get Jalen Carter. Man. I told you Howie was going to be up to some shit, didn't I tell y'all? Damn it, man. You know what? I ain't even mad. That just means we better draft the offensive lineman then. We better get stout on the inside. Because now they done reunited them Georgia boys. They trying to recreate what we got with the Bama Wall. They trying to do it with Georgia players. Damn. Yeah, you had a good little feast there, man. A pound of shrimp, 2 glasses of wine, a blood orange margarita, and a slice of cake. What kind of cake you have? I need to know. What kind of cake did you have? Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Love the thumbnail. Who writes, salad, fried seafood plate, wings, and an Arnold Palmer. That's a nice way to wash all of that down. And I love when people eat all that stuff and then they put a salad in there. Like, yeah, let me get my healthy kick in there just so you know. I'm taking care of business. Eagles pick is in. It's got to be for Jalen Carter, right? They came up for, damn the Chicago Bears, you dirty bastards. They just moved back a pick, man. I don't blame the Bears for doing that. They weren't going to take him. They said, shit, we're going to get Peter Skoronski. Y'all can have him. Seattle was the one that screwed us because this could have all been avoided if they would have just did what they were supposed to do. We weren't even supposed to be in this position. Bijan was gone. We weren't supposed to be here. But, Howie be wheeling and dealing, man. I got to give Howie some credit, man.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter.
Yeah. Duh. Howie set a price on it. He said, hey, we ain't going up no higher than 9. We ain't moving but one spot up. If he fall to us, good. If he don't, we got a backup plan. That boy fell right in their lap, and Howie was like, I'm not waiting another pick. Let me go get him. You cannot love Howie Roseman, but you can't deny his ass be out here making moves. Period. He sees some shit, he go get it. He see an opportunity, he pounces. Whether it's to trade up, to trade back. Howie always working them phones. Gotta give credit where credit is due. Saw that one coming. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP, writes, Lou, I'm here. What a wild start to the draft. Indeed. Welcome aboard, JP. It's been crazy, my man. It's been crazy. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, McDaniel take Tebow and Levis. Both are jacked. LOL. Nah. I mean, they got a nice little backup situation with Mike White. I mean, maybe they think into the future, knowing that, oh, you was talking about, I'm tripping. You talking about Josh McDaniels. I was talking about Mike McDaniel from damn Dolphins. I was all over the place. Jalen Carter is a Philadelphia Eagle. I'm going to give you my comp for him here in a second. That's a big time move by the Eagles. He's Quinnen Williams, man. Quinnen Williams has been really good for the Jets, looking for a new contract. Think he's going to get it before the start of this season. Such an athletic dynamo, can get after the quarterback. I think Jalen Carter is just scratching the surface with his ability to get to the quarterback. Didn't really see it at Georgia, but he's capable, fully capable. But they don't make him like Jalen Carter in terms of athleticism, man. He's a one-of-a-kind, rare specimen that you get on the inside. And I'm not happy about this shit because you get rid of Javon Hargraves and Fletcher Cox is getting old. He's, I just bought Fletcher Cox a new walker, right? Just 2 weeks ago. I said, Fletch, man, I saw a nice little walker for you, man. I went and picked it up for him. He's 86 years old. And now they got Jalen Carter, and I'm like, shit. Fletcher's like, excuse me, Sonny. You know I can find Jalen Carter. And he got him. Ain't that about a bitch? Should have known, though, that Eagles won't go bullshit around. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Tyree behind Chandler Jones and Crosby. Dang, that's going to be a hell of a little combination if they could put it all together, man. I'd love to see them all on the field at the same time. Forget that if 3rd and 8, why not have all 3 of them on the field at once? Jack Del Rio wouldn't do it. He wouldn't dare put all 3 of them on the field at once. But if you're a creative defensive coordinator, that's what you want. You want to have that many guys and be able to put them all on the field at one time. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, double up, Lou, have the missus pull up a chair, join the cherry squad. Hey, she got a lot going on tonight, man. It was tough. I told you it was rough me just getting to the show. I was late to my own pregame. And we had a lot going on over here, man. But things have settled down. Everything's all good. This is my work. She got to work tomorrow in the morning, so she can't join us tonight. Josh Kirby, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Eagles sitting in the perfect spot right now, whatever they want. You were right. Bijan got taken, but he would have been on the board. Jalen Carter was there. As much as Jalen Carter is a good football player, I'm not afraid of him. He's damn good. But I would have been more worried about Bijan Robinson being in the division than Jalen Carter, to be honest with you. They've got a chance to be really good. And if our offensive line isn't good, they'll exploit it with the guys that they have up front. So let that be known right now. But if you got good offensive linemen, you can neutralize a Jalen Carter. You can neutralize a Jordan Davis. You can still have success up front if you got guys up front. I think the Bears are going to take Peter Skoronski. I want him to continue to fall. I want to do what the Eagles just did. Peter Skoronski fall to 14, and then you say, New England, open the goddamn door, New England. You're right next to us. Why I say open the door and then put a phone to my ear? Hey, I need 14 to get Peter Skoronski. That's what I want to happen. But I think the Bears are going to put me out of my misery. Take me out back, bop, bop, 2 in the dome, 2 shots to the head. Now, you know he did. I think they're going to put me down right now nice and easy and not even give me the opportunity to even look for that. You were right, Josh Kirby. The Eagles were sitting there in the perfect spot, and they got what they wanted. A193, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, we live, baby. We all the way live. We all the way live. Tequila is good for the soul. Bears pick is in. Raj is at the podium. Let's do it.
The Chicago Bears select
Darnell Wright is gone. So all of you Darnell Wright truthers out there, he's no longer available. Peter Skoronski continues to do. He keeps falling. Christian Gonzalez, do. Hey, just get into the wheelhouse. I wanted to keep my mouth shut. I feel like Tennessee is taking a quarterback here. And in Detroit, I think they're going to take Christian Gonzalez. Like, this worked out perfectly for them because they traded back and they still may get a corner. They probably didn't because Gonzalez doesn't fit, to me, their DNA profile. They want a physical dude, a dude that's going to hit somebody in the mouth. That's not Christian Gonzalez. But, there's no way Skoronski and Gonzalez are there. I'm not getting my hopes up. We did this last year, or was it 2 years ago? And we got excited for nothing. So, no, I'm not doing that this year. Shout out to A193 who said tequila is good for the soul. I just really, Christmas break, I just started really getting heavy into tequila. Boy, tequila is good. Tequila is some kind of good. I agree. Joe Castles. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe Castles writes, what up? What's up, Joe? What's up, baby? Joey C. What's good with you, baby? You know, we ain't doing nothing. Just chilling. You know how we do. You know how I be. All our VIP. You know how we do it over here. All right. So, my buddy that's a Raiders fan just texted me and said he's livid. He said, tell me I'm wrong. I just text him back, you wrong. We just saw the Bears take offensive tackle Darnell Wright. Let me find him. I got to look for him. I got to look for him. I can't find him in my machine. He in there somewhere. I'll find him. Let's keep moving. I don't like a lot of dead air. They say that's the enemy of radio, but shit, it ain't good for live streams either. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Cordero Patterson getting old. Good pick, Atlanta. He getting old, but he can do so many things. He just don't need to be your running back. I love that pick. I love that pick. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Love that pick for the Falcons. AVL1. Cups up, Lou. Atlanta working it. Indeed. We put the cups up, baby. You know what it is. All right. Let's see where we at now. Benjamin Slade, double up, thank you for doubling up. Benjamin Slade, if I see something from you, if I run into a comment from you, I'm going to read it. I want to go through the comment section and see if there are any Mob Squad member messages that I need to read. I don't see any here. All right. All right. Mike Lake, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Mike Whites. What up, Lou? Late to the party, but I got my 3 dubs. Whiskey, weed, and wings. Woo-wee. LOL. I must admit that I'm glad those Madden players are real life GMs. Everybody traded. Hey, it was a lot going on, man. A lot going on. So the Bears make their selection, get Darnell Wright. Titans have made their selection. They're all excited. They're all clapping. I think it's one of 2 players. It's one of 3, excuse me. It's either Hendon Hooker, Will Levis, or Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think it's one of those 3 players. If you're going to go receiver, why not get the best in this year's draft class? I think that's Jackson Smith-Njigba. If you're going to go quarterback, then you got the pick of those 2 guys, Will Levis and Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker is right in your backyard. You've done extensive work on all of these quarterbacks, so you know what you know, and you know what you like and what you don't like. Maybe you're not, sold on either one of them at this point of the draft, and so you go in a different direction. Get Ryan Tannehill somebody to throw the football to. Maybe you trade for Trey Lance down the road, but Treylon Burks is cool, and it sucks to go wide receiver 2 years in a row, but you're going to have to do something. That's what I would do if I'm the Tennessee Titans. We'll see what they decide to do with the pick. Jay Black, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, the Philadelphia Bulldogs. Damn. Yeah, they got the Kobe Dean. Now they got Jordan Davis, and now they have the hell is the dude name that they got tonight? Come on, Wine. Don't start your shit now. Jalen Carter. Don't start. It's too early for that shit. It's just turned 9 o'clock. Actually, it's 9:30. Whew. All right. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Lou, I could cry, bro. I know you could. You asked for this at the very beginning of the draft, kicking off. You said, man, I would love to get Jalen Carter. And I told you had 2 teams to worry about. I said Seattle at 5 and the Bears at 9. Seattle didn't take him, and I said, this gives you a shot. And the Bears traded back, so that let you know that you were in the driver's seat. Got your guy. We'll talk more about it. Here's the Titans pick.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle.
Peter Skoronski. Titans takes Skoronski off the board. Should have known they would do some bullshit, right? Where, like, the Titans are so lost. They're such a boring team. The Titans are just – Skoronski's one of the safest picks in the draft. You can't go wrong with Peter Skoronski. But I see why. Like, they showed the Titans draft room, and it was the most calm and it was the most subdued. They were clapping, and they were like – they weren't even excited for real. How are you going to get excited about this? You got a chance to get a quarterback. You got a chance to get a playmaker, and you take Peter Skoronski. I mean, I love the pick. I love the player, but it just furthers the narrative of the Titans that they're not a fun team to watch. They're going to continue to be boring, but boring wins when you've got a philosophical approach, and they do, which is run the football, and Peter Skoronski is going to help them do that. Let me see. As we go into the comp machine, Peter Skoronski, to me, is Zach Martin. I think he's got that kind of ability to be a potential Hall of Famer. If he stays healthy and does the things that I know he's capable of doing, he's going to be a hell of a guard if they kick him inside. Right now, he's a tackle, and until he proves he's not a tackle, I would keep him out there. But the minute you have any doubts about his ability to play tackle, kick him inside, and he'll be an all-pro, Pro Bowl guard. The Phillies Ace 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? You saw what the Eagles did to Wentz in week 3. NHL will be short-lived. You are probably going to draft a backup at your pick. We own y'all. Fly, Eagles, fly. Hey, Will Levis over there looking like he need a little bit of mayo in his coffee. I don't know how he thought he was going to go early, bro. Your tape stinks. Teams smell your shit. Stinks. Lions pick is in at 12. I saw what your Eagles did to Wentz in week 3, but I missed what y'all do to Taylor Heineke in week 10. What y'all do there? Oh, burn. Gotta let it burn. Take a sip. Take a sip. What y'all do to Heineke in week 10? I missed that one. I heard that was a good one. What y'all do there? Oh, okay. Don't worry. We fine over here. Okay? We fine over here. Washington football fan, WGIL. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, Lions pick is in. Wait a minute. Jahmyr Gibbs. Ooh! Jahmyr Gibbs is the pick. What? Okay. You know that's my guy, Jahmyr Gibbs. Look at the Lions. What's interesting here is they already got a guy that's similar to him in DeAndre Swift. This does not bode well for DeAndre Swift. You can never have enough weapons, but you know what's the problem with Swift is he's always injured, and that really impacts their offense. So maybe they're saying we could keep Swift, but Jahmyr Gibbs is going to give us an insurance policy that if he can't stay healthy, we still got a guy that can allow us to run our offense the way we want to run it. Or they could be saying, hey, anybody want DeAndre Swift? Hit my line. Hit my line. Either way, I love the pick because you know how I feel about Jahmyr Gibbs. I told you he's Alvin Kamara 2.0. I just didn't see this coming. Surprise! You got me, Detroit. Man, I love what the Lions are building out there, man. That's fun. That's some fun shit right now. That's some real fun shit they got going on. That's a hell of a pick. Oh, Washington football fan. He says Lou was a fresh out of the oven lemon pound cake. Oh, that is just so lovely. Oh, so moist, so delectable. Oh, what I wouldn't give. You know what? Next Thanksgiving, I'm gonna make me a lemon pound cake. With some ice. Oh my God. Don't try vegan at home. I'm a sweets guy. Okay, so if you don't know, now you know. I'm a sweets guy. I can deal without. I can go without chicken wings. All of that shit y'all talking about. I don't give a shit. Sweets is my weakness. That's why I make sweets every Thanksgiving. I treat myself because if I made them year round, I'd be 350 pounds. So I limit it to just Thanksgiving when I cook for myself and make myself all the sweets that I miss during the year. I could go for a slice of pound cake. I am going to find a vegan recipe for a pound cake, and I'm going to make it. You are going to see a picture of it next Thanksgiving. Book it. Oh, my God. Washington football fan, WGIL. That sounds, as my son says, delish. Barry Curtis. I see your jokes. I hear your jokes. Okay, I hear your jokes out there. I'm good. Okay, I'm good. Barry Curtis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? At a certain point, you just got to give it to the Eagles, man. Let's not sugarcoat this. Jalen Carter is ridiculous. Hell yeah, I'm scared. That was worst case. I'm not afraid. I think that's a hell of a pick, and I didn't want them to get him, but we're fine. You can protect up front. If you can protect up front, you're going to be fine. He's a hell of a football player. So is his running mate from last year, Jordan Davis. That could be scary. I'm not going to lie to you. But that's why you look at what the teams in your division are doing, and you move accordingly. So now, at some point, we got to beef it up. And we've done that, in free agency, and we need to do it again in the draft. My biggest thing is I didn't want them to be more explosive on offense because they're already explosive enough. Defensively, they didn't scare me last year with Javon Hargrave, who was a double-digit sack getter. They didn't scare me defensively with him. Now, they may be able to stop the run a little bit better with Jalen Carter than they did last year. You might not be able to run on these boys like you did, but I think you can still throw the ball on their ass. I'm not afraid of the Eagles, and this doesn't change a damn thing. He's a damn good player. Don't get me wrong. And if you can't block, like we couldn't block in week 3, he's going to eat our ass alive. But that's why we went out and signed all the guys that we signed. That's why we signed Nick Gates. That's why we went out and got Andrew Wilder. That's why we're going to draft an offensive lineman or 2. Fix it. And let me just clarify something. The pick is in for the Packers. I love the pick for the Titans of Peter Skoronski. I just told you I think he's Zach Martin. I think Zach Martin's a future Hall of Famer. I just hate the fact that they took him off the board. That was just me being in my feelings. That's all that was. Love the pick for the Titans. That's what they do. They're a physically imposing football team that wants to run it down your throat. So getting Peter Skoronski fits in their DNA. I just hated it because I wanted Skoronski to be on the board when Washington selected. And I guess because I expected him to go top 10, and then he fell out of the top 10, I was like, well, shit, he's getting close. That's all. I just was in my feelings. I think the Packers are taking a tight end here. I think this right here is Dalton Kincaid. Packers don't have a tight end. Robert Tonyan moved on. You need another weapon for Jordan Love. Those receivers are not it. I think you take a tight end here that can separate and give you a big-time target for your young quarterback to go into the season to get the football to. I think Dalton Kincaid is the pick here for the Green Bay Packers. We'll see. Mike Lake, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right, I ain't even gonna lie. Let you get away with that one, Lou. You put the phone symbol to your ear like you was born in the 80s like me, LOL. Kids nowadays use a straight hand, bro. We're going to come back to that. Put a pin in that. Packers pick is in.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness.
Oh, shit. You know what? That's a Packers pick. You know, I love Lowry, the defensive end they took out of Northwestern some years ago. Dean Lowry. Loved him coming out of that year in that draft. Van Ness is very similar to him. Matter of fact, I'm going to go into my to the machine, and Lucas Van Ness, I liken him to Cam Jordan. That's best case scenario. Cam Jordan is a 5-tech in an odd defensive front. The Packers play an odd front. I said Lucas Van Ness to me fits more of an odd front. But they play multiple fronts, really. The Packers, they move guys around. They change the formations that they're in. You can get an even front. You can get an odd front. I think Van Ness has a chance to be special if utilized correctly. But not my cup of tea. But if you use him right, he has a chance. So Cam Jordan for him. Jahmyr Gibbs, you guys already know this is an easy one. Alvin Kamara, good grief. He has a chance to be really special. And so I love what the Lions are doing, man. Mike Lake, yeah, I probably could have kept that one to myself. Y'all probably wouldn't even have caught it because a lot of y'all lit like me. Y'all drinking whiskey and y'all drinking moonshine and all kinds of stuff. So y'all probably worse off than I am. But I like to make fun of myself. You know, before you get to make fun of me, I'm going to make fun of myself, right? Because I don't let shit slide. You know, one of the things my wife always makes fun of me about is that when she makes a mistake, she says something wrong or she does, I always catch it and I don't let it slide. She's like, damn, you couldn't let me live? Hell no. A wise man once said to me, nothing slides. Nothing. He didn't say nothing. He said nothing slides. Trade. We got a trade. The Steelers have come up to 14. What could it be? This can't be for JPJ. They could have waited and he would have been there. They didn't get antsy and come up for him. They coming to get Christian Gonzalez. That's what that means. Andere, weehaw, yeehaw. They're coming to get Christian Gonzalez. Andere, yeehaw. They're coming to get Christian Gonzalez. That's what this is. Ain't no way this is for JPJ. They could have waited. He would have fell in their lap at 16 or 17. They coming to get Christian Gonzalez. He got right into their wheelhouse. And they was like, F it. Let's go get him. Or, nope. My brain is working right now. Nope. The Jets were rumored to want to add a weapon for Aaron Rodgers in Jackson Smith-Njigba. They coming to get Jackson Smith-Njigba with this pick. That's what the Steelers just came up to get. They said, nah, bro. We know you want to add a weapon for Aaron Rodgers. You tried to get Odell Beckham. Now you want Jackson Smith-Njigba. Not on our watch. You won't. We about to get Kenny Pickett, a weapon to go along with the kid out of Georgia last year. We about to put some shit on y'all ass with Jackson Smith-Njigba, the kid from Georgia last year, and Deontay Johnston. That's a pretty formidable trio, if I may say so myself. This is for Jackson Smith-Njigba. Pick is in. Steelers came up to 14. I still haven't seen the compensation in the Cardinals trade, but I'm assuming this is for Jackson Smith-Njigba. That's my guess. And my guarantee will be flushed down the toilet at this point. They didn't trade up to get JPJ. They traded up to get Jackson Smith-Njigba, in my opinion. Mike Lake says, you put that phone symbol to your ear like you was born in the 80s. I was born in the 80s, bro. So, you know, we was on phones that looked like this. We ain't like this. Hey, sometimes you show your age, man. Even without thinking, you showing your age. Video channel, Lou looking like Javonte Davis. I wish I had his bread. Let me get some of that Tank bread. I know y'all saw that fight. I told anybody that would listen, Tank was going to knock him out. I couldn't see Garcia standing up to that power. And it was a matter of who left hook was going to land first. And I knew Tanks was going to land. Caught him in the second, put him down for good with a body shot, no less, in the seventh. It pays to, hey, all you young boxers out there, it pays to go to the body. It pays to go to the bank early. Put money in the bank early. And then I love the people that, oh, boxing is rigged. He could have got up. You've never been hit in the kidneys before. You've never been hit with a body shot. That shit shuts your entire body down. Your mind is like, hey, get up, bro. Your body was like, shit. Steelers pick is in. Jackson Smith-Njigba.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle.
Oh, wow. I am shocked. Broderick Jones, I thought he was going to be a Jet. I mocked him to the Jets. The Jets have shown tremendous interest in Broderick Jones. Duh. I mocked him to the Jets, and they traded in front of the Jets. I don't know why I didn't see that. I didn't connect the dots properly. Blame it on the wine. I didn't connect the dots properly because I had Broderick Jones as the Jets pick. Why? Because the Jets met with this dude every chance they got. They met with him at least 4 different times, including one of their official 30 visits. The Jets wanted Broderick Jones. And the Steelers were like, we know you want him. That's why we're trading in front of you to get him. And you know what else? New England ain't shit. Because you know what they said? Hey, come take this dude off the board for the Jets. The Jets want to take him. Come get this pick in front of us, man. Come get the pick in front of the Jets. The Patriots ain't shit for that. The Patriots ain't shit. They ain't have to do that, but they did. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, Lou, would you rather Skoronski or Wright? Both of them are gone, but I know this was sent when those two guys were both available. Skoronski is a guy I would have preferred to have had, but they're both gone now, clearly. So, JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Damn, Lou, Witherspoon gone? Gone a long time ago, bro. The Cardinals traded out of the third pick to number 12 and then traded back from 12 to 5 to take Devon Witherspoon. So, yeah, he long gone, bro. But Christian Gonzalez is still available if you're interested. And we are officially 2 picks away from Washington's selection. With that said, I am going to pay a bill very quickly, and it will come right back, and we'll really start to hone in on what we think Washington is going to do. So I will be right back after this brief interlude. Who else could it be? For me, your man Louie Tee, here on behalf of the Print Champs, a print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. You see that logo behind me? The Print Champs took my vision and brought it to life on this cap you see in front of you, and they can do the exact same thing for you. You already know your man Louie Tee wouldn't lead you astray. If you're a content creator or influencer like myself looking to grow your brand and connect with your audience through merch, the Print Champs have got you covered. At only $12.99 per month, you can unlock all of these features. Your own personal merch shop page, industry-leading commission rates, faster shipping than the competition, access to an in-house graphic designer, and hands-on assistance with new product drops as you try to get your merch out to the masses. And tell them your man Louie Tee sent you and you get your first month free. The link to apply is in the description below. Come on now, you thought the Print Champs were done? So you're not a content creator, not an influencer, but you want to design your own custom products? The Print Champs are looking out for you too. Build a custom order online by uploading your design or creating one from scratch with over 1,000 fully customizable design ideas. The more you buy, the more you save. Use promo code PRINTFAM for free shipping on your next order. The link to the design suite is in the description as well. So whether you're a content creator, influencer, or just someone with an idea, there's only one name you need to know: the Print Champs, a print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. Once again, the Print Champs, a print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. It's the only name you need to know. Y'all have seen the hats, you've seen the shirts, you've seen the quality of work for anybody that's ordered anything via the Louie Tee Network. Y'all know what kind of quality you're getting. I swear by this. If you are looking to create your own brand, you're looking to create your own look, if you're an influencer or content creator and you're looking for someone to outsource your merch, Print Champs is the way to go. All right. So, bat like cook crack. And let's see where we left off at. I think we were right here with Raw Rebel. So we've made a list already. Washington is 1 pick away, right? Christian Gonzalez is still available. We did not think there would be a scenario in which he would be available. If the Jets don't take him, I'm not going to allow myself to get excited. But if the Jets don't take him and he's available, do you want out of 16? That's the question I'm asking everybody. Do you want out of 16 if Gonzalez is available? That's a hard pass for me. Let me just get Christian Gonzalez. I'm good. Seriously, let me get Christian Gonzalez. I would love it if they took Jackson Smith-Njigba and left Christian Gonzalez on the board for us. I don't need to move out of 16. Let's get the best, what I perceive to be the best corner in terms of skill level in this year's draft class. We'll worry about the physicality and not wanting to tackle and all that shit later. Let's just worry about getting a guy that can take the football away and cover anybody in our division. I think we got a chance to do that. I think they're taking a receiver. Aaron Rodgers a receiver or an offensive lineman to protect Rodgers or a receiver for him to get the ball to. I don't think this is a corner. They went Sauce Gardner in the first round last year. I think they're going to pass on the cornerback position right now, maybe double back and get one later down the road. But Christian Gonzalez is going to be on the board. We didn't expect that to be the case. Here we are. I told you offensive linemen get pushed up. Paris Johnson gets taken 6th overall. Peter Skoronski goes 12 to the Titans. We saw Darnell Wright go 10 to the Bears. Offensive linemen get pushed up. So in that happening, a cornerback got pushed down. That's called spillage, folks. We got some spillage right here. This pick right here for the Jets. This ain't Christian Gonzalez. We got some spillage coming our way. You gonna pass it up to trade back? Or you gonna allow this spillage to come to you and take advantage of it? This is a dude that should have been taken in the top 10. Gonzalez. You gonna pass it up because you want to pick up an extra pick or two? Or you gonna do the right thing and take the talent? They better take Christian Gonzalez because the Jets not going to take him. Raw Rebel says, are we taking a corner or a tight end, or will Green Bay take a tight end? Green Bay didn't take a tight end. I thought they were going to take a tight end. I was wrong. Green Bay took a defensive lineman, Lucas Van Ness, and so tight end is still available. You got the pick of the litter if you want to take a tight end if you're Washington. I would pass on tight end. I think they're going to pass on tight end. Atomic Ant, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I hope they don't pick Levis at 16. They're not going to pick Will Levis. Trust me. You use that as trade bait. And if you really want to get out of 16, I don't want to get out of 16 now. Christian Gonzalez is available. I don't want out of 16. But if the Jets took Christian Gonzalez, then I would want out of 16. That's when a Will Levis would benefit you being there. But I could see Tampa wanting Will Levis, Seattle wanting Will Levis at 20. You're going to get into that neighborhood now where Will Levis becomes someone that is interesting to these teams. Spence Calise, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, just me and my Mormon beer, Coke Zero. Love you, Lou. Mormon beer. Coke Zero. I love it. 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 Mormon beer. Chilled dude. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, draft time up here. Draft time up in here. Up in here. Trade back, please. Let's go, Lou. So I see what you was doing. I caught it late. Jensen Richards says, Lou, a lightweight, apparently. I see you coming for my neck, and you coming for the jugular. And I gotta let you know, I ain't no lightweight over here, man. I drink you under the table, bro. But I ain't ate all day. That's a recipe for the disaster. So I'm trying to eat as I go, but I really ain't trying to eat. I'm just trying to drink and chop it up at this point. So Raj is coming out with a kid who's going to announce this Jets pick. I think it's Jackson Smith-Njigba. We're going to see. This kid's got a lot of swag. He's doing the football player thing where he's pointing to people. He doesn't know anybody in the crowd. All right. I love it. But he's been watching the draft apparently because he knows what you do when you get on the stage. You pump everybody up and you point. That's the thing you do. All right. And he seems to be pretty damn good at it. Brendan McCloskey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Eagles continue to play chess, not checkers. I mean, look, I may hate the Eagles, but damn it, I got to give credit where credit is due. These bastards are on top of this shit, man. They've got this. Howie Roseman has this draft shit mastered to a science. Okay. So gotta give credit where credit is due, man. He's killing the game right now. Let's see. The kid's coming up. Here's the pick.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Okay, absolutely. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, Will McDonald. I told anybody that would listen, Will McDonald is the best pure pass rusher in this year's draft. Not a lot of people had him in their first round mock. I did. I had the Texans taking him 12th overall. So this is not a surprise to me. It is a surprise that the Jets took him. But to me, he is the best pass rusher, pure pass rusher in this year's draft class. He's Landry, or Harold Landry to me, not in terms of who I'm comping him to, but in terms of how I felt about Harold Landry in that particular draft class, how I felt like he was the best pure pass rusher. I feel the same way about Will McDonald. And unlike most of the edge rushers in this year's draft class, outside of Will Anderson Jr., Will McDonald has the production to match the talent. You don't see a lot of the guys in this year's draft class having actual production that you can count on. Will McDonald has that. And so I love this pick, E-I-E-I-O. But more importantly, Washington is officially on the clock, and Christian Gonzalez is available. Andere. Yeah. Make the pick. Make the pick. Don't trade the pick. Make the pick. Make the pick. Andere. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Oscar Valadares, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Oscar writes, "Sup, Lou? What's going on, Oscar?" Says, "I'm working, can't drink, but pulled over to put one in the air. HTTR. Look, you know I don't advocate drinking and driving. I want you to make sure you get to wherever you're going, your final destination, safely." Probably shouldn't have said that in the same sentence. Let's try that again. I want you to get wherever you're going safely. And so if you're at work, if you're in commute, make sure you're doing the right things. This will be here on playback if you need to catch. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders. That didn't take long. To hell with a trade when Christian Gonzalez is on the board. Underlay. Yeah. I think we might have got one. Did we just steal one on draft night, day one? The Eagles just stole. Did we just follow behind them? And did we just swipe or no swiping? Did we just do that? I hope they just did that. The pick is in fairly quickly. Like, wait a minute, what is he doing here? He wasn't. It feels like Deborah Cox. He wasn't supposed to be here. Hey, I'm glad he's here though. They better take his ass. I'm gonna be pissed. I'm not going Daron Payne 2.0. Y'all want me to do that. Y'all want to see that. I'm not going to allow myself to do that, but they're going to do the right thing. Ron has been doing the right thing this offseason. They're going to do the right thing here. They better do the right thing here. I got my Birdman hand rub going. Oh, I didn't think Gonzalez would be here. Yes, sir. What if it's Will Levis? They turned that pick in quick. What if it's Will Levis? How would you feel? I'd feel like somebody stole from me. I feel like my best friend just stabbed me in my back, smiling in your face all the time. They want to take your place, them backstabbers. I feel like my best friend just stabbed me in the back if they take Will Levis. They're not going to do it, though. They're taking Christian Gonzalez. I got a feeling. Hey, shout out to you, Oscar. Get home safe, and then you can go ahead and toast up. All right? Washington football fan, WGIL. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, Lou, Anton Harrison is the guy we thought Sadiq Charles was. I got a different comp, and it's very similar to what you just said. Actually, when he gets selected, I'll give you that comp. But to catch up on the comps that we have so far, Lucas Van Ness got taken. We just saw Will McDonald. So let me get to him real quick. And my comp for him is Randy Gregory. very wiry, long, athletically gifted. If Gregory could ever keep his head on straight, he could have been a dominant pass rusher in the NFL. And I see a lot of those same traits with Will McDonald the fourth. So the pick is in for the Washington Commanders. Will Levis doesn't look like he just got selected, so that's good news. He's still looking at his phone, waiting for somebody to call him. It ain't us, bro. I can tell you right now, it ain't us. Okay? That you ain't catching that 540 area code or whatever the hell the area code is from up that way. It ain't 703. It ain't nothing from around this area. That's for damn sure. All right? So you can keep looking at your damn phone if you want to. It ain't going to be a Commander's number showing up, bro. Better hope Tampa Bay give you that call. Our room looking real quiet over there, man. Real quiet. Like y'all ain't just get a steal. Y'all supposed to be standing up, clapping, dapping, hugging, loving, all of that good stuff. They on the Mark Mayhew's on the computer typing and shit. See who the Commanders selection is going to be. Here comes Raj. Don't piss me off. Here we go.
With the 16th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, defensive back, Mississippi State.
So, Emmanuel Forbes out of Mississippi.
Sometimes when you're right and you want to be wrong, but you end up being right, it's not right. I mocked us Emmanuel Forbes in the first round in my Washington 7-round mock draft. People told me I was crazy, that this is too early for him. And I said, they really like this kid. I'm trying to tell you, they really, really like him. There's a lot to like here. And Ron made it a point of emphasis to say, we want to take the ball away. There's a lot of good things that Emmanuel Forbes does. He is 166 pounds. I do not like that. But he's long. He's athletic. He's got tremendous ball skills. We do know that. There's a lot to like with him, which is why I mocked him to Washington in the first round, and I knew they liked him. But he's not better than Christian Gonzalez. Ande, yeehaw! Why would you do that? I like Emmanuel Forbes. I'm not going to trip about it. And I like the fact that he takes the football away. And I think something that might have scared Washington away, which I think scared all these other teams away, because if Christian Gonzalez, pound for pound, if you're just talking about talent, Christian Gonzalez should have been gone in the top 10. But if you look at his inability or his unwillingness to tackle, that scares teams, because you have to tackle as a corner in this league. It's no longer optional. Unless your name is Deion Sanders, and Christian Gonzalez is not Deion Sanders. Unless your name is Deion Sanders, you don't have the option to not tackle. Watch the Patriots take him, though.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, I mocked it in my mock draft. My mock draft is kicking ass right now. He got Patriot. I told you the only thing Bill Belichick loves more than his mullet wielding crotch fruit is a lockdown corner, and Christian Gonzalez is a lockdown corner. You see how fast they turned that pick in? He just announced the Washington pick, and he announced the Patriots pick just like that. So quick. Why? Because the Patriots like, oh shit, they didn't take him. Well, we gonna take him. The Patriots got the best of both worlds. They traded back. They were gonna take him at 14. They traded back and got him at 17. I'm gonna be keeping my eye on that young fella to see what he does in New England. I bet you Bill Belichick turned him into an all-pro corner. Our boy better turn out to be good. I know that much. His ass better turn out to be good, because if he ain't, I'm gonna be pissed. Especially if Christian Gonzalez turned out to be really good. I ain't mad at the pick of Emmanuel Forbes. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Not with Gonzalez on the board. I would have been fine with it if Gonzalez was gone. But with Gonzalez available, the smoothest athlete in this draft at the cornerback position, Forbes better be worth the price of admission. I know he's a ball hawk and he does all the things that they want him to do, but I also know that he's 166 pounds. I also know that he can be a liability with double moves. I know he can be out of place in freelancing, in coverage, which will give up some big plays. I know that there's some deficiencies there. They better be right, because Gonzalez was sitting there. He wasn't supposed to be there, and he was sitting there, and y'all fell in love with a dude, and instead of y'all sticking to the script, you fell in love with a guy and said, I don't give a damn. I'm taking this dude no matter what. The same shit you did with Jamin Davis. You better be right. That's all I'm going to say. But I don't hate the pick. I just would have liked Christian Gonzalez more. We would have stolen had we gotten Christian Gonzalez. I feel like we borrowed. I feel like we just borrowed. Hey, I'll pay you back, man. I got you on Friday. We borrowed a corner. We didn't steal one. That irks me a bit. But we'll see what happens, man. I could be wrong about Gonzalez. I could be wrong about, and I don't think Emmanuel Forbes isn't a good football player. So I'm not, that's not what I'm saying. I love his ball skills, and that's what we need more of. And I think that's what they're banking on, is that he's going to come in and he's going to give us a boost and a shot in the arm from a pass defending standpoint and taking the football away. But Gonzalez, man. No, he's not a tackling corner, but damn it, man. Anyway, I digress. Enough of that. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I make a legit pumpkin bourbon cake. Pumpkin bourbon. That's interesting. That's an interesting mix. DJ23, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DJ23 writes, if Gonzalez is there, take him. If not, trade back. That's how I felt initially, but clearly they had a different agenda. They were locked in on Emmanuel Forbes. Nobody was going to take Emmanuel Forbes. They knew that. They stayed locking in on a dude that nobody has a plan to take. Nobody was going to take Jamin Davis. That he was all yours. Nobody was going to take Emmanuel Forbes. I heard a rumor today that somebody was like, I got Emmanuel Forbes third on my cornerbacks list. That's cool. That's fine. He shouldn't be ahead of Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon, though. That's why he was third on your list. Well, the number 2 corner was still available. I'm pretty sure he was third on your list, behind Witherspoon and Gonzalez. And 2 was available, and we took 3. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Logan Lodo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Logan Lodo writes, I know Martin Mayhew foaming at the mouth with certain guys still on the board, LOL. We gave him way too much. Look, I should have known, because he was trying to take Kenyon Green last year. So we should have known that Martin Mayhew wasn't going to do the right thing. Pick is in with the Detroit Lions at 18. Remember, they could have taken a corner initially. They passed on that opportunity after Witherspoon was selected a pick before them. They traded out of the pick. They took Jahmyr Gibbs, which was a shock to almost everyone. I love the pick for him. I wonder what that means for running back DeAndre Swift. But now they're on the board at 18. And personally, I think they need a tight end. None of the tight ends have been taken. I like Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid here at number 18 for the Lions. Envision Home DEG. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Hey, what's going on? That's my guy. That's my guy, MP. MP's the realest. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Professor, Sir Labologist Louie Tee. It's always good talking to you. We about to be able to get an all-pro corner or a tight end. What says you at this point of the draft, my brother? I wanted the all-pro corner. I think they took the Pro Bowl corner instead of the all-pro corner. That's the problem I have. I think we just took a Pro Bowl corner instead of an all-pro corner. Which one would you want it? The Pro Bowler or the all-pro? They were tunnel vision. They had tunnel vision on the Pro Bowl corner. I was looking past the Pro Bowler. I wanted the all-pro. I wanted the potential Hall of Famer. I wanted the dude that could have potentially been Champ Bailey. They wanted Richard Sherman. Okay. Is Richard Sherman a Hall of Famer? Probably so. Probably so. Probably so. I ain't mad at him, but boy, I ain't glad at him. Ricky D. Hustle. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, who we taking now? We all thought Gonzalez. I'm looking at the comments. All of y'all thought, oh, Gonzalez is here. We get Gonzalez. We always on the same page. I feel like an ass right now. Feel like an ass. Like them old cartoons where they would show the donkey, the jackass, and it would say jackass or it would say donkey. I feel like that right now. Christian Gonzalez, I liken him to Marshawn Lattimore coming out of Ohio State. Unfortunately, we had a chance. You know how I feel about Marshawn Lattimore. We had a chance to take him, and we didn't. So. And Broderick Jones, I liken him to Ike Kwangwu, who went in the first round to the Panthers last year in the top 7. I think he was the 7th pick overall last year to the Panthers. Very athletic, still has a lot to learn, but everything's there if you're looking for raw ability. Lions' second first-round pick is in. I think it's going to be a tight end.
23 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell.
Oh, shit. What the hell? Wait, what? Huh? Jack Campbell in the first round? There's some Jack Campbell's truthers out there. There's some Jack Campbell stands. I know at least 3 Washington fans that continue to beat. I'm talking about beat that. I mean, they were banging the door. Like, bro, let me in. Jack Campbell should be the first round pick. The Lions have went outside. The Lions are thinking outside the box. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to give the Lions credit for thinking outside, but they're thinking outside the box. Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. Jack Campbell at we assumed that no linebackers would go in the first round, and then if one did, it would be Drew Sanders, and it would be back into the first round. They took him at 18. My comp for Jack Campbell is Leighton Van Esch. Leighton Van Esch. He's got Leighton Van Esch. Really, those linebackers out of where did Josh Allen go to school? Wyoming. Leighton Van Esch went to Boise State, and the kid that plays for the Cincinnati Bengals, who I love as well, who I thought was Leighton Van Esch light. That's the kind of player that the pick is in for Tampa. I think this is Will Levis right here. I think the Buccaneers just took Will Levis. That's my guess. They don't love Baker Mayfield, and they didn't expect Levis to fall this far, but I think the slide stops now. And if it doesn't stop here, it stops at the next pick at Seattle at 20. So I think this is a quarterback. So we'll see what happens. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, we might get Gonzalez. You said it in all caps, and that's exactly how I felt. Reedy Davis says, Lou, slow down on wine. We need your full attention. I'm here, man. I'm locked in. Will Levis is not on the phone. That phone has been hung up in Tampa Bay's war room, but he doesn't look like a man who just got drafted. So he's still waiting for that phone to ring. That's an uncomfortable smile right there. Like, damn, should I have come to Kansas City? Should I have brought my ass here? Am I going to be embarrassed? I didn't pack another suit. Hey, man, just take that one off. Don't spill anything on it. Just take that one off, put it back on tomorrow. Nah, he's getting drafted tonight. I think he'll go 20th to Seattle if he doesn't go here. It doesn't look like he's going here. That phone definitely, that wasn't the smile of a dude that just got drafted. Tampa Bay, I think, what did I have them getting in my mock draft? I don't remember. I think I had them taking a corner, though. No, offensive tackle, because they released Donovan Smith. So I had them taking a tackle. I don't really know what's available at tackle. The Buccaneers pick is in, though. It's a tackle or a corner. Those are my two guesses.
23 NFL Draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cancey, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, after the combine, and now he's.
Damn. We all over the place now. I didn't have Cancey going to the Bucs. I had him going to the Cowboys. So now I think the Cowboys are going to take Mazi Smith out of Michigan because I thought Cancey could be gone, and that would force the Cowboys to go with Mazi Smith out of Michigan. But if Cancey was available, which I thought he was going to be, then he would have been the pick. Wow. Okay. Shit's getting real now. All right. Let's see where we at. Mr. HTTR, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, sipping on that Paul Masson. Yes, that's one of my dad's drinks of choice. Munching on some buffalo wings, and yeah, I also have my salad too. Had to throw the salad in there, right? Wanted Wright. Now Gonzalez is the pick. Hashtag HTTCRFT. Oh, man. You guys fell into the trap just like I did. Hook, line, and sinker. You fell into the trap just like I did. Benjamin Slade, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, Lou, you ain't drinking no one under the table, LOL. Y'all see what y'all see up here, and y'all think y'all know me about how I get down. I told y'all I haven't eaten all day. I'm still good. If you really want to be honest and keep it a buck, I'm good. All right. I feel good, but I'm not lit. Y'all think I'm lit right now. I'm not. An hour from now, I'll be lit. I'm not lit right now. But I'm telling you right now, y'all can't mess with me. A lot of y'all can't mess with me. It would take one of y'all to be about 350 to mess with me. Because I'm telling you, I went to South Beach about 7 years ago, 8-9 years ago, and it raised my alcohol tolerance by 30%. And ever since then, I've been an uncaged beast. Y'all really don't want it with me. Seriously. Anyway, I digress. Starface, thank you for the super chat. Give me 4 slices of pizza and it's a wrap. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, make sure you hydrate, drink water as well. Good point. That's how you end up with a hangover the next day, not being hydrated. Seattle pick is in. And we'll see what they do. I'm assuming this is Will Levis. But I'm on like a 6-pick losing streak right now. I haven't gotten shit right since I can't remember, Christian Gonzalez going to the Patriots. That I haven't been right very often lately, so I don't know what the hell. Stop. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, stop fronting, Lou. You know you can't drink. See, I told y'all don't know me, man. Y'all don't know what I'm about over here. y'all think I'm a lightweight. And I'm just being honest with y'all, man. Y'all don't want the smoke. I'm running up chimneys when it comes to drinking. It was funny. So I got a quick story to tell y'all. I was on my cruise, right? The cruise that I took about 2 months ago. And there was a dude, right? I don't know him for real, but he was the friend of the person that we were there on the cruise for. We were celebrating her birthday. And her sister boyfriend thought he could drink with me. I was like, because we were on a cruise where the drinks were paid for already. So essentially, hey, go for what you know, right? Which that's not the case on Carnival, but that was the case on Norwegian for that particular cruise, which we knew that. That's why we took that cruise. So he tried to keep up with us. You know, I'm double fisting. As soon as I got on the boat, double fisting. We go to get something to eat. We double fisting. I'm like, he's like, yeah, I'm right here. I'm like, bro, you don't want this. This ain't what you want. I knocked down those 2 drinks. I went and got another. I said, where you at? He's still over there babysitting. I'm probably like 7, 8 drinks in. I look at this dude and he's like 3, 4 drinks in and he's done. I said, you over there. Ow. We over here thriving. We ain't surviving. We thriving over here. I'm at the club at night with a couple more drinks in my hand. Trust me. This ain't what y'all want. Big money, Sonny. You my guy, though. But don't underestimate me, your man, Louie Tee. All right. Seahawks still making their decision. Billy A., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I have serious concerns about Gonzalez. He has never allowed a QBR lower than 75 in the Pac-12 at that. He's an athlete, but he still needs to work at cornerback. And for what we were going to ask him to do, he might not have been the best fit because I think he's better as a pure cover corner in terms of man-to-man. And I think Emmanuel Forbes is better in zone, playing off, which is what we're going to ask him to do a lot of. But at the same time, I wanted a dude that could cover man-to-man. And you could just say, hey, that's the other team's best receiver. Sick him. And I thought Gonzalez could be that. But clearly they had concerns about Gonzalez too, and not just his inability to tackle or want to tackle. So Ree, my guy, rarely even. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Ree writes, if we take Will Levis, I refuse to be held responsible for my actions. I'm glad y'all didn't do that. I don't want you to be held responsible for your actions either. So, no, you didn't take him. Woo, Miss Perry. Woo! 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 That's when you know it's wicked. When Condo P dropping F-bombs, it's wicked. Oh my God. I'm not gonna rant. I'm not gonna rant. I'm not gonna do it. Because I like Emmanuel Forbes. I wasn't the biggest Daron Payne fan back in 2018, and I love those other players, but it was more about the fact, not that Daron Payne wasn't good, but we passed on guys that I like. I really like Christian Gonzalez. I like Emmanuel Forbes. I love Gonzalez, but I like Emmanuel Forbes enough to where I'm not gonna rant and rave about the pick, because Ron made it abundantly clear what they were looking for. They were looking for a guy that could produce turnovers, that could make plays on the football, and that's what Emmanuel Forbes brings to the table. And the last time we went the Christian Gonzalez route with William Jackson III, a guy that was more of a press cover man, press cover corner, man-to-man, it didn't work out well for us. That's why JPJ I didn't think would be the selection in Washington. Emmanuel Forbes is what I mocked us. People told me I was crazy. They went with Emmanuel Forbes. I'm not shocked by it. I thought they would go in a different direction, but a lot of the players that I think they really truly love, like Darnell Wright, were gone. So they made a list. Emmanuel Forbes was on that list, and they took him. I'm not mad at it, but I ain't glad at it either. It's the same thing we did last year when Washington passed on Chris Olave and took Jahan Dotson, and a lot of y'all lost your shit. And remember, my first reaction was like, really? But then I came around and cooler heads prevailed, and I said, he was my 4th receiver on the board, and he was the 5th receiver taken. And I said, we got us a damn good receiver. Feel the same way about Emmanuel Forbes. We got a damn good corner. I'm not mad about it. I know a lot of y'all don't love it, but okay, they bringing out some kids. This going to take a while, so we're going to keep going. Washington football fan, WGIL. I wanted to feel like I stole something. Christian Gonzalez would have made me feel like I just stole something. Like I just went into 7-Eleven, walked out with a pack of Bubblicious, you know what I'm saying? A couple, loose strands of a Bazooka Joe and a couple of blow pops, and I'm feeling good about myself, right? I just wanted to feel like I walked out of there with a few items that I didn't pay for. That's not the case. I felt like I went to the register, put down my pack of strawberry bazooka or strawberry Bubblicious, strawberry splash. I think that's what it's called. I ain't had a piece of Bubblicious in a long time. Here come the pick for the Seahawks, man, at 20. Let's see what they talking about.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson-Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Jackson Smith-Njigba is the pick. Boy, that edge up is crispy. Whew! That Barber put a lot of work into that thing. That's a damn good pick by Seattle, man. Or as a wise man once said, that's a good pick. That's a hell of a pick because you got DK that can stretch the field. You got Lockett that can do a little bit of everything. And now Jackson Smith-Njigba is your guy that's going to uncover underneath. And if you fall asleep, you can get deep, but he's going to uncover underneath. They just got Geno Smith another weapon. Seattle boy on the low, real don't tell nobody. On the low, Seattle doing some real sneaky shit, man. Some real good sneaky shit. They took Devon Witherspoon. They took Jackson. They doing some real sneaky. Normally, Seattle be fumbling the bag in the first round. Rashad Penny and what's the TCU edge rusher they took in the first round a few years ago. They normally doing some real sketchy shit in the first round. They did their homework this year. They was like, look, we got 2 of these damn picks in the top 20. We got to do our homework this year. We can't do no crazy shit. They did some real good work, man. They got better tonight. Did the Seattle Seahawks. They got better tonight. I love the pick. Washington football fan, WGIL. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thanks. I think my Roddy can drink Lou under the table. See, y'all disrespectful. And I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not going to stand for the disrespect. Okay. I'm just going to keep sipping my wine, feeling fine. Because y'all ain't going to make me feel like I can't get the job done. All right. Let's see. I'm seeing all the comments about Forbes. Y'all losing y'all shit like y'all did last year. I'm telling you, it's fine. I'm not happy about it, but I'm not mad about it either, man. I'm not. Oh no, we suck again. Nah, we good, man. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, why, Lou? Why? Because they got a hard on for a dude. Instead of them assessing the situation, looking at what was available and saying, hey, we got to pivot. We didn't expect Gonzalez to be here. They had already locked in on Emmanuel Forbes, just like they did Jamin Davis in 2021. They locked in on their guy, and as long as he was there, they were going to make a selection. I told you I didn't think we were trading out of the first round. Thought maybe with the Chase Young situation, maybe they try to trade back, and they can still trade back in the second round. They can still pick up some more picks, trade back 5-6 slots in the second and pick up some more picks in day 2. But I didn't think they were trading out of 16 necessarily until the Chase Young news. Then I was like, they might trade back now. Forbes, nobody was taking Forbes in the first round. Not this early. Not before Gonzalez, at least. They were already set on Emmanuel Forbes. Here we go. Quasi Vibin says, fire Ron. Here we go. And it starts. Oh, my God. You guys are funny. Reedy Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Reedy Davis who writes, Lou, you did it to us with your draft. All I did was connect the dots. I was following the breadcrumbs, man. They dropped a bunch of breadcrumbs in the forest. Like, hey, follow these, Louie Tee. I'm going to take you to what we're going to do. Ron tried to throw a curveball. Remember, Ron said, hey, we didn't really draft many of the guys that we had meetings with last year, just so you know. Ron, shut up. Shut your ass up, okay? You made it obvious that you was trying to take a dude that you had a meeting with. You went out of your way to tell us, hey, don't focus on the official 30 visits. And then you take a dude that you had an official 30 with. Come on, man. You got to be more creative than that. All right. So that's why I went where I went with my pick in the mock draft, because they dropped breadcrumbs for me to pick up. Let's see. Washington football fan, WGI. The pick is in. I got a feeling that the Chargers are going to take Zay Flowers. And I thought that the Chiefs were going to try to make sure they got their hands on Zay Flowers. I had them trading up in my mock draft. Clearly, that is not what they just did. So I think this is Zay Flowers right here, 21 overall. He'll be the second receiver taken in this draft behind Jackson Smith-Njigba, who just took the lid off of the receiver position. This is not a strong receiver draft class by evidence that the first one came off the board at 20. But I think you're going to see a mini little run here. Zay Flowers. I wouldn't be shocked if the Giants took a receiver. I think the Chiefs are going to take a receiver. I wouldn't be shocked if the Bills took one, even though I think they're going to go defense. But I think you're going to see a mini little run here at the back end of the first round on receivers. And I think you can see a mini little run on corners as well. You're going to see one or two offensive linemen maybe taken, depending on what some of these teams decide to do. The Giants could use a center. They could take one here. They could take a receiver. So we're going to see. The Chargers pick is in. I think it's going to be a receiver. They need some speed for Justin Herbert at receiver. I think Zay Flowers is the pick out of Boston College. Washington football fan WGIL writes, what in the Sam Howell is going on out here? I can tell you what's going on out here, man. They stick it to their plan. They stick it to the script. The script was get a corner and then an offensive lineman. That's what they're about to do. Chargers pick.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston.
Quentin Johnston. So they did take a receiver, just not the one I predicted them to take. They went with size and speed. They needed speed. They got speed. Quentin Johnston can run. They decided to go with size and speed. I thought they were just going to go with speed. Okay. But they didn't want an undersized receiver. They wanted a big receiver. And they got their guy, Quentin Johnston. I think it's going to be a little mini run here on receivers. That's two receivers back-to-back picks. With Herbert at quarterback, Johnston could be a stud for them. We'll see what happens. I don't love Quentin Johnston. I don't. But he's talented. Don't get me wrong. But he doesn't always play to his size. But you can't teach size and you can't teach speed, and he's got both. And because of that, with Justin Herbert, who is pinpoint accurate, I think he could end up having a big-time impact on that Chargers roster. Let's get to the comp machine and catch up on some of these picks that have been made. Quentin Johnston, I liken him to Kevin White. That's not good if you're a Chargers fan. You don't want to hear that. But that's how we felt about Kevin White coming out of West Virginia. You know, and everybody thought he was going to be a beast. I did. I'm not going to lie. I learned my lesson from Kevin White, which is why I'm not as high on Quentin Johnston, but doesn't mean he can't be a beast. Jackson Smith-Njigba, my comp for him is Cedarian Lamb. Okay. Cedarian Lamb. He's got CeeDee Lamb written all over him. A little bit bigger, obviously, than CeeDee, but not the speed demon. CeeDee Lamb, which is why he didn't go top 10s, because he wasn't a 4.4 guy. Jackson Smith-Njigba did run a 4.4, but barely. But it doesn't matter. He's going to separate. CeeDee Lamb separates. Jackson Smith-Njigba separates, and I think that's what you're going to see from him in this league. Let's see. Who else was taken? Anybody else? Did we miss anybody else that went already? Emmanuel Forbes. My comp for him is Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. So the former Giant, he played in Washington. If you guys remember, back into his career, he played with Washington. Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. Very, very dynamic corner that picked a lot of passes off in his NFL career, like his cousin Antonio Rodgers-Cromartie. So I see a lot of that in Emmanuel Forbes. And if he turns out to be DRC, then there are going to be some games where he, changes the game for us with some big-time plays, picking some passes off. Let's hope that it works out for Washington. Still haven't seen a single tight end. All that noise that was made about the tight end position, and still nobody has been taken. Jack Campbell, we already talked about him, and that he is Leighton Vander Esch. To me, he was taken by the Detroit Lions. Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock. I see y'all going off. Ricky D. Hustle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Ron is trash. Hey, I'm not going to defend him tonight. I don't hate the pick, as I mentioned. Last year, I went full-blown defense mode because I loved Jahan Dotson as a player. I don't love Emmanuel Forbes as a player. I love some of his traits, but I don't love him, especially, again, I can't stress this enough, especially with Christian Gonzalez on the board. So we'll see. They honed in on a guy, and they made the pick. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CJ Shoots Photo writes, Ron at presser. Oh, Christian Gonzalez was available? Nah, they knew who was available. I like that one, though. That's an ode to him not knowing we could be eliminated from playoff contention. They knew good and well who was available. They just didn't care. Their mind was made up that if they made their list of 5 guys, which is what Ron said they would do once the 11th pick was made and they got to 12. They made their list of 5 players, and this was the guy that was at the top of their list. My thing is, you didn't even need to make a list of 5. Emmanuel Forbes wasn't going to be taken. He wasn't going to be taken. Nobody was taking Emmanuel Forbes in the first 15 picks. And you knew this was the guy you were zeroing in on. You don't need to make a list of 5 when the guy that you're planning on taking wasn't going to be selected anyway. Now, I will say this, and there's a conversation. Christian Gonzalez is soft. Soft. With a capital T at the end. So I'm not sitting here and telling you that we passed. I will tell you this, at 166 pounds, Emmanuel Forbes is more physical than Christian Gonzalez. You can book that. You can take that to the bank, cash that check. He's not more skilled than Christian Gonzalez, though. So it's really what it boils down to is scheme, fit, and what's your preference? What's your flavor? Is your flavor physicality, ball skills? Because that's more Emmanuel Forbes. Even at 166 pounds, he's way more physical than Christian Gonzalez. Or is it skill? Christian Gonzalez didn't have a single pick in his collegiate career until this year. So even though he checked that box, he didn't have a single pick his first 2 years in college football when he was at Colorado. Came to Oregon, and he got 4 picks this year, and that satisfied a lot of people's questions about, hey, where's the ball production? So it's not like he's a ball hawk. And if you go back and watch those picks, I can tell you how all those picks happened. If you watch those picks, there was only one of those picks that was actually like he made a play. The rest of them, one was tipped up in the air. Another one, he turned around and the ball hit him in the chest. He was very fortunate on some of these interceptions. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying, wow, I would have preferred Gonzalez. I said all that shit and I still wanted him. I don't have a problem with Emmanuel Forbes. Miko the Don. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Miko the Don writes, not as bad, but this could have possibly been reminiscent of Jay Jettas and Rager. I hope it doesn't turn into that. That would really be so disappointing because it could exactly be like that. Where you go, what? They took who over who? And we just did the same thing. And if in 2 years we look up and Emmanuel Forbes is struggling, he's not even in the lineup, and we're like, man, he's a scrub, he's a bust, and Christian Gonzalez is thriving in New York and he's one of the best corners in football, I'm going to be pissed. And you're going to hear about this shit. I'll be keeping tabs on Christian Gonzalez's career. It's almost not fair because if there's one thing Bill Belichick knows how to do, he knows how to develop a damn corner. So Gonzalez is probably going to end up being a stud, but let's see what the Ravens are doing here.
Pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers.
Okay. I was one pick too damn late with Zay Flowers. I had him going to the Chargers. What'd I tell y'all? Didn't I say it was a mini run on receivers coming? I was one pick late on Zay Flowers. He is now a Baltimore Raven. They're giving Lamar yet another target. So they got Odell Beckham. They got Zay Flowers. And they got Rashad Bateman. I don't want to hear no shit. They got a new offensive coordinator. I don't want to hear nothing about receivers for Lamar Jackson now. They still got Mark Andrews. He got all the weapons he could ask for. Got his new deal. All right, let's see if he turn up. Let's see if he turn up now. Got all the weapons you could ask for. Beast tight end, top three, probably second best tight end in football from a receiving standpoint. You got 3 legit receivers in Bateman, Flowers, and Odell Beckham Jr. Shame on you if you step to the old dirty Beckham. Got ODB. I want to hear it now. Let's see what you got. Same thing with Justin Fields. You got all this shit now. I want to hear it. Let's see what you got. You got Darnell Mooney. You got DJ Moore. And you got Chase Claypool. I want to hear the shit now. Got a nice, solid tight end. I want to hear it. I want to hear the shit. Make it happen. I hope you're not right, Miko the Don. I hope this isn't reminiscent of that because it feel like it in the moment. I hope you're not right. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life writes, taking Forbes instead of Gonzalez. This is why we only win 8-ish games every year, Lou. This is why we are the middle of the pack every year. I'm pissed. Yeah, you're not wrong. This is exactly what I talked about. Trading back and taking Emmanuel Forbes would have been really frustrating, but not trading back. You didn't even get more picks out of this. You just sat at 16 and took him. And again, the assumption was when I made the pick in my mock draft is that Gonzalez wasn't on the board. New England had taken him 2 picks prior. New England would have taken him at 14. We wouldn't even be having this discussion if New England doesn't trade back with Pittsburgh. But New England traded back because they're like, we're going to get a guy. I don't think they expected, but maybe they had intel that Washington really liked Emmanuel Forbes, and so they felt comfortable trading back knowing that Washington wasn't going to take their guy. But whatever the case, New England felt comfortable enough to go trade behind Washington. No, and they turned their pick in immediately. After we turned our shit in, Roger was back at the podium within 2 minutes announcing the Patriots pick. So they knew something. Clearly, they knew something. But this is what I talked about. You got a chance to get an all-pro type player, and instead you opt for the guy that might be a Pro Bowler. We'll see. But Ron made it a point of emphasis to say they wanted a guy that could take the football away. But this, to your point, this is why we win 8 games instead of 10, because we don't have blue chip players. They opted for another red chip instead of a blue chip. Let's see what happens. Again, we could be wrong. They could be right. It don't feel like it right now, though. I'm right there with you. Fat American is back with facts and racks. I like that one. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, why are you hating? Our firsts have been home runs. Have they? Jamin Davis is a home run right now. I didn't realize that was a homer. Jonathan Allen. I mean, if we going back, Ron had nothing to do with Jonathan Allen. Ron had nothing to do with Deron Payne. Ron had nothing to do with Terry. Terry's not a first-round pick. I am well aware. He's a third-round pick. He had nothing to do with Terry. Ron had nothing to do with Montez Sweat. What are you talking about? Since Ron has gotten here, the only guy that's a first-round pick that we think has a chance to be a home run, Chase Young was his first pick. They didn't pick up the fifth-year option. His second first-round pick was Jamin Davis. Last year is the only guy that we think has a chance to be a home run. What are you talking about, Fat American? You said you back with facts. Maybe you back with racks, but I don't know if you back with facts. Because Jamin Davis is at bare minimum a double right now. He ain't damn sure ain't no home run. Or maybe I missed the memo. Command the room. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we could easily have traded back to get Forbes. With Levis and Gonzalez still there, it should have been easy. What am I missing? I feel hollow. I think they tried to trade back. You know what? I lied. Because they didn't work the phones long enough. I think they were in on Emmanuel Forbes, and they expected him to be there. But like I told you last year, a guy that I wanted no parts of, in Drake London, they would have stayed at 11 for. They did the same thing this year. And the Falcons saved us from ourselves last year. And nobody saved us from ourselves this year because Emmanuel Forbes was there. They would have done the same thing if the Falcons didn't bail us out last year. And nobody bailed us out this year. Could they have traded back? Maybe. I don't know if anybody wanted to come up to get Christian Gonzalez. I don't know if anybody wanted to come up. Will Levis still hasn't been taken. So clearly nobody wanted Will Levis. So you can't say, oh, they could have traded out. Nobody's taking Will Levis yet. So clearly nobody wants his ass. And as far as can Christian Gonzalez, the Patriots traded back knowing that they could lose out on Christian Gonzalez, and they were perfectly fine with that. So they weren't going to trade back up to get him. They traded back for a reason, to pick up picks. And they were okay with losing him if somebody took him. So you weren't going to trade up. No one was trading up. So they probably were stuck, but they didn't waste any time. You see how the Vikings have a minute and 20 seconds left to make their selection? We made our selection. Our pick was in with like 5 minutes left. We had already decided what we were going to do. So I don't think they were working the phones up until the last minute. They wanted Emmanuel Forbes, and they got their guy. That was their guy. They got their guy. It's okay to feel hollow. It's okay. Christopher Meddling. Christopher Medding. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Christopher writes, Ron and Mayhew are jokes. Bieniemy should be intern for 23, and a GM isn't a 0-16 loser. Not much has changed since Bruce left with roster building. I disagree. They've been better with the free agents. They've been better with the drafts. Bruce and company used to hit on first rounders. Obviously, we just talked about, Allen and Payne and Sweat as guys they hit on in the first round, but they're still Doxson and all of those guys that they didn't hit on. At the end of the day, we're gonna see how it turns out. I know you guys are ready to crucify them. You were ready to crucify them last year when they didn't take Olave and they took John Dotson instead. I don't feel as good as I did last year about that selection. Emmanuel Forbes is again, he has an elite trait, and at least he has that. There are a lot of times the Vikings pick is in. This got to be Hendon Hooker. I've been convinced the entire process that they were going to get Hendon Hooker at quarterback. I thought they were going to have to trade up to do it. Will Levis is still on the board. Will Levis may not get taken in the first round. At this point, looking at the board, Jacksonville doesn't need a quarterback. Giants don't need a quarterback. Dallas doesn't need a quarterback. Buffalo doesn't need a quarterback. Cincinnati doesn't need a quarterback. New Orleans don't need a quarterback. Philadelphia doesn't need a quarterback. And Kansas City doesn't need a quarterback. I think Will Levis is going to have to put that suit back on because I think he only came with one suit. I think Hendon Hooker is the pick here. And I think Hendon Hooker is better than Will Levis. So There's that. Doug Johnston said, Emmanuel Forbes, I'm going to bed. Shit. Oh, you guys are hilarious. All right, Roger's coming out.
Overall, they took it all the way down a full 10 minutes before making it.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison.
So they took a receiver, Jordan Addison. They're going to try to maximize this last year Kirk Cousins. I'm shocked. Maybe, I mean, if Will Levis is falling to the second round, that means Hendon Hooker is going to fall to the second round, right? You know what the draft usually does at the quarterback position, and I got to give them credit. For as much as quarterbacks get pushed up, the right ones get pushed up usually. And the guys that the league has spoken on, those guys usually go where they're supposed to go. And once again, the league is showing, like they did last year when I said this is a bad draft for quarterbacks. Don't overdraft anybody. And the league said, oh, you don't have to tell us. One quarterback goes in the first, no quarterback goes in the second, and you don't see quarterbacks going again until the third. The league is speaking again. Will Levis, I felt this way the entire process. I remember my guy JP said, why are you hating on Will Levis? Because he stinks. That's why. The rest of the league has spoken on Will Levis, and they feel the same way. Hendon Hooker should be a second-round pick. He's not a first-round pick. He's going to be a second-round pick. That's the way it should be. It's good to see the league correct itself, right? Correct the market, if you will. Like, don't overdraft dudes that don't need to be drafted in the first round. And Jordan Addison is going to come in and be a great addition opposite. He's like the perfect complement to Justin Jefferson, right? Justin Jefferson takes the top off. This dude's going to win underneath. He'll fill in perfectly for the loss of the receiver that's now in Carolina, Adam Thielen. So that's a good pick, man. All right, so all right, I had another text. I actually got another text message, but I want to see what the Hawks are doing. Are they struggling over here? I mean, the Celtics are doing. Are they struggling over here with the Hawks still? Because that was a close game at halftime. Okay, they took care of business and finished them off like they were supposed to. So that series is done. All right. Irish, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Irish writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Irish writes, I'm fine with the pick. Dude is a playmaker, period. Keep up the good work, Lou. Hashtag HTTC. I don't trade. We got to trade. Giants have come up to 24. They didn't move very far. They just came up one pick, swapped picks with Jacksonville, moved up one spot. I guess they needed to ensure that they got their guy. I told you there was going to be a mini run on receivers. Did I not tell you that? We've seen 3 receivers go in the last 4 picks. All right. Addison, or as a matter of fact, I lied. 3 receivers in 3 straight picks. Where was Jackson Smith-Njigba taken? 20th, right? So we've seen 4 straight receivers. Jackson Smith-Njigba, Zay Flowers. Jackson Smith-Njigba went 20. What was the 21st pick? Chargers. That was Johnston. That's what it was. That's what I'm missing. Johnston. The Ravens took Zay Flowers, and now the Vikings take Jordan Addison. So just like that, boom, 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 boom. 4 receivers. No receivers taken in the top 19 picks. You hit 20 and 4 straight receivers. It's the same thing that happened last year. We got to 8, and then we had 4 receivers go in 5 picks. Drake London at 8, Garrett Wilson at 10, Chris Olave at 11, and Jameson Williams at 12 to the Lions. So just like that, bam, the receiver position is starting to, get hit hard. The Giants are coming up. I wonder for what? What did they feel compelled to trade up one spot to get I had them taking an interior offensive lineman, John Michael Schmitz, who I think is by far and away the best center in this year's draft class. But I also said that the Giants could take a wide receiver. I still think desperately need a number one. I don't know if a number one wide receiver is still available at this point of the draft after the 4 receivers that have been taken. But could the Giants be going possibly tight end here? Could the Giants possibly be going corner? They could use a corner for sure. That's one of their biggest needs. I think interior offensive lineman or corner is the pick here for the Giants. Jacksonville, to me, is a corner needy team. So I see a JPJ, a Deonte Banks, or somebody like that being taken by Jacksonville. Could the Giants be taking one of those guys in front of Jacksonville? But we'll see. Thank you for that super chat, Irish. I like him. He's a baller. He's a playmaker, like you said. Could Gonzalez be even more of a playmaker is the question. He's more talented. We'll see. Appreciate you, Irish. Greatly appreciate the comment. Trevor Patch. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trev writes, I can't believe Forbes over Campbell. Shook. So you were one of the Campbell stands that were out there. Campbell was already gone, bro. Actually, I tell the story. He went 18th overall. But you were advocating for him at 16th. So maybe you knew something that we didn't know, because you were talking about taking Campbell at 16 and he went 18. I was like, bro, I might have even dismissed you. Like, bro, he's not even going in the first round. Get out of here. Anyway, let's go to the comp machine and see what we have unearthed here. So Jordan Addison, I think he's Deontay Johnson for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's my comp for him. I think he's going to undress a lot of corners in this league and be wide ass open. Let's see. Zay Flowers for me is Tyler Lockett. So I think the Ravens got them a real one there. And let's see who else has been taken. Collegiate Cancey was taken. I had to go way back in the time machine for him. John Randall. I've seen the Ed Oliver comps. I think he's even more explosive than Ed Oliver. Ed Oliver has probably been a bit of a disappointment if you're a Bills fan. He's been solid, but he hasn't been the guy that everybody thought he was going to be coming out of Houston. I think Collegiate Cancey has a chance to be John Randall. I really, truly do. So there is that. Have I missed anybody? I think we're up to speed on all the prospects. Giants pick is in. Rogers walking to the podium.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks.
Yep, there it is. Deonte Banks. And I figured if you're trading up with Jacksonville, who wants a corner, you're coming to get a corner yourself. So Deonte Banks out of Maryland is the pick for Washington, for the Giants. Corner was one of their biggest needs, along with the interior offensive line, specifically center. I'm not shocked they went corner. I told you I thought it was going to be a mini run. Jacksonville's about to come right behind them and take a corner now. Jacksonville, I think, is going to take a corner. Buffalo, how did the Bills get up here? Did they trade up? Did I miss that? Is Buffalo? Maybe Buffalo's supposed to be here. Let me see. Buffalo was supposed to be 27th. How did Buffalo get all the way up to 25? Am I tripping? Did they trade up with Jacksonville? So did Jacksonville just trade twice? Did they trade back and then trade again? Trade back again? Jackson wheeling and dealing. Buffalo, looks like Buffalo came up. If what I'm seeing is correct, they traded up. And if Buffalo traded up, I still contend that Buffalo's taking a defender, not a receiver. But we've seen receivers come off the board. So maybe Buffalo got a little antsy and said, let me go get mine. But they jumped in front of Dallas. So that's what you have to worry about. That's what you have to pay attention to. They jumped in front of Dallas. So if Buffalo's jumping in front of Dallas, that means they are jumping in front of Dallas because they thought Dallas was going to take the player that they wanted. Dallas has been sniffing around defensive line. Dallas has also been sniffing around wide receiver, right? But Dallas took care of wide receiver in free agency. Dallas took care of corner. I've all along mocked a defender to the Buffalo Bills. Everyone else was mocking receiver to Buffalo. Receiver has been ravaged in the first round. Maybe Buffalo felt like they needed to go get their guy. I think this is for defensive linemen. If you're getting in front of Dallas, you're probably getting in front of Dallas because you think they were going to take your defensive lineman. Maybe this is for Mozzie Smith or something like that. That's my guess. I mocked Brian Branch but I don't see Dallas taking Brian Branch. They got a nickel corner. Deron Bland was outstanding last year. They don't need a safety. They just re-upped with their guy Donovan Wilson. So I don't think it's Brian Branch. Dallas probably doesn't need a corner after trading for Stephon Gilmore. So I'm interested to see what Buffalo does here. Could Dallas have been going linebacker? Maybe Drew Sanders was on Dallas's radar, or at least Buffalo thought. And so they jumped up and snatched him up. I don't know. I'm going to stick to my guns, Brian Branch. But to me, if you're getting in front of Dallas, you're doing it for a reason. It's because you want a defensive tackle and you thought Dallas was going to take it. So Curtis Owens, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Curtis writes, Gonzalez seems like this year's Hamilton. That's how we felt last year when, remember, we were counting down the picks to see if Hamilton was going to be available, and he was. And then he wasn't. Right before we selected, he got taken. That's the difference. Hamilton got taken. The Ravens had to pick right before us, and Hamilton got taken. I think they either were 14 or 15 last year, and they went and took him before we were on the board. This year, Gonzalez was available. We had a chance, and we just decided to pass on him altogether. So, yeah, I feel you on that. Ouija HTTR, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Another year, another draft party. This time last year, the chat was crying because Washington took Dotson. I wouldn't have made the Forbes pick, but I stay wrong. And that's what I said. That's why I'm not tripping about it, because last year I sat here and I had to talk at least 15 Washington fans off the ledge from going crazy because they passed on Chris Olave and they didn't get Hamilton, and instead they took this small, diminutive receiver. We already got enough small receivers. We don't need another one. And I'm like, y'all don't understand how good Jahan Dotson is. Y'all tripping. So I'm not necessarily looking to do that this year. I'm not looking to defend the pick as much this year. But I get it. I understand why people are frustrated. I would have preferred Gonzalez myself, but I really like Emmanuel Forbes too. The difference is I loved Christian Gonzalez. I didn't love the fact that he doesn't want to tackle, but I love the fact that he could cover his ass off. So anyway, the pick is in for Buffalo. I'm anxious to see what they came up to do. They got in front of Dallas, which means that clearly they thought the Cowboys were a threat to take a guy that they felt like they wanted to get their hands on. I still contend that Dallas and Buffalo weren't in the same markets. So maybe Buffalo wanted a defensive lineman here. You know, maybe that's what they came up here to get. Mozzie Smith is the guy that I've circled. He was the third defensive tackle on my board in this year's draft. And I'm assuming that's why they came up. Dallas, let me say this. Dallas also could be in the market for a tight end. I don't think so. I thought they had some good, solid guys at tight end. Dallas could have wanted to go tight end. But Buffalo doesn't need a tight end, right? They just signed Dawson Knox to a deal, last offseason? Like, this has got to be a defensive lineman. That's in my mind. Brian Branch is what I mocked them. But you didn't need to get in front of Dallas to get Brian Branch, I don't think. So I made the mistake of not paying attention to why who got in front of the Jets. Forgot who came in front of the Jets to take an offensive lineman, but somebody came in front of the Jets to take Broderick Jones, and I ignored that. I'm not ignoring that with Dallas. I'm interested. Let's see what the Bills do. I'm interested here.
Kansas City.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
I just said Dallas might have been taking a tight end. And I said, Buffalo, that's another position that they might have come up for a tight end. I wasn't expecting it because I thought they loved Dawson Knox, but Dawson Knox ain't Dalton Kincaid. So, hey, now they got 2 tight end sets they can kick your ass out of. So, Buffalo adding another weapon, man. The rich get richer. Dalton Kincaid, the first tight end. Remember this conversation about 3 tight ends going in the first round? Our first tight end doesn't come off the board until 25. So enough of that conversation. I think I mocked 2 tight ends in the first round. We still could get 2 tight ends in the first round. But I never bought into this conversation about 4, which would have been a record. 3, it would have tied the record. And I didn't subscribe to that either, which is why I only mocked 2. But Ouija HTTR, I stay wrong too. You're not the only one. I stay wrong as hell as well. No worries. Fred Smoot, somebody just said Fred Smoot is happy as hell. Yeah. He wanted us to take Emmanuel Forbes the entire time. And so he got his wish. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, why are you mad at the new Richard Sherman Helmsley? Hey, I'm not mad at him. I just said I wasn't glad at him for taking him, but I wasn't mad. I'll listen to what Ron and them have to say. Ron is at the podium as we speak, talking about their first round pick. I'm not mad about it. I ain't glad at the pick, but I'm not mad. Christopher Metting, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Christopher writes, Lou, what % of Ron standing there with his arms crossed while the loser Marty makes another baffling decision? Probably a second tight end shaking my head, effing head. Nah, Ron signed off on this. He loved this pick. Ron, they knew what they were going to do ahead of time. That's why Ron said, we looking for dudes like I told you, Ron tells you what's really good. You just got to listen. And that's why I made the pick that I made in my 7-round mock, because Ron told us, I want to take the football away. They already knew who they were taking when he said that. That was back in March when Ron made that statement at the owners' meetings. I want to say it might have been early April, but Ron said what he said then. I want to say it was late March at those owner meetings when Ron said, we want to take the ball away. He was telling you right then and there, yeah, we already know who we want. Jason Fios, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what up, Lou? Damn typical front office move for us. If he was the guy trade back, I'm sure other people would have loved to have come up for CG. Christian Gonzalez, that's who he was talking about. I don't think they entertained many offers. I really don't, because they made you see how Dallas's pick is trickling down. The pick is still not in. We're down to 220 and counting, and the pick is not in. That's because either they're talking to their guy and they haven't put the pick in officially, but they've already made the pick and they're calling that prospect, or they're still fielding calls, or they're still mulling over the decision on what to make, what pick to make. But ultimately, they've taken their time. Whatever they're going to do, they're taking their time. They're not rushing. We ran up to the phone and called the commissioner and made the pick, right? Dallas is already laughing and smiling, so they probably already made the pick. They talking to the prospect right now on the phone, right? So they've made the pick. They just haven't submitted it to the league yet. But ultimately, we didn't hesitate. So I think they had already made up their mind what they were doing. Whether they could have gotten out of the pick or not is inconsequential because I don't think they were looking to move the pick. Not unless somebody was willing to knock their socks off. Somebody said Ron need to resign ASAP. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, no, the damn Lions, not Jack. What the hell? That was your guy. Every year you have a guy. Jordan Davis was your guy last year. This year was Jack Campbell. Those guys never end up where you want them to. Joe Rockhead Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Dallas's pick is in. They're all high-fiving, hugging, and all of that good stuff. So we'll see what the pick is. I think they're taking Mazi Smith, the defensive tackle, but there are a lot of good tight ends left. Michael Mayer is Jason Witten reincarnated. I wouldn't be shocked if the pick is Michael Mayer here in Dallas. Again, defensive tackle is a need for them. Running back is a need, but no one's taking a running back after Jahmyr Gibbs is gone. So that's not something Dallas. I think it's either tight end or defensive tackle for the Cowboys here. Joe Rockhead writes, we got licked by Mr. Owl. 1, 2, whoo. And then he bit the Tootsie Roll Pop, right? A lot of the young cats don't know nothing about that, right? They don't even know who you're talking about by Mr. Owl, getting licked by Mr. Owl. They have no idea what you're talking about. How many licks does it take to get to the center, right? Super duper DB GOAT. I like that. Super duper DB GOAT. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes. Forbes will be better. Gonzalez has no dog in him. You might be right about that. I know for a fact Forbes has some dog in him. I can't say that Gonzalez doesn't, but you could deduce that from his unwillingness to be physical in the run game as a tackler. But I know he can cover his ass off. I do know that. But we want dogs. I don't know if Gonzalez is necessarily a dog or not. Again, there's cases to be made on both ends, whether you're a Gonzalez guy or not. We just assumed he wouldn't be here. And the fact that he was and he was available, that's all I ever asked for. I always tell you, I just want the guy to be available to see what Washington's thinking so I can know. It's easy for them to say, nah, we would have done this, but he wasn't there. Now he was there. We can say, you passed up on him.
26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith.
Yeah, that one was a long time coming. I told y'all Mazi Smith was the pick. Dallas, he had been flying up draft boards. Dallas had already kind of zeroed in on him. Defensive tackle was a big need for them. And anybody that had been paying attention to what Dallas was doing would know that defensive tackle, I think they would have taken Elijah Cancey if he would have been there. But because he was gone, they had a backup plan in Mazi Smith, and they knew he would be there. They didn't have to worry. Similar to Washington with Emmanuel Forbes, nobody was taking Mazi Smith off the board before you were going to select if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. So they knew he would be there. They had no issues with that. The question was, would Elijah Cancey be there? And he wasn't. But Mazi Smith was going to be there. Nobody else was going to take him. Is he a reach? Maybe. Similar to Washington, but they had a guy. Just like Washington had a guy, they had a guy. And they took him, and they think they've gotten better up front with the selection of Mazi Smith. The Black LB, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, don't worry, Lou. When the Vikes pick come up, I'm sure I'm going to feel like cartoons when they turn into sucker/lollipop, LOL. You guys didn't do anything stupid. You actually didn't do anything dumb. You see the trajectory of these quarterbacks, and you said, we don't have to reach for one. We can wait. and we can get one in the second round if we so choose. You got a good receiver to take the place of Adam Thielen, and you probably love the pick. I can't wait to see what you have to say. I'm pretty sure you love the pick. Jensen Richards, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, wait, we are eliminated? Fast forward. Wait, Christian Gonzalez was available? Shaking my damn head, Lou. Somebody said that earlier, that Ron didn't know Christian Gonzalez was available. He knew he was available. I already told you, they were locked in on their guy. They've been locked in. When Ron told us a month ago that they wanted to take the ball away, he was locked in on Emmanuel Forbes. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes. This is Ron's pick. Mayhew was hyped for Kenyon. I think Ron signed off on this for sure. Absolutely. I think this is who Ron wanted. Ron wanted a guy who could take the ball away. Ron likes big, tall, physical receivers. Ron likes big, tall, long, physical corners. And that's what he just did, even though I shouldn't say big. Tall is what Emmanuel Forbes is. He's not big. He's not 200 pounds. Far from it. Demetric Burns. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. He writes, really, Louie Tee? What kind of a pick was that? Then New England takes my guy. Really, really. Oh. I told you New England was going to take him. Like, they didn't even wait. They turned their pick in immediately. After they saw what we did, they turned their joint in quick. Colton Wheeler, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Dave, for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, I feel like Forbes was our only pick because he fits our need at slot better than Gonzalez. Got to be honest, I don't love it, but I understand it. I'm an Iowa boy and a Hawkeye fan, and Jack Campbell is a tackling machine. Forbes is not a nickel. He's a boundary through and through. So he doesn't fit the nickel. He's playing outside. So they might be moving Juice back inside. Remember, Juice was a nickel last year until we had injuries and it pushed him outside. They might be moving Benjamin St. Juice back inside. That's what I think. Rarely even. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, should I be excited about Cancey? Yes, you should. You remember how excited you were when you guys got Shaq Barrett and he was getting you 15 and 13 and 14 sacks and lighting it up, 18 sacks, whatever he had when he was tearing shit up? Remember how good you felt about that? That's how you should feel about Collegiate Cancey, because Collegiate Cancey is so explosive. He's so dynamic. He's a game changer inside. He's an immediate winner. He's going to free up some of those guys on the edge to be able to do what they do best. I know you haven't been necessarily loving Joe Tryon right now, Shoyinka. He'll be better because of a guy like Collegiate Cancey. So, yes, you should be excited about Cancey. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, when teachers tell y'all don't change your answer, go with your gut, except when you lack critical thinking, not picking Gonzalez and not even trading back. I've been guilty of that. My favorite science teacher used to always say, your first answer is usually the right answer. Don't change your answer because you're going to get it wrong. Jacksonville pick is in.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, The Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
All right, so Anton Harrison, guy that we really like out of Oklahoma, is now gone. I love this pick, man. I think he's really good. So let's go through some of the guys. Dalton Kincaid for me is Tyler Eifert. He was just selected. Anton Harrison, I know for some of you this is going to be triggering, but he's Charles Leno Jr. And when Charles Leno Jr. came into the league initially, he was really good. He was a 7th-round pick. They weren't expecting a lot out of him out of Boise State. And he ended up being a starter for them for multiple years in Chicago and played really well. Anton Harrison is really good. I think he's got a high ceiling. Deontay Banks, I think he's Alontae Taylor. You guys know that if you watch my short, my draft 101 prospect short. I think he's Alontae Taylor, man. Very, very interesting prospect. He is. All right, so Cincinnati's now on the board. Let's talk about some of the players that are still available that we thought were going to be gone by now. We're at pick 28. Myles Murphy is still on the board. I'm not shocked by that. The Bengals pick is in. I expect this to either be a tight end or an offensive lineman for Cincinnati. Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board. I'm shocked. I thought he would have been gone by now, but I don't love him as a prospect. I never did. And if he doesn't go into the second round, I think that's poetic justice because I think he's a second-round type of corner. Same with Kelee Ringo and all these guys that I thought would be first-round picks because they get pushed up. The league has spoken. And remember, this is a draft that a lot of people didn't think there were 20 first-round caliber players. So I think what we're seeing is that teams are making sure that they don't overstep their boundaries for a player. They're taking the guys that they think are the closest to a first-round prospect or fit their scheme or whatever they want to do. And I've been surprised by some picks tonight, obviously, but I wasn't like, whoa, wait a minute. He's a third round. Like, I'm not Rashad Penny in the first round, Seattle, a couple, 4 or 5 years ago when they made that selection. You're like, what the hell are they doing? I haven't had one of those tonight. Everybody that has been picked tonight has been a guy that has been talked about as a potential first round pick. There haven't been any surprises where you go, wait a minute, what? Who? But Myles Murphy is still available. Joey Porter Jr. is still available. I think we're going to see a tight end come off the board here. Here comes Raj to make the selection. Let's see what he says.
With the 28th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Myles Murphy.
Okay, there's Myles Murphy. I just spoke him up. So Myles Murphy is gone. Edge rusher out of Clemson. Brian Orakpo is my comp for him. He looks like Orakpo in terms of how he plays. His size is very similar to Brian Orakpo. I think he's going to have a Brian Orakpo-esque career. We're going to see if he can develop better than Brian Orakpo did. But that's who he appears to be to me. So Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board. Michael Mayer. I thought 2 tight ends, Mayer being one of them, would be if New Orleans doesn't take a tight end, then we won't see another tight end in the first round. This is the last place a tight end can go. I mocked New Orleans to take a interior offensive lineman, Osiris Torrance, out of Florida. We'll see what they decide to do. Nolan Smith, I did not think was a first-round pick, and I think the league has spoken. He could still go in the first round. Eagles have a pick. The Chiefs need an edge rusher. They got rid of Frank Clark. So there's no guarantees that we see Nolan Smith fall to the second round, but I think he's a second-round prospect. John Michael Schmitz, I thought the Giants were going to take him in the first round. It looks like he's going to end up in the second round now. He could go to New Orleans. Don't rule that out. They definitely need interior offensive line help. Will Levis is still on the board. I'm shocked. I thought somebody would have taken him already, but the league is spoken. He stinks. And I felt that way the entire process. People questioned me, and I said, he stinks. You can't combine those two things and expect to get a high-level NFL quarterback. Slow processing and inaccurate, it begs of an interception. That's the perfect recipe. Those are the ingredients for a pick six. You're late to the throw and you're inaccurate. That's a pick six. So he's still on the board. Cam Smith, I thought he was more of a second round pick. I thought the corner, I said there would be a corner run. There was never a corner run in the first round. There was a receiver run, which I predicted, but I predicted a corner run, and there was never a corner run. I think 3 corners have gone: Gonzalez, Witherspoon, and Deonte Banks. So we thought there would be, and of course, Emmanuel Forbes. So forgettable, right? Easy to gloss over him, but 4 corners have gone in the first round. Well, I thought it was going to be closer to 7. Clearly, that's not the case. Cam Smith is available. Brian Brzee, I thought he was more of a second-round pick anyway. Derek Hall, second-round pick. Brian Branch is a guy that I thought could slide because we've seen the league shit on safeties before, particularly Alabama safeties. Xavier, what's his face, that the Giants took in the second round like 2-3 years ago. I thought he was a first-round type of corner, Xavier McKinney, and the league just was like, nah, we good. And I think the league is doing that again. Because Brian Branch, if he would have ran a 4.47, he'd be gone. He ran a 4.58 or whatever. League's like, yeah, he's cool, but, I'm good. So he'll be a second-round pick. Keely Ringo, Luke Musgrave, I thought those guys were second-round picks. Darnell Washington, I always thought he was a second-round pick. Josh Downs, second-round pick. Trenton Simpson, Julius Brents. I still think Osiris Torrance could go in the first round. We'll see. DeJuan Jones, always thought he was a second-round pick. Drew Sanders, I thought could sneak into the first round. With Buffalo was the only place I saw him landing. He's a second-round pick. Jalen Hyatt, I thought he would be in the first round before some of these receivers. Not enough production. I'm not mad at these teams for passing on him. Just simply not enough production for him. So a lot of the guys that we thought would be first rounders, they've been first rounders. There have been a couple of surprises. I didn't think that we would see Jahmyr Gibbs go in the first round. Not only did he go in the first round, he went high in the first round, 12th overall. Good for him. Good for him. Anyway, I digress. Will Rogers Jr., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Ron Rivera passed on Christian Gonzalez for Emmanuel Forbes. Crazy. And I love Forbes, but Gonzalez runs fast and is 30 pounds heavier. There's no denying that. Doesn't mean he's more physical in that 30-pound frame. 30 pounds heavier frame doesn't mean he's more physical. It's a mindset. One that Gonzalez doesn't necessarily have. But again, we could argue back and forth. I'm not going to argue with you. I would have preferred Gonzalez. So I'm not here to argue with you. I'm going to listen to what Ron has to say. Don't be telling people, trust me, Lou can't drink. You don't know what I can do. You know who I'm talking to. Your stinking ass. Garrett Kuntz, Kunzi, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. If I see a comment from you, Garrett, go ahead and see if I see something. I don't. Thank you for the super chat. The pick is in for New Orleans. We'll see what they decide to do. Rush the 4. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Quick fire. Who we getting in a second? I think we're going offensive line. I can't tell you who we're getting because I got to see the board first. We got to see how things kind of shape out. Tomorrow, as we get closer to that pick, I'll tell you who I think is going to be the selection. But you see my mock draft. You know what I think. It's going to be an offensive lineman. I think it's going to be an interior. If you're going to pass on offensive line in the first round, knowing that all the tackles are more likely than not going to be gone, then you got to be more so focused on the interior, which is what I was always focused on. I said, man, it's a lot of tackles they're talking about. I think we more so need interior. They're not getting rid of Charles Leno. They went out and got Andrew Wiley to be a tackle, not a guard. So I think interior is where they've gone all along. Here's the Saints pick.
The New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, defensive tackle.
So Brian Brzee is the pick. I just talked about Brian Brzee having not gone yet. And he was a guy that I thought could go in the first round. My comp for Brian Brzee is a guy that I told you guys I liked a lot coming out in his year's draft, and that is Dean Lowry. Brzee can play the 5-tech if you want him to. He can kick inside and play the 0. I think he's more of a 5-tech personally, but depending on what you want to do, if you're playing an even front, he can play the 3, he can play the 1. He plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. If he could just stay healthy, obviously he had the big injury at Clemson, but if he stays healthy, he can be a problem. So I don't hate the pick. Ryan A., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ryan A. writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB as well. I've been the most upset about 4 picks. Payne, McLaurin, Gibson, BSJ, excuse me. And they all are balling. So at this point, I don't get emotional about my own opinions. I remember I told y'all BSJ was a terrible pick. I didn't love it. I told you, I think the most wrong I've been about a Washington selection was Monte Nicholson. Now, he ended up not being all that good for us. So from that standpoint, I wasn't wrong, but I called him the softest safety I've ever seen. In it, I might not have said those exact words, but it was something to that effect, right? I was very disrespectful to Monte Nicholson. And he was the opposite. He was hitting anything that moved, and that's how his ass got hurt and ultimately ended up out of the league. That and the fact that somebody died at his house, and he might have had something to do with it, and I'm not sure, but he was physical as a football player. So I was wrong about him. Very wrong. Obviously, Payne. I was wrong about that situation. I'm glad I was wrong. But generally, I reserve, because we don't know how these players are going to end up panning out. We don't know. You think you have no idea. You see what you see, you think you know what you see, and then you think you got an idea, but they got an idea about what they want to do with these players, which is why they select these guys. They got a plan for what they're doing. So I'm willing to give them mercy and grace and give them an opportunity to see if they can maximize that player's talents. But make no mistake about it, if we're going off of pure talent, Christian Gonzalez was the more talented of the two, and that's not up for debate. We could talk about ball production, physicality, mentality, all of that stuff. But if you're just talking about pure talent, that's not up for debate. So I feel you, Ryan. Not getting emotional because you really don't know. We won't know for another 2 or 3 years what we just got. HTTC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, who's the next dog at guard or tackle we can snag in the second round? So let's go through the list real quick and see who's available. DeJuan Jones is a guy that they love out of Ohio State. Big guy. You know, my comp for him is Trent Brown. You know, you're talking about 370 pounds. This guy is a massive man. So he's a right tackle. He's still available. Let's see. Cody Mauch is still available out of North Dakota State. Steve Avila, who I mocked us in the second round out of TCU, is still available. Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse is still available. So there's a lot of guys still available. I mean, and there are gonna be other guys that start coming into focus as we continue through this process. And let me pull up my other list. I got several lists. Let me pull up my other list of offensive linemen here. I think it's going to be an interior guy, personally, not a tackle. Osiris Torrance is still available. I think he'll be gone by 47, if we're being honest with one another. Eagles are clapping it up. Their second pick is in the first round. They're feeling good about what they just did. My guess is here at 30, the Eagles are going to go. So the Eagles have been a big trenches team. That's always how they've built their team, inside out. They've already gone defensive line. I don't think they need to go offensive line. They're set there. I think now they look to add another weapon for Jalen Hurts. They just paid Hurts a ton of money. I think they look to add another weapon at receiver. I'm going to say that they did lose some guys in the secondary, though, and there are a lot of corners available here. That's something to keep an eye on. I'm going to go Josh Downs out of North Carolina. No. You know what? Jalen Hyatt. I thought Jalen Hyatt would be a first-round pick. Say they go wide receiver here. If not receiver, I think corner. Even though they brought back Darius Slay, I could see them going corner. You know what? I could see them going Brian Branch, too. So those are my two picks. Hyatt on offense, Branch on defense, because they lost their safety in free agency. He moved on, and Marcus Epps. So I could see them picking a Brian Branch and not missing a beat. But I'm going to say that it's either Branch on defense. If they go offense, I'm going to say Jalen Hyatt, Tennessee. They need another weapon. I don't think they're satisfied with what they have. And they're in a great position because they really, truly don't have to have anything. They're just picking just to pick at this point. So Emil Ekiyor Jr. out of Alabama is available. I've seen mocks that have us taking him. They brought some people out for the Eagles pick, so this is going to take a little bit longer than some of the other picks. Andrew Voorhees from USC is available. Rico talked about Alex Forsyth out of Oregon. He's another guy to consider as well. Remember, I shouldn't say they loved. Antonio Mafi is a guy that they talked to in the process, so I wouldn't be shocked if Antonio Mafi is a guy that they may target at some point. But there's some offensive linemen.
If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it, and it takes the decision out of your hands. You should try it. Let's try it. It's Travis and the Chiefs! Good news with NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube.
Okay, what are we doing here? Can we just make the pick? NFL is getting creative here. Go ahead, Mom. Make the pick, please.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith.
What I say? Trenches for the Eagles. Now, I'd mock them an edge rusher. I think at the back end in my mock draft, I mocked them. I think it was, I want to say I mocked them Lucas Van Ness. So Nolan Smith isn't a surprise. What did I say? They always focus in on the trenches, right? They've already taken a defensive lineman. Now they take a defensive end. And so they replenished a position that got gouged in free agency. I hate the Eagles. God, I hate the Eagles. Nolan Smith is cool. But again, this dude, for as explosive as he has no idea what he's doing. If they coach him up, he could be a problem. He's light, but he has no clue what pass rushing is all about. But boy, is he explosive, and is he an athlete? He ran a sub 4.4 at the combine. Like, he's a problem. I will not lie. He is a problem. But I've already told y'all, the Eagles understand the draft. The Cowboys understand the draft. I'm still questioning whether we understand what the draft is all about. We get players that you like. The other teams getting players that you love. So that's a hell of a pick for the Eagles. Boy, somebody said the Philadelphia Bulldogs. Yeah, I'd say they turned into the damn Georgia Bulldogs juniors, for sure. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Get the guy you like, Lou. No complaints from me. That's who they wanted. I'm not mad at them. I'm just not glad at them, as I said. I ain't mad at them, though. I know why they did what they did. Doesn't mean I got to co-sign it, but I know why they did what they did. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. So we are now counting down the final pick of the first round. Day number 1 is almost in the books. I said it was moving quickly, and then I looked down, and it's already damn near midnight. So clearly it didn't move as quickly as I made it out to be. But Chiefs will wrap up the first round at the 31st pick. Remember, the Dolphins were docked their first-round pick this year because of the tampering with Tom Brady. And so there won't be 32 first-round picks this year, just 31. So the Chiefs will make their selection. This is what the people and the faithful at the draft in Kansas City have been waiting on all night long, the Chiefs to come to the podium and make a pick. And so I think the Chiefs are going to go one of two ways. Edge rusher, Frank Clark is no longer there. They need to make something happen there. Or wide receiver. They moved on from the Georgia product at receiver, who was a speedster. And they always continue to make sure. And they also lost Juju Smith-Schuster at receiver. So they always keep the cupboard pretty stocked at receiver. And so I wouldn't be shocked if this pick is Josh Downs, another speedster that kind of is similar to Zay Flowers, who they worked out and really, liked. But they decided not to, come up and get Zay Flowers. So I think Josh Downs is very similar in that regard. And I could see them going after him. So it's either an edge rusher here, and there are plenty of those available, or it's going to be a receiver. It's one of those two positions. That's what I think. But we'll see. I've been wrong all night. So I was right early, and I've been wrong all night. Late. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, hey, Lou. Hope all is well with you and the fam. Likewise. How do you see Forbes fitting in the secondary with St. Juice Fuller because he has not played a significant amount of slot in the college? I've already told you what I think is going to happen. He's going to jump outside. Juice is going to go back inside. Remember, that's where Juice was slotted to play until William Jackson III started to malfunction. They kicked Juice back outside and realized that's probably where he belongs anyway and got rid of William Jackson III. And then we just decided to go with, one of our safeties playing a nickel. I think they're going to leave Fuller where he is. I think they're going to kick Juice back inside. And they're going to give an opportunity to Forbes to play outside and see how that looks. I don't love Juice inside. I thought he was getting cooked inside before the injury. And we just got lucky that teams weren't, hitting passes on guys that were open. The Jacksonville game in week 1 was a great example of guys getting open and Trevor Lawrence just missing. But we'll see. Maybe Juice is continuing to develop and he ultimately ends up being a really good nickel. But my guess is you got one more year of Fuller playing outside. I don't know if they'll re-up Fuller or not. We continue to talk about Fuller like he's 32 years old. Fuller is 27 right now. So they could decide to sign him to a 3-year deal after, next year and bring him back. But the likelihood is Fuller moves on. You slide, you got your 2 long corners on the outside, and then you draft somebody to play the nickel. And maybe they'll take care of the nickel in day number 2 or 3. Who's to say? We got plenty of picks left to see what they decide to do. But my guess is Juice is going to the slot. When they go, nickel, Benjamin St. Juice is going to be inside. And they may rotate those guys and move them around, but you draft Emmanuel Forbes in the first round, you drafted him to start and play right away. You didn't draft him to sit and learn. So I think he's going outside. He's a boundary corner. He's not a nickel. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I love the pick, Lou. I wanted Forbes, and we got him. Best natural football instincts in the draft. I don't think anybody's doubting his football instincts. I think people are doubting his size and durability. And that's fair because this is a physically demanding sport. And 166 pounds, the last time I checked, doesn't necessarily put you in a position to play for 17 weeks. So I get the concern. And I've already given you some other concerns about him. But if you're talking about instincts, ball skills, even physicality, this guy will come up and hit you, man. There's a lot to like with Emmanuel Forbes. I didn't have a problem with the pick. I've already told you, I didn't have a problem with the player. There was another guy available that I would have preferred them to take. But you like what you like. And I've always said that. You like what you like. And I got no problems with them taking the guy that they like. They just better be right. That's all that I ever say. It just be right. Be right. For those of you, I see a lot of y'all saying, get him into a nutrition plan. He ain't getting much bigger than what he is right now. He's not getting much bigger than that. Just so y'all know. He ain't putting on too much more weight. He might put on 7 to 10 pounds. He ain't going to be 190 pounds or 195 pounds in his NFL career. The highest he might get is like a $180. Okay? He ain't going to be a big dude. They got Clark Hunt out here making the announcement for the pick.
Of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Anudike-Uzomah.
Yep, Felix Anudike-Uzomah out of Kansas State. I've seen a lot of people mocking him to them. edge rusher. I'm not shocked. I thought he could be the pick here. I told you it's either going to be an edge rusher or a wide receiver. I mocked them a wide receiver because they seem to be so head over heels for Zay Flowers. But they ended up doing the thing that everybody else thought, because I think I seen more mocks with them taking an edge rusher. And I think I seen more mocks taking Felix and Anudike-Uzomah than anything else. So that's a really good pick. I like him. I don't love him. I don't ever think I truly loved Kansas City Chiefs edge rushers. I never truly loved D Ford. I never loved Frank Clark, even though they got him from Seattle. And I don't love, Felix and Anudike-Uzomah. I like him. There's a lot of things that he brings to the table. He's an extremely long edge rusher. He's physical. But much like the rest of these dudes in this draft, he doesn't have a rush plan. The numbers don't necessarily jump out at you. When you watch him on tape, you're like, oh, he's cool. I watched Anton Harrison put him to sleep. Hey, get him a blanket, get him a blankie, get him a pillow. He put his ass to sleep. Okay. So I don't love him, but that's what the Chiefs do. I didn't love the edge rush. They took an edge rusher in the first round last year. You remember they took the kid out of Iowa last year? Or not Iowa, Purdue. I forgot his name. Y'all know who I'm talking about? So yeah, I didn't love him either, but they took him. He was solid. That's what the Chiefs do. I never truly loved their edge rushers. So, that's the end of the first round. The Steelers have the 32nd pick in this draft. They got it from the Bears in the trade with the Bears for wide receiver Chase Claypool. So they'll be the first pick of the second round with the Pittsburgh Steelers when we resume the draft, and we'll be back for day number 2 of the draft party. And we will start with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I got some super chats to get to, and we're going to chop it up here, and we're going to keep the party going because the party is not done. I'm about to fill my glass back up. Okay. So trust and believe. Matter of fact, my wife sent me a text. She said, turn the AC off. Give me a second. Let me turn this AC off real quick. I'll be right back. Look, my wife, she makes some bomb-ass chips. So what we do is she take corn tortillas, cut them up, and fry them bad boys, and this is what you come up with. This is the end result. This delectable morsel right here. And what you do is you take that chip and you stick it in here with this chipotle, and you get you a nice Y'all don't know what y'all missing. But let me fill my glass up. But we just getting started. All right. So, Vincent Coe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Vincent Coe, writes, oh my God. OMG. I wanted Jackson Smith-Njigba. Woo! At least somebody getting who they wanted. At least somebody getting who they wanted, because that's a hell of a pickup. I think Seattle had the best day one of anybody. I lied. Houston trading back up. I think they had the best in terms of what they were able to get, the haul that they came away with. I think it's Houston, and then I think it's Seattle. You gotta love what Seattle did. But Detroit had 2 picks. I didn't love the Jack Campbell pick, but they know what they're doing. They know what they're after. I'm not mad at you when you get what you were after. So Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chauncey Davis, OG, triple OG, writes. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Hey, Lou, the old man is back. Ron's plan. Glad to have you, man. Missed you. Always good to hear from you. Will Kavanaugh, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Will Kavanaugh, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes. Jalen Ramsey tweeted, love that pick. Forbes is like that. That's great. Love that Jalen Ramsey approves of the pick. A lot of people think that this dude has a chance to be a stud. I think he has a chance to be really good. Notice I said that we took a Pro Bowl corner. I didn't say we took a corner. I said a Pro Bowl corner instead of an all-pro corner. So I think very highly of Emmanuel Forbes. I think he has a chance to be a Pro Bowl corner. I don't know if he has a chance to be an all-pro corner, and that's the difference. I think Gonzalez has a chance to be an all-pro corner. That's where I think the difference lies. So that's where I think there's a little bit of a delineation right there. And we'll see. Those who know, and Jalen Ramsey definitely knows what it looks like, what an elite corner looks like. So if he says that, that's great. But I don't give a damn about none of that shit. I just need to see it. I know what I saw on tape, and I saw a guy that displays all of the qualities that you're looking for in a corner. He's just not a guy with any girth. He freelances from time to time. He's susceptible to some double moves. So there's some things he has to clean up. But when the ball is in the air, this is what I love. And this is the thing I complained about with Benjamin St-Juste, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. When the ball is in the air, Emmanuel Forbes is going to attack it like he's a receiver, and that pass is for him. And that's what you want. Because Benjamin St-Juste is looking to knock it down. Emmanuel Forbes is looking to pick it off. And that's the difference between Trayvon Diggs and Anthony Brown, right? Anthony Brown's just hoping he's in the play, hoping to knock it down, right? That they didn't just catch him for a PI, or he didn't just give up another big play. He just is hoping he can do something. Trayvon Diggs look, you're going to cook him, and you're going to get him on some double moves, and he's going to be aggressive. But if your ass make that mistake, Trayvon Diggs is going to make you pay for that mistake. And that's what Emmanuel Forbes. Ain't nobody over here looking at Trayvon Diggs like no all-pro corner. He'll never be, because he's too damn aggressive. He's getting cooked too often. Ain't no way he's going to be an all-pro. But can he be a Pro Bowl corner? All day, every day. Twice on Sundays. And that's what he's been, a Pro Bowl corner. Pro Bowl corners will get you 5-6 picks in the season. An all-pro corner probably going to get you 2 or 3 because teams ain't trying that dude. They're not trying him. They know better. They know better. They know better. No flex zone. They know. We'll see. We'll see if Emmanuel Forbes morphs into one of those dudes that teams just like, nah, we good. We'll try the other side. Or they pick their spots. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Trevor Patch writes, #fire Ron Rivera. I can't wait for Harris to fire Ron. Embarrass him. Shame. He said, shame. We going on a fire sale of this team. Everyone's available. We tanking for Caleb Williams. # trust the process. I don't agree with that. Not when you got a coach who's coaching for his career. Because there's no guarantee that Ron Rivera gets another job after Washington. Mike Shanahan didn't. Jay Gruden didn't. Joe Gibbs wasn't looking to coach anyway, but Gibbs didn't. Jim Zorn didn't. I mean, if you want to be an assistant, a coordinator, positional coach, knock yourself out. None of those guys returned to the coaching ranks as a head coach. You come to Washington and you fail, your shit is over, bro. So this could be it for Ron. So unless Ron is done, better get the shit done. So I don't see no fire sales. I don't see none of that shit. We'll see what happens. Door Gunner, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Major Tutty could outdrink Lou. He is a pig, man. I assume pigs have high tolerance for alcohol. I don't know that to be true. I'd like to see Major Tutty try, though. I'll chop his ass up and serve it up to y'all, partner. Anyway. Rush the 4. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we run so much zone and off press coverage. Forbes will be just fine. But right now, if you had to guess how many picks he get next year, that's why I think they love him, because for what we run, he is the perfect pick for what we run. Gonzalez is capable of playing off. You know, Gonzalez is capable of playing press and bail, which is what we play a lot of. But Forbes, that's all he played at Mississippi State. It's essentially press and bail. That's it. Off coverage, cover 3, cover 4, press and bail. That's all he really played. So they saw that on tape and they got a hard on. How many picks? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, we don't even know where he's going to be playing, if he's going to start. We don't know nothing yet. I'd love to throw out a frivolous number on draft night. Oh, he's going to have 4 picks next year. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to have. Barry Curtis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I don't mind Forbes. I actually think he is one of the best scheme fits for us. But it does bother me that I feel like we never maximize value. It always feels like a reach. Again, I've always said, who determines value? Who comes up with the value chart? Who tells you that you got good value for your pick? We allow the process to shape the way that we think, because Mel Kiper told you this is who should be in the first round, and Todd McShay told you who should be in the first round. Daniel Jeremiah told you who should be in the first round, and you formulate your opinion on these players based off of what everybody else is saying. And after everyone speaks and you hear this for 3 months straight about this guy and that guy and all these players that should be first round picks, Will Levis 4 days ago was rumored to be a potential number 1 overall pick. He didn't even get picked in the first round. Okay. And for good reason. All right. We sit here and we complain about value or lack of value, and I don't. You're not wrong. I think you're absolutely spot on. It's never a problem. I just don't think we ever maximize our pick. I thought we did that last year by trading back, picking up picks, and then getting Jahan Dotson. I thought we maximized 11, got picks out of it, got a hell of a football player, and then got some other really good football players all off of that one pick. So we maximized the value of 11 last year. I didn't think we did that in 21 with the 19th pick when we got Jamin Davis or whatever the hell our pick was that year. I didn't think that we necessarily did that tonight, but we'll see. We'll see. Unlike the 2021 pick where I told you, don't look for Jamin Davis to be a key contributor in his rookie season. He needs time, which I did. That's why I didn't love that pick. Emmanuel Forbes is going to come in and play right away. And I got no doubts about that. As long as he's healthy, he'll be able to come in and help us right away. So from that standpoint, I don't feel the same way I felt about the Jamin Davis pick. But to your point, for some of you, this feels like a reach. I don't have a problem with it. If Gonzalez wasn't there, this is what you got to ask yourself. If Christian Gonzalez wasn't on the board, if the Patriots don't trade back to 17 and they take him at 14, which is what I mocked them to do in my mock draft, do you still feel the same way about this pick? Some of you would say, yeah, this is still a reach. It don't matter who was on the board. Taking Emmanuel Forbes at 16 is a reach. That's too early for him. I told y'all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You can tell yourself that it's a reach at 16. It's the same thing I said when I put my mock draft out. And I meant to do a video, and then other things came up, and I never got around to a reaction video because there are a lot of you that echoed these sentiments. This is a reach. This is poor value. You took him too soon. Because I told y'all during my mock draft, that I had opportunities to trade out of the first round completely. And y'all said, that's what you should have done because Emmanuel Forbes is a second round pick. He ain't going in the first round. And I said, says who? I said, we'll see. I said that to so many people. We'll see if he goes in the first round. We'll see. I don't know if anybody else would have taken him in the first round. I kind of feel like how I felt when we took Dwayne Haskins. If we didn't take him in the first round, nobody else would have. I don't think anybody else was taking Emmanuel Forbes. I can't be certain of that, though. I was certain that if we didn't take Dwayne Haskins, nobody else was taking Dwayne Haskins. He'd ended up just like Drew Lock, a second-round pick. I can't say that definitively for Emmanuel Forbes because all it takes is one team to be like, yo, we like him a lot. And we like him. We don't 16 like him like Washington did, but we 24 like him. The Giants could have liked him. They took a corner. They traded up to take Deonte Banks. They could have taken Emmanuel Forbes. Maybe Jacksonville, their plan all along was to take Emmanuel Forbes, and he was gone. And so that's why they pivoted and ended up going in a different direction. Who's to say? We don't know, and we might not ever find out. Jacksonville isn't going to step up to the podium after day one of the draft and say, yeah, we were going to take Emmanuel Forbes. Washington took him, so we had to go in a different direction. That's why we traded out at 24. Our guy wasn't there. They're not going to tell us that. We won't ever know. But Washington didn't chance it. I'll never be upset at the team for deciding I'm not going to chance it. I'm just going to get my guy when I feel the need to get my guy, because if I pass up on him now and just assume he'll be there at 47, what if he's not? Now you got egg on your face. I can see why you feel like it's a reach. Cisco mix with that dipper. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Lou was on that cruise drinking Zimas. I haven't seen a Zima. Is that even a thing anymore? Zimas? When's the last? I haven't seen a Zima in 20 years. Those can't be still. Those can't be produced still. Those can't still be in production. I don't think I've seen it in a store, at someone's house, someone drink. I haven't seen a Zima in over 2 decades. That's funny. A damn Zima. I ain't seen a Zima in forever. I ain't never had no Zima. You got to pass that Zima to my girl, Miss Perry. She might enjoy that Zima, because that's what them shits are like, sparkling water. I ain't never had a Zima in my life. I can't even tell you. That's what it looked like to me. It's some sparkling water. I ain't never taste one. So can't even tell you what that's about. But the fact that you know what Uzomah is, that might be your drink of choice. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. John Perez, my guy, JP. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, damn, Lou, Forbes over Gonzalez, but I ain't mad at all. Need a turnover producer. Was being called Sauce Gardner 2.0. Give the kid a chance. You don't have to tell me to give the kid a chance. You might be preaching to some of these people that have already condemned the pick. I think most people don't have a problem with the player. They have a problem with the perceived value of the pick, not necessarily the player that they got. I think most of us will agree Emmanuel Forbes is a damn good football player. At least he was in the SEC. And we all know how we feel about the SEC. It's the best conference in college football, and it's not even close. So if you out here eating off of these SEC quarterbacks and receivers and you're able to do your thing, that goes a long way, right? Because there's a lot of talent that comes out of the SEC into the NFL. It's a pipeline, the SEC is. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that felt like Forbes was a guy you could get in the mid-20s if you could trade back. You don't know what offers Washington had on. I told you, I didn't think that Washington would be able to get out of 16. Now, I don't know if they tried, though. It felt like they made their selection fairly quickly. I don't know if they truly tried to get out of 16, which leads me to believe that Emmanuel Forbes was their guy all along, and they weren't looking to trade. Once he was available, they had already made up their mind on who they were taking. But let's see if he's Sauce Gardner 2.0. Let's see what he's about. All right. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Zoe Life, No Life writes, did you know DRC was picked at 16? You didn't. If you didn't, what the F? Nah, I didn't know that. I had no clue. I didn't even know he was a first round pick, was DRC. That's very interesting, actually. I think he spent the beginning of his career, so I would say the Arizona Cardinals picked him 16th overall, because I think that's the team who drafted him. But I didn't know he went 16th, so that's crazy. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life. I'm laughing because I'm seeing some comments, and somebody said Ron is straight dookie. Fire Ron tonight. Y'all are something else, man. Y'all are truly a trip, man. I don't know what I would do without y'all, man. Y'all are something else. Wow. That's why I love y'all, man. Anyway. E says, how about Everclear? I'm going to tell y'all right now. Y'all talking is real reckless. I see Thunderbird and Wild Irish Rose. That's for winos. Okay, just so y'all know. Thunderbird and Wild Irish Rose are for the dudes on the corner that can't get right. If you drinking that, we have a problem. You need some help. All right, because that means you convenience store drunk. That's never good. Okay, you 7-Eleven, Wawa, and all these convenience stores, Chevron, you on some other shit. Okay, Everclear is dangerous because it make everything taste like juice. You're like, oh, this ain't got shit in it, man. And then next thing you know, you wake up and you don't know where the hell your clothes at. That's what Everclear does to your ass. Okay, be careful with that shit because they'll get your ass. All right. Anyway, take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, usually I'm chill, but I was in my feelings at 16. I mean, I get it. I understand. I wanted Gonzalez. Y'all saw how I was going off and how I was conducting myself. I feel like a dumbass. I got all excited. Andele, andele. And we didn't even make the pick, you know? So I'm I wanted Gonzalez. I'm not going to lie to you. If you ask me who is more of a playmaker, of course it's Forbes. If you ask me who's the more physically gifted, it's Gonzalez. If you ask me who's the more physical player, it's Forbes, even though he's much lighter. If you ask me who looks more like an NFL corner, it's Gonzalez. But that doesn't mean a damn thing. So we're going to see what happens ultimately. But you have every right to be in your feelings. Every right. Barrett Downing, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, I ain't tripping over the pick. I'm waiting to see. And I think that's the approach. That's the approach I tried to get everybody to understand last year with Jahan Dotson. Is y'all have no idea. Y'all ain't watched this, dude. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Just you'll see. I was adamant last year. This year I'm not as adamant, but I'm telling you, we didn't get a bum. The question is, did we maximize the pick? And that's a dangerous question to ask because really there's no definitive, clear-cut answer to that question because it's subjective. You and me and 50 other people could have varying opinions on Emmanuel Forbes as a corner or what Washington should or shouldn't have done at 16. It's so easy. You talk to 50 people and they'll have 50 different reports on Emmanuel Forbes and where he should go. I told you one of the execs said he was third on their board at corner. And then you could talk to somebody else and they could say, yeah, he was like the 9th corner on our board. He's too damn small, right? Everybody's got a preference. So Washington wasn't turned off by his size. They love the ball production. You're not going to find one better in the draft. And so we're going to see if that translates to the NFL. DJ 23. I'm not mad, but Forbes not BPA. Yeah, Ron lied to us because he damn sure said, hey, we did all of this stuff in free agency to put ourselves in a position to go BPA. I think most of us don't feel like they took BPA. Now, again, that's how these conversations get tricky because their BPA may not be your BPA or my BPA or that person's BPA or that person. So Emmanuel Forbes could have been the highest player left on their board. On their board. Darnell Wright could have been the guy that they wanted. He was gone, and the next highest player was Emmanuel Forbes. And they took him. Meanwhile, we're looking at our board, and we're like, he ain't higher than Christian Gonzalez. He ain't higher than Joey Porter Jr. Well, guess what? Ain't nobody take Joey Porter Jr. in the first round. I don't love him. I already told y'all I wasn't a Joey Porter Jr. fan. Too many damn flags. No body control. Only can play press man. Can't play off. A lot of flags. A lot of grabbing, tugging, hugging, and loving. I wasn't a Joey Porter Jr. fan. Clearly, the rest of the league wasn't either. So, again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Clearly, Washington was in love, madly in love with Emmanuel Forbes. So, it's not our BPA, but it might have been their BPA. Miss Perry said, those dummies will be gone soon with Dan. Oh, she is in her bag tonight. Condo P, Miss Perry is in her bag tonight. They pissed her off. Reedy Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I think this double up might be triple up, Reedy. Apologize to you in advance if this was a triple and not a double, and we've already done that. But He says, Lou, they got tunnel vision. I think they did. I think ultimately they had already made up their minds. It didn't really matter who was available. You know, outside of a Skoronski or somebody like that, maybe, Darnell Wright. I think they had already made up their mind who they were taking. You know, they said if Darnell Wright's not available, if Witherspoon's not available, we taking Emmanuel Forbes. I think that's how they went about it. To hell with this. We set our board. We had 5 guys. Nah, you already knew who you were targeting. You wanted Darnell Wright, you wanted Witherspoon, and you wanted Emmanuel Forbes. And in no particular order, but I think the order was Witherspoon, Wright, and then Forbes. And you were cool with either of those players, all 3 of them. 2 of them were gone. The one that was left, you was like, we know he's going to be there. So we good either way. We're going to have a guy. We got a plan at 16. What you didn't plan for, this is what the Colts said they didn't want. Remember, the rumor was the Colts wanted somebody to come up and get C.J. Stroud so that they could take Will Levis. Yeah, right. I told you that was bullshit. But the reason that that rumor came out was because if C.J. Stroud and Will Levis are both on the board and you take Will Levis, your fan base is going to lose their shit. Because they're like, you took Will Levis over C.J. Stroud, you must be outside your goddamn mind. And they didn't want to have to deal with that. And that's why I know Washington was like, I wish Christian Gonzalez was taken because we're going to catch. They probably didn't care, but they knew they were going to catch some backlash and people are going to question them. And I'm pretty sure Ron had his post day one presser with Martin Mayhew. Somebody's going to ask them, hey, with Gonzalez on the board, a lot of people didn't expect him to be there. Was there any consideration for Christian Gonzalez? And I want to see Ron dance his way around that. Oh, yeah. You know, really talented player, you know. And there was some conversations, but yeah, I expect some shit like that from Ron. They had tunnel vision. Reedy, you got this shit. They had tunnel vision. They had already locked in on their man. You ain't never lie. They had already locked in on their guy. Barry Curtis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Barry writes, guys, let's not jump to conclusion. Remember, AJ Terrell, Forbes is excellent in a quarter scheme. Is it bad value? Yes. Can he be a stud? But can he be a stud? And you didn't answer that, but I'm assuming you're saying yes, he could be. That's what you see a lot of in college. Quarters, thirds, you know, playing cover 4, playing cover 3, you know, press and bail. You see a lot of that in college, and Emmanuel Forbes is no different. And he was outstanding in that regard, and that's what we play a lot of. So I think they felt really comfortable with that selection. So let's not obsess about this. Understand what the pick is. Move on. Let's kind of focus on what the plan is for day 2. You got 2 selections tomorrow. What direction are they going to go in? I think you guys have allowed this pick to turn your day upside down. And it shouldn't be a situation like that. I prefer Gonzalez. Most of you did too, but they didn't take I'm trying to think of it like a sec. They didn't take Julius Brents in the first round over Gonzalez. They took Emmanuel Forbes. This is the thing that I hang my hat on. Are you the best at something? Are you the best at something? Or are you among the best at something? You can't just be good at everything. Are you elite at anything? We got the best at something in the draft. No equivocations. No debates. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. We got the best at something in the draft. Is Christian Gonzalez the best at something? No. Is he the best all-around corner? Maybe. I think Devon Witherspoon has something to say about that. There's a debate. There's no debate. Is Emmanuel Forbes the best at taking the football away in this draft? That's not a debate. It's 6 career return touchdowns. There are guys that leave college football as wide receivers that don't have 6 career touchdowns. Their job is to score touchdowns. His job is to stop them from scoring touchdowns, and he had 6 in his career. That's not a fluke. It's not by accident. So understand that they got a guy with elite traits, or at least an elite trait. His size and length are also in elite traits. His length isn't as long as you would expect from a guy his size, but at the end of the day, you can't be mad at them going after something that they felt was a deficiency on this team last year, which was the lack of turnovers. We don't force turnovers. All of y'all are goo-goo gaga over Cam Curl, and I'm cool. I love Cam Curl just as much as the next man, but he don't force no damn turnovers. I've been bitching about Benjamin St-Juste when he came out of Minnesota, and I've got more affection now for Benjamin St-Juste, more than I ever have. He's a member of the family now officially, and he's shown the ability to be a damn good corner. But he still doesn't have a career interception to his name. That was the knock on him coming out of Minnesota. Dudes are usually who they are when they get to the league. You might be a lesser version of that. You might be consistent and remain the same, or you might become a better version of that. Whatever the case may be, you usually show who you are rather quickly. And it usually resembles that of what you were in college. Whether it's less of it, more of it, or much of the same. I want to see a guy take the ball away. Emmanuel Forbes did that at a high clip. I'm not saying he's going to do that at the NFL level at the same clip, but we ain't had anybody take the ball away in quite some time. It'd be nice to have a dude. We ain't had a corner take the ball away consistently since D'Angelo Hall. When's the last time D'Angelo Hall played a snap for the Washington organization, Redskins? When's the last time D'Angelo Hall laced it up for the Redskins? What was that? 2013, maybe? Maybe 14? Couldn't have been too much longer after that. 15 at the latest. Was he a part of that playoff team with Kirk Cousins? Maybe. Maybe he was. Maybe he was 15, 16, somewhere in there. Doesn't matter. That's the last corner we had that legitimately took the football away. Kendall Fuller's been solid. He's good for a good, 2 or 3 picks a year. 4 if he's really on it. But D'Angelo Hall had 3 picks in one game. Emmanuel Forbes is capable of doing that. So we'll see. We'll see. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Smoot had Forbes over Gonzalez. Can cover Devontae Smith. Smoot is going to have Forbes over Gonzalez because Fred Smoot went to Mississippi State, so he's biased. So you can't take what Fred Smoot says to the bank. You take it with a grain of salt, understanding that Fred Smoot is going to be biased to his fellow Mississippi State Bulldog alum. Now, I'm not telling you that Fred Smoot is wrong. I'm just telling you he's biased. You have to take that into consideration. Okay? So, again, not telling you that Fred Smoot is wrong. Rondé Barber said that he would have taken, Devon Witherspoon over Gonzalez, but he said Gonzalez was the most pure corner in the draft, but He doesn't want to tackle, and that's a problem for Rondé. I agree with that. I still would have taken his ass because I know he's talented. So we'll see. We'll see what it amounts to. Big money, Sonny. Thank you for the super chat, Big Money Sonny, who writes, "Damn, Lou, you're an angry drunk." Cheers. I'm not, but I had to give you a little piece of my mind. So I had to give you a piece of my mind because you was talking too much shit. But you still my guy, you know that. Anyway. Twin D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Twin D writes, LT, which one of the members of the coaching staff or management team do you think advocated for Forbes the hardest? I think there were some area scouts that loved Forbes who, you know, pitched him, which is what you do. I think Ron and Jack both were on board as well. I don't know if Mayhew necessarily, because we saw Mayhew in action last year, and Ron and Marty didn't agree with Mayhew, and they were able to overrule him. I trust Marty Herney more so than I do Martin Mayhew. But in any event, I think that there were a number of people in there who just love the ability to take the football away. That's the thing in this league. If a quarterback knows that you're not going to make him pay for a mistake by picking it off, what's to stop that quarterback from attacking you over and over again? It's the same thing with Carlos Rogers back in the day. Rodgers might have been in great position and he might have been getting PBUs, but if you're not going to actually take the ball away, if I make a mistake and you're not going to pick it off, I can keep challenging you because guess what? Either I'm going to get another opportunity to throw the football on the next down, or guess what? We get to end the possession, which is what coaches say that at all possessions should end with a kick. So if I challenge you on 3rd and 7 and you're in great position to pick it off, but you don't, we'll punt it. Now you got to go 78 yards to score a touchdown instead of 38 yards to score a touchdown because you didn't pick the ball off. So what's going to stop me from continuing to challenge you if you're not going to make me pay for mistakes? That's why you want corners who take the ball away. Again, some giveth, some taketh away. Like Trayvon Diggs, he's going to give up some touchdowns because he's just super aggressive. But he's also going to take the football away. So there's a balance there. You know, it might drive you crazy because, yep, he just gave up another 55-yard touchdown. Yep, he just gave up another touchdown in the red zone because he bit on the slant, and then they went to the fade and got him. But, you know, there are going to be plays that he's going to make, and you're going to go, that dude, man, I tell you, man, y'all better stop trying that young man. And we might be saying the same thing with Emmanuel Forbes. You know, we'll see. I think there were a number of them on board with Emmanuel Forbes. I don't think this was somebody went rogue and said, hey, we got to do this. I think they really liked him. EJ Solutions, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. EJ Solutions, right? Number 35, remember, Mayhew is Super Bowl winning corner. He knows what he's doing, Big Lou. Martin Mayhew did play on the 1991 team, was starting opposite of Darrell Green, played actually really well that year. And so he told us what he was looking for in a corner. Go back and watch that presser he had. I want to say it might have been the league meetings. He got isolated by himself and was talking about what he likes in a corner. It could have been that pre-draft presser, whatever it was. He went out of his way to explain what he looks for in a corner because he's a former corner himself. And he talked about it, and I talked about it with you guys on what he said. Essentially, I think he said that like mental toughness was, I think, the thing he was looking for the most, because, things are going to happen. He said he also wanted guys that, weren't trying to give up anything, had a mentality of nothing. I always tell you, as a cornerback, I would have the mentality of no free meals. Hey, ain't no free meals over here. You want to eat, you're going to earn everything that you get. I'm not giving up the 7-yard completion. I'm not cool with playing off 10 yards and allowing you to run a 7-yard stop and catch it in front of me and be okay with rallying up and making a tackle. Not unless it's 3rd and 18. I'm not cool with that shit. I'm not cool with that on 1st and 10. I'm not cool with that on 2nd and 9. I'm not cool with that on 3rd and 8. And there's a lot of corners in the league that are cool with that. Like, you're just not going to beat me over the top. But you can have all this underneath shit you want. Nah, F that. Forbes ain't cool with that shit. I know that. And I know Martin Mayhew said he wasn't cool with it. So I think that all those things go into the conversation. All of those things go into it. Some of y'all are just watching Emmanuel Forbes for the first time, and y'all like, yo, this is the same thing y'all did last year when I told y'all ain't really watch, Jahan Dotson, and then y'all went and watched his film, or a lot of y'all ain't watched no film. Y'all watch highlights. He was like, yo, this dude a beast for real. I'm like, been told you that. I just seen somebody just watched his highlights and it was like, yo, I think I'm liking the pick more. Raging Commanders Talk. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Forbes strapped the 2021 wide receiver draft class and the 2020. I don't understand why y'all don't like the pick. He dominated the 2022 wide receiver class. I don't think anyone said that they don't like the pick itself. I think they don't like the value. I can't say that. There are a lot of people that might not like the pick altogether. I think most fans are not upset at the actual pick or player. And this is what I said, even with Daron Payne. I didn't hate Daron Payne. I just thought there were other guys available that I would have preferred more. It wasn't about Daron Payne. It was more about what they didn't do. I think that's what the case is for a lot of people. It's not about Emmanuel Forbes and his ability or, what they think he can or can't do. I think it's more about passing up on a guy that they just viewed as better, getting better value for the selection. That's what it's about. Less about Forbes, more about what they could have had potentially. I think that's what it's more about. I could be wrong. I could be speaking for people, and I don't like speaking for anybody but myself. So I could be wrong here, but I think ultimately that's what it's about. Aaron Gray, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Aaron Gray writes, another fireable offense by this staff. Their ability to continue to misjudge talent and pass up top-tier talent in the draft baffles me. You're not alone, and a lot of people are frustrated, and this is what happens when you become fixated on a particular prospect. I think they locked in on a guy, and I think they overreacted, and I probably shouldn't say that because there's no such thing as overreacting to a lack of turnovers. We didn't get enough turnovers last year. And, I get annoyed when I hear Jack talk about turnover Thursdays. Yeah, right. We don't force turnovers. What are you talking about? I get mad when Jack talks about they come in bunches, which technically they did for us. We went a whole stretch early in the season without forcing them. Then we had a stretch where they would come in 2 and 3 at a time. And then we went back towards the end of the season until the Dallas game. We went back to not creating a bunch of turnovers again, right? Didn't create any against Cleveland, only one against San Francisco, none against the Giants. I don't think they fumbled or, threw a pick in that game the second time around. So we went through one of those situations where we just weren't, getting turnovers again. And so that's been our MO, right? They want a guy that's going to come in and potentially help change that. So we'll see if they mishandled and misjudged talent and passed up on top-tier talent. I'm going to be keeping my eye on Christian Gonzalez. I can't speak for you guys out there. Even if you don't keep tabs on him, I will. I want to see what the hell he's doing. And again, New England's been known for taking elite talent at the cornerback position and turning it into borderline Hall of Fame talent. So I wouldn't be shocked if Christian Gonzalez turned out to be outstanding for them. And maybe he wouldn't have been as good in Washington as he is in New England. Because Belichick, if there's one thing Belichick knows how to do, is get the most out of a damn corner. So we'll see. All right. Kyle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Damn. Oh, it's empty. I was about to say, why I put the wine bottle down there? Because that shit empty. Time to open up a new one. Uh-oh. Houston, we have a problem. Got a wine bottle that don't want to open. All right, let's see if we can get it. I'm going to wet my hand a little bit. See if that helps. Uh-oh. We got a top that don't want to open. Could this be the end of my reign of terror tonight? I'm going to keep trying until I get it open. There we go. Couldn't deny me. Put up a fight as much as you like. Y'all hear that pour? I'm going to get mine. You better get yours, because I'm definitely going to get mine. All right. Kyle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Kyle writes, yes, Lou, offense first. Love Minnesota's pick. Let's go. I really enjoyed your pick as well. You tricked me. I thought you were going to go quarterback. I was convinced that Hendon Hooker was going to be the pick. I think Will Levis not being selected made it a lot easier for a team like Minnesota who was maybe thinking about taking a quarterback. Ultimately, if you love the guy, it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. It doesn't matter what Will Levis is doing. If you really love Hendon Hooker, you would have taken him. So I don't think that impacted your decision-making process. I just think you were all along saying we got to get a receiver to replace Adam Thielen. He's gone. And we don't want teams being able to key in on Justin Jefferson. And while, KJ Osborne is cool, he's not a legitimate number 2. He's more of a number 3. We need to go get a legit number 2 opposite of JJ and make sure that he's not getting double teamed and there's no relief for him. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. And getting the receiver out of USC. So, did I ever give my comp for him? Let me see if I gave a comp for Jordan Addison. Let's see. My comp for Jordan Addison, I'm pretty sure I gave it to y'all. Yeah, I gave it to y'all. I said Deontay Johnston. I gave it to y'all. I love the pick. And y'all taking one more swing with Kirk. That's what that looks like. And you know what I'm anxious to see? Let's see if there are quarterbacks available at your next selection. I doubt it. If you want Hendon Hooker, I think you're gonna have to trade up. Speaking of trade up, what if Hendon Hooker's available at 47? You think Washington will pull the trigger on him? I don't know. Like to say, nah, that we good, but I don't know. We'll see. Vincent Coe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Vincent Coe, writes, I don't get the part of trading up one pick. Okay, so let me explain to you how this works. So there are 2 reasons why teams generally, These aren't the only reasons, but these are the biggest reasons why you trade up one selection. So the team in front of you, okay, so we saw it happen twice tonight, I think, maybe 3 times, but I'm pretty sure we saw it happen twice. The Giants traded up. I think they were a little bit further back than 1 pick. I think they were like 3 picks behind when they traded up. But we saw, so we saw the, I forgot that quick already. Who did we see trade up 1 pick? I felt like it happened twice tonight. Let me pull up the draft picks for tonight. NFL draft. Tracker. I should have put in it. Okay, draft tracker. Here it is. Let me see, because I'm trying to think about what we saw tonight, and I'm all over the place. Damn, this shit loading up slow as hell. Let me check my space on my computer. Feel like I did something wrong. My shit moving slow. I ain't used to this. Empty this recycling bin. All right, I'm coming, y'all. This was supposed to be quick. This shit moving like a snail's pace. All right, NFL.com. You might be going through it right now. Maybe I need to go to an off-brand site. Nah. My computer moving slow. What the hell is going on? My shit don't move this slow normally. All right. To hell with it. I ain't tripping. I can't think of it. So let me explain to you. So if you're behind a team and there's a player that you want, that team can easily say, hey, other teams are calling me about this pick. If you don't come up and trade for it, I'm going to move this pick. So let's say Washington had initially when the draft started, the Steelers on their back at 17. And let's say that the Steelers wanted a player that Washington was interested in taking potentially. The Steelers could say, hey, I know you are interested in a corner. We're interested in a corner. I don't know if you're planning on taking the one that we want, but we would love to come up and make sure that we get our guy. So one of the things that you see is that a team will call the team behind them and say, hey, look, I'm fielding offers right now for 16, right? I don't want to move that far back. So if you're interested in moving up to make sure that you get your guy, we will be interested in moving back a pick if you want to come up and get your guy. But right now, I've got 20, 23, and 24 on the phone right now, and they're all interested in coming up to 16. What you going to do? And, you know, so a team might say, okay, I don't want to risk losing the guy that I want. I'm going to come up and get him, right? So that's one scenario. Another scenario is like Washington scenario. This is the perfect example. Washington last year, and it's not apples to apples, but Washington last year told the Saints, if you don't come up to 11 and take Chris Olave, we're going to take him. That's the same. That same rule applies to the team that's right behind you, right? If you don't trade with us, I remember, okay, so I could even make it applicable to an instance where it actually happened. the Texans and Washington were side by side in the draft, 21 and 22, the year that Washington took Josh Doctson. And Washington said, hey, if you don't come up, Houston, and take wide receiver Will Fuller the fifth, we're gonna take him. And the Texans was like, well, we really don't want Josh Doctson or any of these other receivers. All right, let's just go ahead and move up. And so Washington moved back one pick. Texans took Will Fuller. Washington took Josh Doctson. If the Texans don't come up, Washington takes Will Fuller, and the Texans have to figure out what the hell they're going to do next. So that's what, you know, that trading up one pick usually represents, is the team in front of you said, hey, if you don't come up and get this guy, I'm going to take him, or I'm going to trade the pick to somebody else, and they might take him. So you got to decide what you want to do. Excuse me. So that forces the team to react and say, all right, let me get the pick up off you, because it could get ugly for me. I got a super chat right here from Damon Brown. Damn, it's been a long time, Damon. If this is the same Damon Brown from back in the day, Bills fan, shit, it's been a long time. And it is, because he's talking Bills talk. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Damon Brown writes, Dawson Knox, that is mediocre. I'll take the pick. I really wanted more pass rush, though. Is this tight end a good blocker, or is he more of a pass catcher? Hashtag Bills Mafia. He's more of a pass catcher. He can block, but that's not his forte. That's not where he's going to make his money. His money is going to be made based off of separating and making things happen as a pass catcher. That's not and you know, look, in this league, you can move guys around. You can put a third or fourth tight end on your roster that can be more of your blocking tight end. You want guys that can separate. I talked about this with Washington in particular when, you know, a lot of fans wanted a tight end at 16. And I said, in this league, what you're realizing is that it's a mismatch league. And how can we create a mismatch that gives us an advantage? And right now in the league, tight end is the easiest mismatch that you can create by taking a athletically gifted, big, tall, physical guy, flexing him out, and getting a linebacker or a safety on him. That's the easiest position to create a mismatch at right now is tight end. And you just got one of those dudes in Dalton Kincaid. So you just got better as an offense. You just got better. Bet up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Bet up writes, Forbes and trading up for Trenton Simpson, Lou. I don't think they're going to trade up for a linebacker. I think the next pick is an offensive lineman. I'm sticking true to my mock. Now, I don't know if it'll be Steve Avila or not. That's who I mocked us in the second round. But I do feel like their next pick is going to be an offensive lineman, whether it's a tackle or an interior offensive lineman remains to be seen. I just think they're going to go offensive line. I told you guys what I thought they were going to do. No skill position players in day 1 or 2 of this draft. I told you I thought they would pass on the linebacker position altogether, or if they did take one, it'd be late in the draft in the 6th or 7th round. I don't see them taking a linebacker in the 2nd round. Maybe at 97, linebacker is in play. I don't think linebacker is in play. All along, we've talked about 2 positions in particular, corner and offensive line. And I said, and you've said, and we've said that those would be the first 2 positions knocked down by this team in the draft. They've taken care of corner, may not be the one you wanted, may not be the one that I necessarily wanted, but they've taken care of corner. And now they're going to look to address offensive line. And I think they're going to double dip. I've already said that. I think they're going to take 2 offensive linemen in this year's draft. And we'll see if they ultimately do that. But they're going to take 1 for sure. And I think that 1 will be tomorrow at 47. But we'll see. Could be a linebacker. I know a lot of you want a linebacker. If they're going to take 1, it probably should be at 47 because by the time you get to hell, if Jack Campbell can go in the first round, by the time we get to 97, all the good linebackers, Deion Henley, Toa, Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson, all of those guys will be long gone by the time you get to 97. All right. So most of those guys will be around. At least 2 of them or so will be around by 47. None of them will be around by 97. So if you want a linebacker, better take them at 47. I don't think they're going to take 1. I think they're perfectly fine with taking Kyle Soley. And right now, Ron's 1 for 1. He told us, oh, don't pay attention to who we're having these visits with. Well, you're 1 for 1 in the visits department. They may only get 1 or 2 more players out of the guys they had, with the top 30 visit. But right now, you're 1 for 1. So I don't see them being in a position to trade up for Trenton Simpson. But again, we will see. Yeah. Oh, man. My guy Derek B says he was laughing. I don't know if you heard me say this or you were just saying it, but Will Levis only came with 1 suit. Most dudes, when they come to the draft party for the NFL, when they come to the actual facility, they assume they're getting drafted in the first round. So you only pack 1 suit. If you're confident, the suit you wear is the suit you came with. You didn't pack 2 suits because you don't expect to be there on day 2. Will Levis is going to be there tomorrow. I'm anxious to see if he's going to have the same suit on. Yeah, Dr. Ice. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Wrights. Why are we always reaching? They could have traded back. Y'all assume they could have traded back. Now, again, I don't think they actually tried as hard as they could have, but trading back is an act that takes 2 to complete, right? Like somebody has to say, we want your pick. There is a guy that we want to come up and get. Don't assume that somebody wanted Christian Gonzalez. Nobody wanted Will Levis. Clearly, he didn't go in the first round. Okay? Don't assume that anybody wanted a player that was available at Washington's pick at 16. The Patriots wanted Christian Gonzalez, but clearly they didn't want him that bad because they traded out of 14 and allowed the Steelers to come up, and they were perfectly fine with losing an opportunity to draft him. So you can't say that, well, the Patriots clearly wanted him. They didn't want him that bad because they would have stayed at 14. So, again, who's to say that anybody wanted to trade up? I told you this is not a draft where trading up is something that you're going to see teams dying to do. Okay? There wasn't going to be a ton of movement. After you got out of the top 12 to 15 picks, there wasn't going to be a ton of movement. And there wasn't. I think we saw Jacksonville move out of their pick, allowing the Giants to come up, and then Jacksonville moving yet again to allow the Bills to come up. I think that was one of the instances where a pick was moved 1 spot. I think the Giants were 1 spot behind Jacksonville, and they came up 1 spot, and they got Deonte Banks. And then Jacksonville traded again back to Buffalo, and then they finally made a selection. So that's one of the times. I think there was another time where we saw a team move back 1 pick, but I can't remember what that was. Either way, I said all of that to say this. You can't assume that there were trade partners available. They could have traded back late first, early second for Forbes. At least pick up good draft capital if you like him. Again, assuming that there were trade partners, assuming that nobody else was going to take Forbes, assuming that somebody assuming that Washington was interested in moving out of the pick with Forbes being available. Yeah, we may like him. They may have clearly they loved him. Like and love are two different things. Clearly, they loved him. They didn't like him. They loved him. Envision Home DEG. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I have to know, Professor Libologist Louie Tee, would Kendall Fuller be forced to restructure his final year or be a cap casualty? It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do. I mean, I think with this pick, and we knew a corner was coming, so this isn't a surprise. But with this pick, and I think some offensive linemen on the horizon, they're going to have some options available to them to make something happen. There isn't a restructure coming for Kendall Fuller. He's on the last year of his deal. Either he's going to take a pay cut or he's getting cut if they decide to go that route. There's no restructuring. This is the last year of his deal. You restructure when a guy has 3 years left or 4 years left on his deal. You push money to the back of his contract and you give him some upfront money and you lower the base salary. There's no option for that with Kendall Fuller. Either you go to Kendall Fuller and say, bro, you making $11.5 million this year. We need you to be making more like 7. And if he says, nah, I'm not good with that, then I always say, if you're willing to go to a guy to ask him to take a pay cut, you got to be willing to cut him. Because if you're just asking me to take a pay cut and I have the option to say no, I'm going to say no. Like, I'm not going to be like, so I was slated to make $13.5 million this year. You want me to make 7.5. So you want me to take damn near a 50% decrease in pay, and you want me to be okay with that versus, nah, I want my entire $13.5 million salary, and you're not going to do anything about it? Let's see. Take the pay cut, not take the pay cut, still be on the roster, still get my full 13.5, take the pay cut, be a good guy, and get 6.5 or 7.5 rather. Which one do you think the player is going to do, right? So if you go to a guy and say, hey, man, we hurting over here. Was wondering if you were willing to take a pay cut to stay here, man. I know you got a family. Your daughter's going to school. We really love you. And we'd love to have you back, man. And this is the last year of your deal. If you ball out this year, I promise you, as long as I'm here and I don't get fired, and this is Ron talking to say a Kendall Fuller, I'm going to re-sign you and bring you back as long as you go out and play the kind of football we know you're capable of playing. But this year, we just need it. I mean, that's cool. But Kendall could be like, nah, I'm good. I mean, if y'all got to cut me, do what y'all got to do. And you let them decide. But I don't think Kendall Fuller is going to be restructured because that would require them to re-sign him and then restructure. You know, re-signing him, extending him would lower the cap number. But I don't know if they're interested in re-signing him or if they just want him to play out. They want him to play out the final year of his deal. I don't think they're going to do anything with Kendall Fuller. I think where the guys that they're looking at are all on the offensive line and Logan Thomas, tight end. You know, I think those are. But Kendall Fuller is interesting. I haven't thought about him. This is the last year of his deal. I don't know how much they would save by moving on from him. I would assume that that's a significant number because when you get to the last year of a 4-year, $40 million deal, most of that money is backloaded. And so I would assume that there has already been an exit ramp that Washington didn't take. And maybe there are some guarantees, but not as much in this final year of his deal, and they could get out. And let's say he's slated to make 12 this year, and cutting him, they save 8. Obviously, that's something you'd have to entertain. But I don't know the details of his contract. I just know this is the last year of a 4-year, $40 million deal. So we'll see what happens. My initial prognosis is that Fuller's here. He's not an issue. We didn't force turnovers last year. He was one of the few guys that did, along with Defoe in the back end. He was one of the few guys that actually did pick the ball off. We had 2 defensive touchdowns last year. Kendall Fuller had both of them. So I can't see them moving on from Kendall Fuller. Dylan Hinton, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dylan writes, hope we draft Brenton Strange. He's from my hometown, graduated from my high school when I was a freshman. I've seen that name, but it's strange to me. Did you see what I just did there? Whatever the case. I just bit my tongue. Oh, shit. Oh, that hurt bad. Got my eyes watering. Ah, shit. Damn. I got my shit good, too, and I got some sharp-ass teeth. Damn. That's what I get for trying to talk and chew and all that shit at one time. Ouch. Yikes. Whew. I ain't had one of them in a minute. That was a good one. Let me see what position Brenton Strange plays. I've heard the name many times, but I don't recall what position he plays. The tight end from Penn State. That's right. He had a good combine too. I was impressed with him. That's right. Whew. Whew. Kids, don't try that at home. Don't do that shit. That did not feel good. I don't think they're taking a tight end. I've said that a million times. I know y'all tired of hearing me. I sound like a broken record. I'm not going to keep repeating it, but I don't think they're taking a tight end. John Livingston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. J.L. Smooth. Thank you for being an MOBB, a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, love the player Kincaid, excited for the possibilities, but we are paying Knox a lot of money, and that's why I did not think you were going to do that. I had a fellow Bills fan, Damon Brown, earlier say that Knox has been mediocre. I'm like, well, you didn't pay him like he was mediocre. You paid him like you felt like he was one of the top 7 tight ends in football. So I didn't expect you to spend a first-round pick on Dalton Kincaid, but clearly you saw the benefit of a guy that – and for as much as I love Dawson Knox, he's not Dalton Kincaid. So he said, I just don't understand. I was praying for a trade back to someone who wants to jump back in. That was the problem. This isn't a draft where people were dying to come up. Again, I told you that Mel Kiper and Todd McShay said very early in the process, I'm having trouble finding 16 guys worthy of a first-round pick. So it was going to be, y'all see that? Y'all see that blood? Oh, yeah, I bit my shit good. Y'all see that? That shit hurt, boy. Damn. I'm hoping this alcohol, this wine kind of heal it up. Whew. That shit's still burning. Nobody was coming to save you. But not only, it's crazy though, because you said you wanted to trade back. Y'all traded up. So clearly you weren't on the same page with your front office, with Brandon Beane and company. They went up and got Dalton Kincaid. You were talking about trying to get out of the first round altogether. And they was like, nah, we talking about going up and getting the guy. So y'all weren't on the same page. Travis Snow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Travis Snow writes, 14 interceptions, 6 pick sixes through his college career. Dude is a ball hawk. Clearly, we've established that already. I've talked about that ad nauseum. I talked about that on my mock draft. I talked about that, during the process when we were talking about cornerbacks and him in particular. And I talked about Clark Phillips III, another guy that to me is the second best ball hawk in this year's draft class. And, some of the traits that those guys have, they're not the same type of player. Clark Phillips is like 5'9", so he's a different type of player than Emmanuel Forbes. Shit, at 5'9", I think Clark Phillips is still heavier than Emmanuel Forbes. But that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is those guys are ball hawks, but at the same time, they give stuff up because they're so aggressive. You can't be a ball hawk without being aggressive and attacking the football. And in doing that, trying to jump routes, trying to get your hands on the football, you're going to be susceptible to double moves and things that teams are trying to set you up with. And that's been one of the issues with Emmanuel Forbes is double moves, being out of position, kind of freelancing a bit because he thinks he sees a route combination and he tries to jump that, and then his guy is running down the field wide open. He's one of those guys that clearly can lose his luggage. So you got to kind of coach that out of him and say, hey, look, don't be selfish. Do your job and trust that the guy next to you will do his. And if a play's there to be made, he'll make the play. But we don't need you going, above and beyond the call of duty and messing around and allowing somebody behind you for a 67-yard touchdown. Like, make sure you do your job first before you try to go and make a play. He's definitely a ball hawk. I don't think anybody's doubting that. DJ23, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, do we get Avila in the second round if he's there? I mean, that was what I mocked, but I don't know if they're hell-bent on a guard or a tackle or what in the second round. I'm assuming the board is going to determine what they do. But if they've already, just like they did in the first round, if they've already locked in on a guy in the second round, and if he's there, they're going to take him, then they could already have their guy in mind. So we'll see. Avila is a guy that I think should be gone by the time we get on the clock at 47 because to me, he's one of the best players available left in the draft. Like if, Daniel Jeremiah or Mel Kiper or Todd McShay put up their best available at the start of the second round when the Steelers come to the clock at 32, I guarantee you Steve Avila is in that top 10 of guys that are the best available. So you're talking about and again, that doesn't mean anything because he's a guard and there could be other teams that are looking at other positions that aren't even thinking about a guard. And so just because you're a top 10 available guy doesn't mean you're going to go in that manner. So it doesn't mean a thing, but I truly believe that somebody will be like, yo, we can use an offensive lineman. Teams always can use offensive linemen. So how many offensive linemen did we see go in the first round? We saw Paris Johnson go first. Peter Skoronski went second. That's right. Then we saw Broderick Jones go. Then we saw, let's see. We had Paris Johnson Jr., Peter Skoronski, Broderick Jones. No. It was Paris Jones Jr., Paris Johnson Jr. Then it was Darnell Wright. The Bears took Darnell Wright. Then it was Peter Skoronski. Then it was Broderick Jones. Then I think it was Anton Harrison. And I think that was it for offensive linemen in the first round. I don't know why. I think there may be a bunch of people trying to get on that NFL.com website to pull up the draft. I'm going to go to a different website and see if I can get it. So, let's see. Yeah, here we go. Draft tracker on CBS. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offensive linemen. Yep. So that's a good number. We had 3 quarterbacks go, 3 in the first 4 picks, and that was it. 5 offensive linemen. Let's see how many corners we had go in the first round. I talked about 7. I think I got my ass kicked. 1, Devon Witherspoon went first. Then we didn't get another one until Emmanuel Forbes went second. Christian Gonzalez went third. I think we got one more coming. Deontay Banks was the 4th and I think final in the first round. So we got 4 corners, 5 offensive linemen, 3 quarterbacks, edge rusher. That's the other premium position. Let's see how many of those went in the first round. 1, Will Anderson Jr. went 3rd overall. 2, Tyree Wilson went to the Raiders at 7. 3, Lucas Van Ness went to the Green Bay Packers at 13. 4, Will McDonald, the 4th, went to the Jets at 15. I think it's one more. Obviously, the Chiefs took one. Miles Murphy went to the Bengals at 28. That's 5. And then the Eagles took Nolan Smith. That's 6 at 30. And then Felix and Anudike-Uzomah went 31st to the Chiefs. So 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 edge rushers went in the first round. So between quarterback, quarterback, tackle, edge rusher, corner, which are the 4 premium positions, you had 3 quarterbacks, you had 4 corners, 5 offensive linemen, and 7 edge rushers. So 7, 5, 12, 16 with the 4 what was 4? Tackles. And so let's do that again. 7 edge rushers, 5 offensive linemen, 12, 4 corners, 16, 3 quarterbacks, 19. So of the 31 picks in the first round, 19 came of the 4 premium positions. That's generally how it goes. 2 running backs in the first round was very interesting. We did not see that coming. Jahmyr Gibbs, and 2, not just 2 in the first round, 2 in the top 12, as a matter of fact. We had some defensive linemen go. Carter went to the Eagles at 9. They traded up. Cancey went at 19 to the Bucs. That's 2. And then we saw Mozzie Smith go. And Brian Brzee. So 4 defensive tackles went in the first round as well to add to that list. So that's 23 players of 31 at just 5 positions. So that tells you where the strength of this draft was. And honestly, it tells you what teams were targeting early, but tight end is a strong position in this draft. Only 1 went in the first round. Running back is a strong position in this draft. Only 2 went, which that's a big number in the first round. And we're going to see plenty more of them go. Receiver is not that strong of a draft class this year, and that's probably why these teams went ahead and got theirs while supplies last. But interesting enough, anyway. I digress. If Avila is there, I think you take him in a second. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Miss Perry says, you got to use Redman's voice when you say it. If you're going to, what did he say? I'm trying to think of how he said it. I know how he said it. I just can't think of what he said before he said it. But I know he said, shake your stinking ass. If you're going to rock the party, shake your stinking ass. I can't think of what he said. I just know, doom, 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 doom. Anyway. Shake your stinking ass. I was talking to Big Money Sonny because he was trying to doubt my abilities. So I was like, no, hey, if you're gonna come for the king, best not miss. I'm not saying let me stop talking before I bite my damn tongue again. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, my younger brother played against Brian Brzee in high school, said he was the most unstoppable force he had ever seen. Brian Brzee was a bad man before the injury. You saw flashes last year, but you're hoping that he gets back to what he was prior to the injury. He's a bad man. He's a bad man. If he's healthy, he's going to help that Saints defense for sure. It's amazing when you play against some of these dudes and they make it to the league and you're able to say, yo, that dude was a beast, you know. I've only seen two professional athletes that have played in the NFL. One was on our team, and then another dude, we played against him. Marvin Mitchell made it to the NFL, played like 7 years, won a Super Bowl with the Saints back in 2008 or whenever it was that year, 2007. I think they won the Super Bowl, whatever that year was. He was on that team as a linebacker. And then Xavier Adibi, I think, was the player that I saw, and I said, damn, he looks different. And he made it to the NFL, went to Virginia Tech, ended up going to the NFL, drafted by the Texans. Didn't last long in the league, though. I think he played maybe 4 or 5 years. But you know when you see it, though, you're like, that shit looks different. You see it and you're like, yo, that, okay, all right. Okay, that's what's up. Shut up. You know when you see it. John Cedillo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John Cedillo. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. Sup, Lou? Not real enthused about the Dallas pick, but if it helps address our run defense issues, I can live with it. I don't love Mozzie Smith, but I knew he was rising up boards, and I knew Dallas was very, very intrigued by him. And to your point, they were tired of getting run on. Dallas is always going to be a team that you can run the football on because they're light And Mozzie Smith is the opposite of what you've been acquiring since Dan Quinn came on board, because Dan Quinn has always been a coordinator or a coach that has sacrificed girth and strength up front for speed and quickness and athleticism. And so guys are a lot lighter in the trunks, and you're able to move these guys and create a new line of scrimmage, open up holes in the run game. Mozzie Smith represents a change to what you're accustomed to seeing under Dan Quinn. So, and trust me, had Cancey been there, he would have been the pick, I believe, not Mozzie Smith. But anyway, he's going to help you guys stop the run. I can say that for sure. All right. Enigma RJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Enigma RJ writes, "Sup, Lou? I was hurt that Washington didn't grab Christian Gonzalez. However, I think the pick they made is a great pick. With a little weight training, the kid would be solid." Pause. All right. Would you guys be okay if he got to 180? I mean, you're asking a lot. That's 14 pounds on a frame that I don't know if he's going to be able to gain 14 pounds or not. I just think he's a skinny dude. I just think he's going to be a skinny dude. Like, you'd be lucky if he gets to 175, you know? Good. Look, NFL weight training programs are much more significant than college, and there's a lot of things going on in college. They got to worry about schoolwork, all that shit. You don't have to worry about none of that. Now you got a job. The NFL is a job. You don't got to do nothing else. You don't got to do no schoolwork. You got to worry about nothing else, no papers, none of that. Now you just get to focus on nutrition, proper sleep, all of that shit, and getting your body where you need to get it. Can he gain 7 to 10 pounds? Maybe. I won't doubt that. He won't gain much more than that. If y'all are looking for him to get to 185, I'd be shocked. I mean, you are essentially asking him to turn into Giannis Antetokounmpo. You look at Giannis when he first came in the league as a rookie to where he is now, his body has changed significantly, and that took work. I don't see Emmanuel Forbes adding 10 to 15 pounds of muscle. 7? Maybe. Not 15, because 15 just gets you to 180. I don't think he's getting to 180. But we'll see. I could be wrong. But I don't hate the pick, and I hope y'all give it a chance. A lot of y'all, I've seen Fire Ron, can you be disappointed with the pick? Feel like there was better value? Sure. I'm not mad at y'all for that, because I felt like that. But Miss Perry is in her bag tonight. I love it. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ethan writes, "Washington versus Philly is basically Bama versus Georgia now. LOL." Pretty much. That's what it is. We're in a competition to see who can acquire the most SEC players. That's what it's basically boiled down to. Is we keep adding SEC dudes, they keep adding SEC dudes, and we trying to see who's got the most. So we'll see who ends up with the most, but we just keep stockpiling them. Allen, Payne, Sweat, Forbes, all of those dudes are SEC dudes. I'm pretty sure if I went down the list, there's many, many, many more of them on the roster, but we keep adding them. So do the Eagles. They shopping at the Georgia store heavy. A.J. Brown went to Ole Miss. They went and traded for him. Devontae Smith is from Alabama. Jalen Hurts went to Alabama, but he ended up being drafted out of Oklahoma, but he went to Alabama. We can keep going. I'm pretty sure you can keep going on their roster, and they got a bunch of dudes from the SEC as well. So Darius Slay went to Mississippi State. So, yeah. I think he was a Mississippi State Bulldog. Or was he Texas A&M? Feel like he was Mississippi State. Now I got to look it up because I'm going to be tripping if I don't. And I'm going to be thinking about it. Darius Slay went to Mississippi State. I'm good. I may be a little tipsy, but I'm good. Cape Crusader fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Eagles playing chess and Ron playing checkers. Ron is already in bed. Good night, regardless. Thanks, Louie. Hey, I've had that Eagles playing chess comment multiple times tonight, and I don't think y'all are wrong. Howie Roseman, I'm not a Howie Roseman fan, but I do understand his brilliance and what he brings to the table. And I think what separates Howie Roseman from a lot of GMs isn't necessarily that Howie's great. I think Howie's fearless. I think he's willing to take risks. I think he knows what he wants to do and how far he's willing to go without overstepping the boundaries. I think all great GMs, and I do think Howie Roseman is a great GM right now. I think all great GMs understand that no matter how this thing goes down, I need to feel like I won. And if I can't feel like I just got a dub out of this move, I'm not going to do it. I feel like the Braves have a great general manager in Alex Anthopoulos right now, right? And his mode of operation is, I'm never going to get fleeced in a trade. You're never going to get me. You're never going to catch me slipping. I feel like the Grizzlies have a really good general manager. And it's the same way. You're not going to catch me sleep behind the wheel. You know, if I give up a dude, it's because I want to give up on the dude. You're not going to get me because I'm desperate and you caught me in a moment of, you know, desperation and I gave up some shit that I shouldn't have. That ain't how I move. That ain't how Howie Roseman moves. He preys on the weak. He preys on the teams that have to make a move or are in a vulnerable situation. And he waits for some situations to arise and then he gets his shit off. And he's like, yo, I'm willing to move up this far, but I'm not moving up any further than that. And if that dude falls in our wheelhouse, cool, I'll trade up for him. If not, I'm cool either way. They did it again tonight, getting a couple of Bulldogs, you know, Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. Add him to, I mean, it's like a reunion. You know, Jordan Davis is like, yo, they just added two of my teammates from the national championship run that I had 2 years ago. They just added a couple of my homeboys. It's crazy. Eagles are definitely playing chess. You know, sometimes it do feel like we playing checkers, but we'll see. We'll see. DJ 23, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. First of all, let me just say this. Let me get a toast to everybody that's still here. It's 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. Want to give a quick shout out to all of y'all that's holding the kid down. It's still 520 of y'all out here holding me down, man. Really appreciate y'all. And I'm enjoying this. This is fun. I always enjoy doing this. So appreciate y'all. Salud. Cheers. DJ23, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, as a Bulldog fan, I'm conflicted, but damn, they got the whole championship D-line over there. I'm assuming you're talking about the Eagles. Yeah, they except minus Devontae Wyatt, they got the squad over there, the whole squad. They just ran it back. Well, really minus Trayvon Walker, because Devontae Wyatt was a starter on that championship team, the first one, and Carter was a reserve. He was the backup. So technically, they're just missing Trayvon Walker. And then they would have a whole squad. It's just crazy, right? So if DJ23, if you're a Bulldog fan, okay, you're a Georgia Bulldog. I was thinking of a Mississippi State Bulldog. So you're a Georgia Bulldog fan. So, okay. I won't ask you what I was about to ask you because it don't matter. All right. Dorgunner says, I will need some Pedialyte. I got some of that in a First, can y'all spell Pedialyte right for me, please? That's number one. And number two, I got some in the closet. I got kids, right? I got kids under the age of 2. So I got Pedialyte in the closet, but I ain't gonna need none of this shit. If I do, I'm blaming y'all. Because y'all were the ones that jinxed me. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, man, Joey Porter falls right in the Pitts' hands round 2. Yep. They took a calculated risk. They passed up on him in first round, and they're going to get his ass right at the top of the second round. And they said, happened just like we thought it was. One of my favorite movies. I haven't seen this in a while, but one of my favorite movies is Classic. Work that body. Class Act. And Tommy from Martin, may he rest in peace. He's in that movie. And he's one of the bad guys. And it's just funny seeing Tommy as a bad guy, knowing what he was on Martin, right? But this was prior to Martin. Class Act was prior to Martin. And so he's the big bad drug dealer, right? And he had his 2 little henchmen, his 2 little clowns or whatever, and he say some shit and they follow him. And one of the things he said was he asked, what was my man that was supposed to be selling at the school? God, I can't remember his name, with the box and the crazy looking face. Danita, I thought you was gonna play with my frog. Why can't I think of his name? Anyway, he told him, because Tommy asked him, how's everything going at the school? And he said, oh, everything's cool. And Tommy said, everything's cool. And they said, cool. And the Steelers, when I think of that, I think of the Steelers and teams like that who figure this shit out. And they're like, yo, we don't have to reach for a dude in the first round. We got the first pick of the second round and everything's going kosher. And the Steelers are like, nah, we ain't get JPJ in the first round. But guess what? He's still around in the second round. And they're looking around like, hey, we cool. And the Steelers like, yeah, cool. Yeah. They're going to get JPJ. I told y'all, I guaranteed y'all they was going to get JPJ. I just thought it was going to happen in the first round. They sitting right there at the top of the second round, and they looking like, our guy's still here. I can't speak for you, but our dude's still here. We about to take him. I bet you that's the pick at 32. You know what? Let me shut my dumb ass up, because I done said that about 3 or 4 times in the last 5 or 7 picks, and I've been wrong as hell. I don't know what the hell the Steelers are going to do at 32, but I think JPJ is going to be the pick. I'll just say that. Wedge, Calvin Barner II. Thank you. Wedge is his damn name. Wedge. Hey, Danita, I thought you was going to play with my frog. Wedge is his damn name. He looked like a damn wedge. When you want to talk about ugly, he was ugly. Not to be talking about another person. I'm sorry, God. Forgive me. That wasn't nice. I apologize. Anyway, I digress. Jamal Hamlin. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal Hamlin writes, Lou, I'm getting ready for work, so please have a glass for me. The Eagles, though, I'm hating, LOL. Look, man, I don't want to give too much credit to the Eagles because, like, they still, like, you can't, in order to beat somebody, you can't be worshiping them. Like, Shohei Ohtani told his teammates in the World Baseball Classic, in order to beat the Americans, you can't be worshiping over them. Those teams in the 92 Dream Team, in the 92 Olympics, rather, they had no shot at beating Barkley. First of all, they had no shot because that was literally the Dream Team. Barkley and Jordan and Magic and Bird and Mullen and Pippen and Malone and Rob. Like, they had no shot. I don't know if anybody could beat that squad. That's the greatest team ever assembled. However, you damn sure don't have a chance when before the game you want to take pictures with Jordan and the rest of the squad. And you can't idolize somebody that you're about to defeat. You can't have that mentality. You got to wipe that shit from your mind. You can say after the game, hey, man, I grew up watching you, man. Can you sign my... Yeah, sure. But you can't go into the game thinking that shit. Yeah, no, you got to go kick some ass. And as much as I want to say, man, the Eagles, man, they killing shit. They are. And I've already acknowledged that. I ain't going to keep saying this shit over and over again because I'm trying to kick their ass. I ain't trying to be their friend. F what you heard. Yeah, the Eagles doing shit. And that's good. That's fine and dandy. F the Eagles. F Howie Roseman. F all the shit they doing. F them. That's how I feel about that. Yeah, they had another good draft or whatever. That's how I feel. Oh, yeah, y'all got a couple more good players or whatever. I don't give a damn. I'm worried about what we over here doing. I'll definitely have another glass for you. No worries. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01 writes, Dan Campbell loves him some Jack Campbell soup. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. You could have just said some Campbell soup, but I see what you did there. I'm not mad with it. I'm not mad at it at all. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael White, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, I love the pick, but Forbes is an aggressive corner, but Jack Del Rio is going to allow him to. Is Jack Del Rio going to allow him to be aggressive? That's $1 million question because it doesn't matter how aggressive he is. You can't stop a guy from being aggressive on the field. You can try to muzzle a player. You can try to get him to be more disciplined, which I'm not against because there's something to be said about doing your job. You're not trying to do 2 or 3 different people's jobs. However, you have to allow your players to play to their strengths. I think they'll allow him to do that because that's the defense we run anyway. I don't think they'll take any of his aggressiveness away from him. This isn't defensive end. This isn't, linebacker where they're, hey, we need you to stay in your gap. That's not what corner is. They're going to tell you, hey, you line up wherever you want to line up. Most of the time, the coaches give you the freedom to say, hey, if you want to press. If you want to back off. You do what you need. Some techniques require you, to be 7 yards off, 2 yards outside of the receiver. That's what this coverage requires you to do. Be 7 yards off and 2 yards to the outside of that receiver. Some coverages require you to be 8 yards off, 1 yard inside of the receiver. That's what the coverage requires. But a lot of times they give you they give you the ability as a corner to say, hey, you do whatever. Look, this is the coverage we playing. We playing cover 3. If you want to press and bail, That's up to you. Give the quarterback something to think about. That's up to you. You just better get to your goddamn spot, get to your landmark, and be deeper than the deepest, wider than the widest. I don't give a shit what you do as long as you do your job. You want to start the playoffs 7 yards off or 10 yards off and invite the quarterback to throw a hitch as soon as he gets the rock? That's on you. We're giving you the freedom to do whatever the hell you want to do. If you scared to death of this receiver that's lining up across from you, you think he's going to cook your ass, so you want to back up 10 yards, that's on you. But just make sure you get your damn job done. So I don't think they're going to muzzle him. I don't think they're going to take any of his aggressiveness away from him. I don't see that happening. The Black Al B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Black Al B writes, got to do my film study on Addison. I fell for the banana in the tailpipe that they were going to move up to get Richardson. Line season is a mother effer. Shaking my head. LOL. You ain't learned nothing yet. All these years you've been with me, all these years I've been telling you about line season, and you ain't learned yet. You really thought y'all was going up for Richardson? Of all the quarterbacks, Richardson? Really? I'm going to take you under my wing, Black LB. Come on. Come on over here, man. We got a lot of work to do, man. You thought you knew better than that already. I can save you the trouble, but you should go do your own work so you can formulate your own opinion. I'll just tell you, Addison is one of the better route runners in this year's draft class. He's not super fast, not explosive, but what he will do is he will separate, he will catch the football, and he'll be a great addition to your Vikings football team. He'll fit in seamlessly because he is a great complement to Justin Jefferson. You know, and not that Jefferson can't do anything on the football field, because he could do every single thing on the football field, but he'll do the dirty work underneath Jordan Addison. He'll win on 3rd and 6 and catch the 8-yard pass, right? He'll win on 3rd and 13 and get open for a 15-yard dig route or post, right? He'll do all of the little things. He'll separate, and he'll make life easier for Justin Jefferson. You know, Adam Thielen, unfortunately, last year wasn't a great compliment to Justin Jefferson. And so when Jefferson didn't have it going or teams took him away, you didn't have really another option unless KJ Osborne had a big game. But now you don't have to worry about that with Jordan Addison on the opposite side. Now you have another receiver that can hurt teams if they decide to try to take Justin Jefferson out of the game. So it's going to create more balance. I think the question for you should be, are we going to see a Dalvin Cook trade tomorrow? Because I think we will see a Dalvin Cook trade tomorrow. That's the real question, because you're going to draft a running back in this year's draft, and this is a deep draft class, so I expect you to go get a running back. But will you move Dalvin Cook tomorrow? I think you will. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why y'all think I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. I'm trying to tell y'all. And I'm not one of those people, and y'all gonna mock me for this, because people that aren't drunk tell you they're not drunk all the time. I'm serious though. Like, y'all, I see y'all talking about, oh, I want to hang with drunk Louie and all. I'm not drunk though. I'm tipsy. Tipsy is different than drunk. Y'all know that. If you've ever been, and I don't advocate this, if you've never been drunk or tipsy, don't. You're not missing anything. All right. It feels good, but feeling good is temporary. Okay. So that's not something that you should do. I've never taken cocaine, but people that have said they've taken cocaine, it numbs your body, numbs your face, and they feel great. It's temporary though. It's a high. Like, don't do that. Right? I wouldn't advocate anybody to take drugs. I'm not advocating anyone to get drunk. If you've never done it, you're not missing anything. Don't do it. You're beating up your kidneys. You're sending yourself to the bathroom 3 or 4 times unnecessarily. Don't do it. Don't beat yourself up. You don't need to do it. For those of us who are alkies, and this is our vice, Yeah. But I'm not drunk. You've experienced drunk and tipsy, and you know the difference. I'm tipsy right now. It is late night Louie, though, and it's lit late night Louie, for those of you who have experienced that before. But I'm not drunk. As I take a sip, I'm not drunk. Craig Harrison, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Craig writes, love the playmaking ability. D Green is small in stature, but you couldn't touch that heart, drive, and speed. Darrell Green, he's talking about. The man will bring some points to this for this defense. Love the pick like Dotson. Gonna shock all of us. Some people have learned from the mistake of last year going crazy over Dotson. I think a lot more. Last year was crazy. If you was here last year, you should have seen the outrage for the Dotson pick. This year, I think it's a mixture. I think most of the people that were frustrated have already gone to bed, and the rational folks that are going to give this pick a chance, they're still awake, right? They're still trying to advocate for people. Hey, give it a chance. The people that are pissed off, they already took their ball and went home. They already went to bed. They're like, fuck this shit, man. Sick of this shit. I'm going to sleep. The people that are more calmer, that are, open-minded, that are like, hey, this might work. We're still awake, trying to convince those who already went to sleep that this is a good pick. They're not listening to you right now. They went to sleep. They mad. They ain't up still chopping it up with us. They went to sleep. Every now. Anyway. I don't want to compare him to Darrell Green. I'm not going to do that. But I'm excited about his playmaking ability. You're right. Not kidneys. Metaphor said liver, Lou. You're right. It's your liver. You're beating up your liver when you drink alcohol, not your kidneys. My mistake. Charge it to my head, not my heart. Liver is what I meant. You're right. Not kidneys. This is why I love y'all. Y'all got my back. Because I always tell people when they say stupid shit like I just did, I'm like, don't let nobody else hear you say that shit. That's why I'm here. Because my wife always, I told y'all earlier, my wife jumps down my throat for correcting her all the time. And I'm like, what I'm trying to do is stop you from embarrassment, because if you are embarrassed, that means I probably look stupid too, because you're my wife. So if you out here looking crazy in these streets, by default, I look crazy in these streets. So what I don't want you doing is looking crazy because you said some shit out of pocket and they like, what? I'm here to stop that from happening. So I'm going to make sure you sharp as a tack. So I appreciate y'all for making sure I stay in line. So it's not kidneys, it's liver. That's why y'all here, to make sure that I'm not out here looking like a damn dumbass. Craig Harrison, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Craig Harrison writes, isn't it amazing we actually have hope? No Dan Snyder, no small man disease tyrant. We rid ourselves of that piece of shit. Hallelujah. We have hope. My son has a chance to enjoy, not tread the trash organization that I had to since 9 years old. That is the hope, that the next generation doesn't have to endure what we just endured. My son is 4 years old. He doesn't know what football really truly is. He's just kind of understanding sports and separating them. Okay, that's baseball, that's football, that's basketball. I don't push him because he's more of a car guy. I think he's going to be like a mechanic or some shit like that because he loves cars, an engineer, some shit like that. But I think it's my twin son that's actually going to be the athlete, but I don't know, right? You just never know with these things. At the end of the day, I want to push my kids towards what they're interested in. I don't want to push off what I'm interested in onto them. So he's just starting to understand what football is. whether he likes football or not, he's going to be a Washington Commanders fan. He doesn't have a choice about that. He could change when he gets older, but as long as he's under this roof, he'll be rooting for the Washington Commanders. That said, hopefully he'll actually see winning and not the shit that I have been exposed to. Luckily enough for me, which is why I think I hung on the way that I did. Plus, I'm loyal to a fault. But I think part of the reason I hung on the way that I did, bless some of y'all hearts, because some of y'all have never seen anything remotely close to winning. As I was growing up, Washington was really good. You know, when I was a small kid, I shouldn't say as I was growing up. When I was super small, but I was first getting into football, that's how you get hooked. When you become a fan, you get hooked because it's one of the first things you saw, or you saw them winning when you were just really getting into it. That's how you get hooked. Or, you know, everybody's got a story on how they got hooked. For me, I get hooked when I'm a kid. All my teams that I have that I root for, I got hooked on them when I was a small kid because either that's what I saw the most of, or they were winning and I was like, yo, I like winners. So I want to be a part of that. You can't do that when you're 20 years old. You can't, because that's called front running. You can't be like, yo, they winning, so I want to root for them. That's trash. You know, I saw Washington win when I was a kid. So I hold on to that and say, one day that can happen again. LB uses that against me, and you were a sippy cup the last time, and I got to take that. What am I going to say to him? We haven't won anything meaningful since I was 5. What am I going to say? I can't say anything. But to your point, with no Dan Snyder, with a change in philosophy, and I still don't know if I buy into Ron, and you know what? I'm just going to give Ron a chance. I'm just going to see what happens, but a lot of you want Ron gone. I'm not going to defend Ron anymore. I told y'all that last season when I quit Ron, I got out of the car. I'm not defending Ron anymore. I can justify some of his actions, but I'm not here to defend Ron anymore. What happens, happens. I hope he succeeds because ultimately he did what he was supposed to do here. We've already discussed this. He helped change the culture here. And he may have done, and I said this already, he's done all he can do here. Maybe with the help of Eric Bieniemy, there's a little bit more he can do. Maybe. We'll see. But I don't want my son to have to endure what I, endured. I would like him, because these young kids, these kids ain't loyal. We have conversations all the time, me and my buddy, my wife. These kids don't give a damn. They will jump from job to job. You know, when I was growing up, when my mom and dad were growing up, it was a loyalty factor with employment, where you would get a job and you would stay with that company for 20 years. When I was coming up, you may not have had that level of loyalty where you stand with a company for 35 years and retiring with them. Like, shit had changed a little bit, but you were still trying to find a job where you can get comfortable and say, hey, this is my career. This is my gig. These young kids are like, hey, you about to pay me more than this company? Bet, I'm out. And you'll look up and they got 4 jobs in 5 years. And these young kids don't give a damn. And I love it. Like, I'm not loyal to you just because you give me a check. Who gonna give me the biggest check? That's where I'm going. And so I said all of that to say, my son and these young kids are like, to hell with what you want me to root for. I'm trying to root for a winner. Y'all suck ass. I'm not trying to root for them. Y'all suck and y'all lose every year. I'm going to find me a good team. I don't want my son to be exposed to that, to where he's got to make a decision whether I'm rooting for Washington or do I want to root for a different team because y'all suck ass. So it'd be nice if, you know, we get rid of Ron, not Ron, but rather Dan, and we turn over a new leaf so my son can see what winning looks like and not have to be exposed to trash. That's the hope. We'll see. Hate E. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Hate E writes, Lou, we need Drew Sanders. I knew he would be a second round pick. I knew he would be. Now the question is, will he last to 47? My guess is no. But I didn't think Will Levis would be a second round pick. He is. I didn't think JPJ would be a second round pick. He is. So a lot of those guys, Keely Ringo, thought he would be a first round pick, thought he was more of a second round pick, but I thought he'd get pushed up. I was wrong. Cam Smith thought he would be a first round pick. I felt like I don't like Cam Smith at all. I wouldn't spend a second round pick on him either. I think he's a third round pick personally, but I thought somebody would take him. Clearly, that has not happened. So I said all of that to say Drew Sanders might get pushed back. There's a lot of guys that I thought would be first round picks that haven't gotten selected. They got to go in the second round. Maybe Drew Sanders gets swept up in that and gets pushed back, and maybe he's available. Again, just like with Christian Gonzalez, I just want that option to be on the table when the selection has to be made. So we can say, well, clearly Washington didn't want that player. You don't get to lean on the crutch of, well, he was gone, so we couldn't have taken him. No, he was available and you passed on him, so we get to judge you for that. Just like you did once upon a time with J.J. Watt. You passed on J.J. Watt and took Ryan Kerrigan, and we saw what ended up happening. I always like to see those things, to see where your mind was at. If a guy's gone, he's gone. There's nothing you can do about it. But if he's available and you had the option and you passed on him, what does that say about you? Deshaun Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Deshaun Bell writes, let's see what QBs make the Forbes list. I like that. That's going to be a theme, the Forbes list. I like that. Wish Chris Harris was still here, though. He would have probably had some fun with Emmanuel Forbes because, Chris Harris would always talk about guys not liking nice things when they didn't pick off passes. We got a lot of guys that don't like nice things on our roster, but Forbes wouldn't have been one of them. He would have been taking that thing away. But we're stuck with Brent Vesselmeyer. Get to know him. He's the new defensive backs coach. Swagger Dagger, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Swagger Dagger writes, couldn't create any turnovers last year. Team picked up a player who could change that. I'm happy with the pick. #HTTC. That was Ron's, mindset going into the draft was we need guys that can take the ball away, which is what prompted me. That coupled with the fact that they met with him with one of their top 30 visits, that prompted me to make Emmanuel Forbes the first round pick of the Washington Commanders. A lot of people told me I was crazy, as I've already said like 15 times. You're probably tired of hearing me say that, but I keep repeating it because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and everybody's evaluation of players, they vary. And not all the teams are going to agree with where a guy should be slotted or where he should be taken. And so they got a guy that has an elite trait, and it's a really good elite trait to have because taking the ball away is important in this league. Again, I can't stress this enough, and I've already said it, so I'm not going to go into explicit detail like I've done already, but when you can take the ball away, you threaten quarterbacks and you force them to go elsewhere. Teams don't like challenging corners that can take the ball away that are disciplined. Now, if you're susceptible to double moves and if you're routinely out of position, even though you're a threat to take it away, i.e. Trayvon Diggs, I'm going to keep coming at you because I know that there's a big play waiting for me if I just, take my time and make sure that we do things the right way. There's a big play that can be had. But if you're taking it away and you're a disciplined player and you're not giving up big play, why am I going to waste my time with you? I'm just going to go to the other side and see if I can pick on the other corner. I'm not going to even attempt to come your way. So we'll see. Emmanuel Forbes is going to have to make these quarterbacks recognize early because they're going to try him. He's a young boy. They're going to come after him, and he's going to have to show him, hey, if you make a mistake in my direction, you got to pay for that. I'm dying for one of those. So I'm hoping that he pans out and turns out to be exactly what they think he could be. I saw somebody talking about his siblings. I already told y'all, Forbes is one of those dudes. Remember, Doc Walker is a funny guy. And he's always like, if I got a chance to take a guy who grew up without AC, I'm going to take him because I know he's going to fight for everything he get because he's used to being uncomfortable. And you want those type of guys. Forbes came from a big family. I think he's one of 11 kids. So he's always had to fight for everything that he's got, in life. And so there's a competitive spirit there, right? So there's a lot of things that that we don't know about, that we don't see, that because we didn't talk to people that know these, like that you can't quantify. Anyway, Jason Fios, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, with that logic, then when we getting a punt returner in the second or third. Nah, dude, we ain't getting no punt returner in day 2, man. I understand what you're trying to say. I point taken. They're not gonna reach for a guy here. They're gonna do that if they do that. There's no guarantee they'll do that later on in the draft. All right. Let's see. Irish got a super chat. Let me fill up my glass. It's getting a little low. And then we're going to take Irish's second super chat of the night. Appreciate you, Irish. Does your name have anything to do with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish? Or is it just part of your heritage? Or is it just a random name you just selected? I'd be interested to know. You don't have to add that into a super chat tonight, but at some point, I'd love to know. Irish, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, wait, hold on. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Irish. Who writes, Lou, fans mad about this pick were probably mad Ron traded back last year and drafted Jahan as well. We'll see how that worked out. So, technically speaking, we don't know how Jahan Dotson's going to work out, but we're projecting. And I'm a part of that. I'm projecting as well. I think he's going to be a stud receiver. But yes, to your point, most of those people, because look, let's be honest. Most fans aren't doing draft work. Who are we kidding? Okay. You might watch 2 or 3 guys for, but most people that follow the team, they aren't doing extensive draft work, nor should they. I don't blame them. I don't get paid for this. What do I look like? Okay. Thus, I have no idea. I'm just going off of what other people tell me we should be taking. And if that's not what we do, then what's going on? So a lot of times, or people just say, you know what? It's 252 dudes that are about to be drafted. I'm not trying to watch all of that shit. One of my favorite things for people to say, it's really not. I actually get annoyed by this. But one of the things that I always chuckle at is because these young kids are so lazy. Half of them probably can't even read. But someone will post a excerpt of something, or there'll be a long message that someone posts, and the response is, hey, I ain't reading all of that. Either congratulations, I'm happy for you, or damn, man, I'm sorry, but I'm not reading all of that. you see that shit on social media all the time. And I'm like, bro, that's a 15-second read. And they be dead ass. Like, I'm not reading all of that. And I'm like, bro, it would have took you 7 seconds to read that if you can read at a second grade level. But that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is, if you don't have to, most people don't. And so as a fan, if I don't have to watch film, I'm not. And I'm not mad at them for that. I'll wait till you make the selection and then I'll watch film on the dude. What I look like watching 80 dudes for you to only select 9 of them. And of the 80 guys I watch, you only pick 2 of them. That's crazy, right? So I'm not mad at the people that don't know. The ignorance is bliss. They don't know. They like, yo, I know Christian Gonzalez and you didn't take him and you had a chance. I'm pissed. Then they watch him at Forbes and they're like, oh shit, he nice as a bitch. What y'all mad about? Be like, bro, nobody's mad. We just thought that was better value. So most of the people, to your point, that were upset last year, they knew Chris Olave. They didn't know Jahan Dotson. Then they watched Dotson. And they was like, oh shit, he nice. It's probably the same group of people that's doing it this year. That's fine. They'll come around. I'm not telling you to not be disappointed. Unlike last year, I'm like, y'all, trust me, we good over here. This year, I'm like, we'll see. I'm not, going to bat for Ron and company for what they just did, but I'm not crucifying them either. I don't have a pitchfork and a torch like some of y'all. I'm taking a wait and see approach, but I'm like, hey, this dude, he has some traits, some elite traits at that. I can get with that. I just hope you got it right. That's my theme. I hope you got it right. I'll be watching. I'll be watching Christian Gonzalez. I'll be watching to see if you got this shit right. Goods. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Goods. Right. What's good, Lou? Did they just spoke to Forbes before the draft? Maybe they discussed him gaining weight. Just me speculating on the decision. What do you say? I mean, some body types aren't made to put on a ton more weight. I'm pretty sure they talked to Forbes before the draft and they said, hey, what kind of weight plan are you on? They talked to him about his nutrition. They talked about he might be one of those dudes that just can't put on a ton of weight. Period. His frame won't allow it. Your body, so I don't know if you guys know this. Your body has a set point, right? So what is a set point? Your set point is what weight your body determines is a good weight for you, all right? This is the weight you're supposed to be. Your body, the human body is amazing. I've had this conversation with a lot of people. The human body is one of the greatest creations ever made because of how it's able to adapt, how malleable it is. Your body is able to do so many things, fight off, diseases and infections. And it's crazy how your body adapts, right? So in saying that, your body also is able to determine, hey, this is the weight we're supposed to be right here. And you got to go out of your way to push your body away from the set point. Your body might be like, bro, we supposed to be 182. You got to have a lot of late nights eating and then sleeping and not allowing their food to digest and not going to the gym or not eating at times that are good for your body and slowing down your metabolism. You got to do a lot of shit to take your body away from that set weight of 182 to get to 250. Okay. You got to do a lot of shit. Your body already determined this is where we're supposed to be at. This is the set weight. His body's determined, bro, you are 173 pounds. That's as high as we go. We don't go any higher than that. Right now, you at 167. That's cool. I like where we at. But if you want to push the envelope, you can get to 173. Don't talk to me about nothing higher than that. You can try all you want. You can eat all the calories. Because there's a certain point, because if you've got ridiculous metabolism, you can eat all you want, but your body's just going to continue to burn that shit away. If you got metabolism and your shit is moving at a rapid rate, it's just going to eat that shit up. Like, bro, we good. Don't worry. I got you. I don't know if he can gain a ton of weight. I think the most you can get him up to is $180. I don't see him getting up to 190 pounds. I'd be shocked. And if he does get to 190, he's going to lose something. Quickness, speed, athletic. He's going to lose something because his body's like, bro, we're not supposed to be here. That's just something you got to deal with, honestly. His size is something you got to deal with. I hope he stays healthy. LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. LT writes, as an Eagles fan, AJ is putting tuds on Forbes' head. He might. I mean, AJ is a big boy, man. He's a big dude. But Forbes is unlike some of the dudes we got now who, want to overrun passes and have Jalen Hurts throw a ball that hit them right in their chest and they don't catch it. He's going to be looking to pick that bad boy off. So he's going to be looking to make something happen. So we'll see. I'll say this. I got to stop doing this to Eagles fans because y'all went to the Super Bowl last year. We didn't need Emmanuel Forbes to hold A.J. Brown to 1 catch for 4 yards last year. So I ain't really. I feel like Mugsley right now, man. That laugh right there was. Nah. We didn't need that last year to hold him to 1 catch for 4 yards. So I ain't going to really trip. Devontae Smith was more of a ass kicker for us than A.J. Brown was, to be honest with you. So as far as I'm concerned, Forbes is the Devontae Smith eraser right now. That's the guy that kicked our ass, not A.J. Brown. We got Kendall Fuller and Benjamin St. Juste for that ass. And go put him to sleep. Devontae Smith, Slim Reaper. We got Slim Reaper Jr. over here to follow your monkey ass. That's how I see this. All right. We got a receiver that looked just like your monkey ass, 165 pounds to run with your monkey ass down the goddamn field. Try that shit on the train now. Go ahead. Try that shit on the train. Watch yourself. I ain't playing with your bitch ass. That's what a wise man once said. Anyway, I digress. Craig Harrison, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Craig writes, never ever draft anyone from Notre Dame. They're suspect. I've always said, as a Notre Dame fan, if you're going to draft Notre Dame, you can come to Notre Dame for a tight end. You can come to Notre Dame for an offensive lineman. Anything else would be uncivilized, and you're on your own, at your own risk. Good luck. You're going to need it. But if you come to Notre Dame for a tight end or an offensive lineman, I got some shit for you. You know the dude on Coming to America when they steal all of their luggage and he opened up his coat and he like, hey, man, I got some fly shit here, man. And he got gold toothbrushes and all kinds of shit. And they say, thief, stop, thief. And he's like, Simi, let him have those things. But those things belong to us. That's how I feel when it comes to Notre Dame, right? I'm going to open up my coat and like, I got some tight ends. I got some offensive linemen. I got whatever you're looking for at those 2 positions. Anything else? You're on your own. I can't help you. $1.6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. $1.6 Devil Doc. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. Pros for Forbes. Can take the ball away, play nickel. He's not going to be a nickel. I promise you. Okay. I solemnly swear Emmanuel Forbes will not be a nickel for this team. I'm just putting that out there right now. Physical. He is physical, despite his size, diminutive size. He is physical. Better fit. Gonzalez not as good of a fit, not physical, outside, only corner, and worse football skill. You're not wrong in your assessment. I just tell you that Gonzalez is the more natural corner in terms of the combination of height, weight, speed, and skill. Now, if you're talking about football acumen, I'd give the edge to Emmanuel Forbes. But again, football acumen don't mean shit when you get a 6'3", 220-pound receiver saying, move your little 166-pound ass out the goddamn way. I got some shit to do. What you do then when you a smart football player, but you 6'1" with 32-inch arms, and you 166 pounds, and this 6'3", 220-pound behemoth says, hey, bad back. This one mine. Watch out. Ain't really shit you can do. And that's the worry, right? Is that, okay, damn. That's not fair. Life ain't fair. But you're not wrong, 1-6 double dot. Jeremiah Stafford. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, what's up, Lou? I'm content with the pick. Kind of like Forbes wanted my guy Anton in the second, but the Jags got him. Played with him in high school. Crazy seeing him go to the NFL. We always knew he would. P.S. Chew carefully. Thanks for the heads up. 30 minutes after I done bit the shit out of my tongue. But thank you anyway. I appreciate that. I'll keep that in mind moving forward. It's crazy when you see it, though. You know it in high school. You see dudes, you like, yo, if he stay, focused, ain't no way he ain't going to end up playing some high-level ball. You know when you see the shit. They look different. So, yeah. I thought Anton would find himself in the second round. I didn't think he'd find himself to 47. If Washington wanted him, they were going to have to get him in the first round. But I didn't think he would go in the first. But I always told y'all offensive linemen get pushed up. And we saw, 5? I think the number was 5, right? It was 7 edge rushers, 5 offensive linemen, 4 corners, and 3 quarterbacks of all the. And then what would we get? 3 more defensive tackles too? 4? I think it was 4, actually. You got Jalen Carter. You got Kalijah Cancey, Mozzie Smith, and Brian Brzee. So you got 4 defensive tackles. We'll see if all of them end up playing D tackle or if one of them ends up being an end. But, yeah. You see what it's about. You see what it is. You know it when you see it. You know it when you see it. Swaggy P. Always good to chop it up with my guy Swaggy P. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. I always love your thumbnail with the chef hat on. Swaggy P writes, 2021 wanted JOK, got Jamin. 2022 wanted Olave, got Jahan. 2023 wanted Gonzalez, JPJ, or Banks, got Forbes. I'm optimistic since Jahan and Jamin are looking like decent picks. Only time will tell how things will go on the draft day number 2. Big facts. And you're not alone. A lot of people wanted JOK. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I like JOK, but I wasn't like blown away by him to the point where I wanted us to take him. I would have been cool if we would have taken him. But I was like, nah, I don't think he's what y'all think he is, right? Because he's undersized. There's only so many things you could do with him. And Jack's not creative enough to take a guy like JOK and maximize his skill set. So I wasn't really looking forward to that. And, Jamin was probably better suited for this defense because they're not going to take a guy and like Jamin should be rushing more. He should be coming after the quarterback more. They're just not. That's not who they are. That's not what they do. That's not Jack's MO. He's not going to blitz. He's not going to send Jamin Davis after the quarterback. He's going to have Jamin Davis dropping into coverage or covering somebody one-on-one. And not to say that that's not a good thing because Jamin's a hell of an athlete, but, he can do other things other than run and chase a running back or a tight end, right? But it's been a lot of that, Swaggy P. You outlined it beautifully. A lot of wanting other guys and them going in a different direction. What we see and what we want has been different than what they've seen and what they wanted. And so our perspectives have been clashing because in 2021, I think there were more people that wanted JOK than Jamin. I told y'all that we were drafting Jamin. And I said, don't look for him to be an impact player in his rookie season either once we get him. I mocked us, Jamin Davis, if you remember. I've been pretty good with these first rounders. I had us trading back in 2022. I didn't have us getting the right player, though. I thought I had us trading back with the Eagles, if you recall, and I had the Eagles getting Jordan Davis, and they did, right? But they didn't trade up with us. They just got Jordan Davis because they sat where they were and he fell to them. But I had the Eagles trading up with us to get Jordan Davis. We traded back, and then we took Chris Olave. The Eagles ended up getting Jordan Davis. They didn't have to trade. We traded back, but we didn't get Chris Olave. He was taken at 11, obviously, and we got Jahan Dotson. So I kind of saw what was coming, but didn't have the right player. But because we were fixated on Chris Olave, everybody was pissed off. Like, oh my God, what are they doing? And I tried to talk people off the ledge last year, like, yo, chill. Like, y'all underrating what Jahan Dotson really is. Like, he's that dude. He's a dog. This year, I don't think I have to do it as much because I think enough people realize the mistake they made last year. And also, I mocked us Emmanuel Forbes, so I think a lot of y'all were already thinking along those lines of, hey, this could happen. Y'all was like, nah, Louie Tee tripping. They ain't gonna do that shit. That's early. They're gonna have to trade back to do that. But I gave y'all rationale, I gave y'all reasoning. I told y'all why I did what I did, and it came to fruition. And so now we just wait and see if it turns out to be like Jamin and Jahan, or if it turns out to be a missed opportunity. History kind of says right now that it's going to turn out like Jamin and Jahan. And if we're being technical, each of their first round picks has gotten better each year, right? Started with Chase, won Rookie of the Year, but hasn't shown anything since. Went to Jamin, disappointing rookie season, but it was flashes shown. Really good second campaign. And then it went to Jahan, and we was like, yo, if he just stay healthy, he kicking some ass. And it's not many dudes that can stop him if he's just healthy, you know. So now maybe we get a dude that's like all, Pro Bowl first year. One of the better corners. Maybe this is our time. We'll see. But like you said, on to day 2. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Swaggy P. Yeah, on to day 2. We see what we do in day 2. Aubrey 44. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, love the show, my G. Please walk us off the ledge and tell us why Forbes would turn out to be this year's Dotson. I've been doing that all night. I'm not, like I said, I'm not necessarily going to bat for Ron and company like I did last year with Jahan Dotson, with Forbes, but there's a lot of reasons to like him, and Emmanuel Forbes has a unique skill set that few corners in this league have, because most corners become corners because they can't catch. You were a receiver. They moved you to corner, and we see guys all the time have balls hit them right in their hands and they drop the shit. Trayvon Diggs moved from wide receiver at Alabama, not in high school, at Alabama. He went from wide receiver to corner in his sophomore year, and you saw him make, leaps and take strides, but he was still raw, which is why he ended up being a second round pick. But you see the wide receiver skills. You see he's similar to his brother Trayvon, or Stephon rather, in that regard. He can catch the football. So quarterbacks, even though they like attacking them because you can get them on double moves, they're also very wary of, hey, if I don't have the look I want, if we're not I'm not going to try him, because if I make a mistake, I don't get it back. That's what you want to establish with Emmanuel Forbes is, I don't want to really try him, because if I do and I make a mistake, he's going to make me pay for it. And in order to establish that, you're going to have a 6-7 interception season just to let everybody know I'm not the one. I'm him. Try that shit over there on the other side. Don't bring that shit over here. He's capable. He's capable. Now we just got to see it. I'm anxious to see it. And again, he'll throw that 160, let's call it 170. He'll throw that 170-pound frame around. He ain't afraid. He ain't scaried, as a wise man used to say. He'll throw that shit around. The question is he going to get up after he throw that shit around? That's the shit you get worried about, right? It ain't a mindset problem like it was with Gonzalez where you're like, hey, I don't think he going to get in there. You better do something. Nah, Forbes is getting in there. You just like, hey, E, get up. E, get up, man. He's like, bro, just let me sit here for a little bit. I'm going to get up. I'm good. Just let me catch myself. I told you against Kentucky, he almost picked Will Levis off. He tipped the pass that got picked off. And then he had a hit on a receiver out in the flat that he didn't get up from. And he had to leave the game for a brief period, but he came back in. That's Emmanuel Forbes in a nutshell. Almost picked the pass off. Probably should have picked it off with his skill set. Tipped the ball that got picked off. He should have gave up a touchdown on that play because he was beat because he was out of position being nosy where he shouldn't have been. But it was a poor pass by Will Levis that he got his hands on, and it got picked off because the safety came over. He tipped it. Safety picked it off in the end zone right before halftime. And then is a pass out into the flats. He lays the wood on the dude. The receiver don't even go to the ground. Manuel Forbes does, and he don't get up. I think the receiver might have went down. Forbes don't get up, though. But then he's back like 3 plays later. So it's all good. It's all good. We'll see what he is able to do. Oh, man. Y'all gonna stop trying to kill me. Y'all think I'm lit. I'm not, man. I feel good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like Stephanie Mills. I feel good. Baby, I feel good all over. I feel good, but I'm not lit. Quay says, Lou, stop lying. Hanging with drunk Lou. Yeah, be cramping up laughing too hard. I'm not drunk, man. I'm trying to tell y'all I ain't drunk. So I told y'all a story, man. I was supposed to be going to something in the water this weekend. It's supposed to rain. This is a nasty weekend. So I'm not going to go. I'm gonna sell my ticket. But you know what I do want to see? I want to see Anita Baker and Babyface. They supposed to be coming here, I think, in the next couple of weeks. I would like to do that. I know that's over some of y'all head. Don't worry about me. I'm just talking now. Michael White writes, first of all, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, my guy. Hey, mob members, stand up. We in the building. Y'all know what it is. Michael White writes, if both Chase and Tez have average seasons, would you let both go or sign one purely on potential? Well, they're not letting Montez go. If all things are equal, Montez is the one they keep. He's been the most consistent. He's been the most healthy. He's been dominant against the run. He's been a guy that is acquiesced over time. You know, they had issues with him freelancing like Chase early on in the process, but he's been more of a team guy, rushing with the rest of the guys, and you saw the end result last year. That's the guy they want to work out a deal with. Clearly, Tez. They picked up his fifth-year option, right? Like, they feel a lot better about him than they do Chase. So, if by definition you said average, I'm going to define what average is for both players. For Tez, average is 7.5 sacks. That's right around what he's been. For Chase, average might be 4.5. I can't really say what exactly it would be, but small sample size. 4.5, 5.5 maybe. Either way, dominant against the run, coupled with 7.5, 8 sacks, you'll take that. You know, We didn't draft Montez Sweat second overall. We drafted him 20, whatever, 4, 5th, 6th, whatever it was. You still want more out of your first round pick, regardless of where you get him. Right? I don't know where the Steelers drafted TJ Watt, but I assume it was like back into the first round, like 28, something like that. And look what he's turned into. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. You draft a guy in the first round, you want him to be a stud. That's what we want Chase or Montez to turn into. And both of those guys are going to get an opportunity this year. If they don't trade them, nothing's happened yet. But if they don't move any of those guys and they go into camp with both of them on the roster, they want to see if one of them is going to emerge and establish themselves as an alpha. And if one of them does, that's the guy that they may try to negotiate with. I've heard that they want to get something done with Montez now. I don't see it happening, but we'll see. We'll see. Both of them won't be gone. One of them will be here next year. I feel pretty confident in saying that. Miss Perry says being a Washington fan builds character. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Miss. I'm sorry, Cardo P. I actually hit the button to put you in timeout. I didn't mean to do that. That is not what I meant to do. Sorry about that. You have every right to be. She was already pissed off, so she's probably going to be mad at me. You have every right to be mad at me because I did not mean to do that. I was trying to just highlight the comment. Sorry, Kondo. You know I love you. Oh, man. All right, let's see where we at. All right. I got a little flustered there when I got rid of my girl, Kondo P. Okay. C3 Panthers podcast says NFL draft tracker didn't work at all tonight. So I don't feel bad. Maybe because I was blaming my computer and my computer's like, bro, don't blame me. I'm still moving at a rapid rate of speed. I think it's just so many people were trying to get to the site. They might have crashed it, man, to be honest with you. Because I went straight to CBS Sports and it popped right on up. So I don't know. Maybe I was tripping. All right. Let's see. I think we're right here. Okay, nope. Oh, maybe we did catch up. I thought I was tripping, but we're right here. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Before I go, is Kondo P back? I feel so bad. I didn't mean to get rid of her. I hope she's back. I feel so bad. Kondo P, if you out there, I just need a comment from you just to say, I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. That was a mistake. Charge it to my head, not my heart. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. I'm waiting for a comment from Kondo P. In the meantime, Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Michael White writes, great. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I'm thinking WJ3. Scared Ron off of the Gonzalez pick. Maybe. I've always said that you're shaped and molded by past experiences. So it would make sense that Ron and company would be turned off at the idea of a corner that doesn't want to necessarily tackle, plays a lot of press man. I think Gonzalez would be really good in any situation, off coverage, press man, press and bail. He showed that ability on tape. to do anything. He's comfortable in any coverage, anything you ask him to do. So I don't necessarily subscribe to that. William Jackson III admitted he struggled with zone coverage. Condo P, please come back. Where are you at? I feel bad. I don't see a comment from you. Where are you at? So I don't necessarily subscribe to them being scared off because of William Jackson III, but I do think in the back of their minds they're saying we don't want another corner that is a liability tackling and doesn't have the mindset to want to get in there and get dirty. Because there were times with William Jackson III, I think about the Titans game, and Derrick Henry gets a first down early in that game, and it's strictly because of William Jackson III not wanting to make a tackle, making a business decision. So maybe they took that into consideration. Maybe they thought about, hey, Gonzalez is more of a man corner. I think that more applies to JPJ than it does Gonzalez, because I think Gonzalez is capable of playing any and every coverage. He's scheme diverse. JPJ is more of a man press, cover corner, where if you're playing a lot of man, he's your man. He's the guy. He's the man for the job. But anyway, there she is, Condo P. Yes, I was waiting for you. I'm so sorry. She said I accidentally timed out my fair share of people too. Okay. I feel so much better that you're back. I felt so bad about that. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay. I feel better now. Anyway, I digress. The Blackout B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Blackout B writes, just peeped y'all got 2 Mississippi State boys in Cam and Forbes. Yeah, we took Cam off your hands. Y'all were done with him. One man's trash is another man's treasure. So we're hoping that's the case for us, even if he's not he's not good. We took a flyer on a guy still on a rookie deal. So, and a lot of people said that Cam Dantzler was like Emmanuel Forbes' comp was Cam Dantzler. So we're suckers for longer, athletic corners. So it doesn't surprise me, but Dantzler is cool, but he doesn't have the ball skills of a Emmanuel Forbes. But I always like when they go out and get guys that are ex-teammates of a player that's already on the team, because it makes those new players feel welcome because they see a familiar face. And so, Cam Dantzler and Montez Sweat played together. Forbes probably wasn't there. They didn't overlap. But, those guys go back to their, alma mater. They don't stay away. So they know Emmanuel Forbes, probably worked out with him, seen him. They know what he's about. And so all of that stuff resonates with current players. So I do like that a bit. I cannot lie. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Just Andre, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, if he was bigger, would he be a top 10 pick? Heck yeah. I can't say a top 10 pick, but if he were 190 pounds at 6'1", with 6 career pick sixes and willing to tackle, you saw what Devon Witherspoon just did, right? You saw where he went, right? Devon Witherspoon is 5'11". He does not have 6 career pick sixes, but he showed the ability to be physical and willing to cover in any coverage, in any scheme. He was willing to take the task of going with a guy in motion and having star coverage. He played off and he keyed pass and he got into the backfield and hit guys. He's 5'11", 100 and probably 90 pounds. And he went 5th overall to Seattle. If Emmanuel Forbes was 190 pounds at 6'1" with 6 career pick sixes and being physical like he is, and he would have gone in the first, this would not have been a surprise and something that people would have been scoffing at. Of course, he would have been a much more sought after draft pick, but he's not. He's 166 pounds. So people have a problem with that. If he was bigger, I don't know if he would have been a top 10 pick, but he would have been in that discussion for a top 10 pick. We wouldn't have been upset about him going 16th overall. I'll say that. David Hardy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, David Hardy. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, why is this a topic? Young's hype doesn't match the output. Tez has 29 sacks to Young's 9.5, I'm assuming, sacks. Doesn't mean I give up 18 million on hype. I mean, I get that. That's nobody is faulting Washington for not picking up the 5th-year option. I thought they would, strictly off of the principle of, hey, we invested the 2nd overall pick. We think this guy's got extreme talent. But I told you, I think Ron, is not happy with, and there's been a disconnect. I've already said that. I don't think there is a dislike necessarily. I do think there is a disconnect, but I think there is a mutual respect between them. But I think Ron was rubbed the wrong way last year with how long it took Chase to come back and play. And I think Chase is probably rubbed the wrong way, but with them not picking up the 5th-year option. So, at the end of the day, the Tez's numbers are reflective of 2 things. One, Tez got drafted 1 year before Chase Young did. So he had a head start. Not like Tez put up, I think he had 7.5 sacks or whatever that rookie season. Remember, he went off towards the end of the season. He didn't have a sack for the first 8-9 weeks of his rookie season, and then I think he went off at the end. Obviously, he had a 3-sack game against Dallas in week 17 in a meaningless game or whatever. But at the end of the day, he got a head start on Chase, and then he's been healthier than Chase Young. So his numbers should dwarf his. Shouldn't even be close, and it's not right now. But that doesn't mean he's a better player. It just means he's been on the field more than Chase Young and had more opportunities, which is true. But ultimately, right now, it looks like Tez is the better player. But that doesn't mean that's the case. Because, again, Chase Young's sample size is too small to be able to, for me at least, to make that determination. I need to see a little bit more. Abdella, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Abdella writes, Lou, who do you think will take the easy choice lineman, but there is some good choices at tight end, safety? What do you think? P.S. You sure you're not lit? I'm good, man. He said the easy choice is lineman, but there are some good choices at tight end and safety. Who do you think? So I still think it's lineman. I haven't wavered on that. I don't think that they're going to make a switch in their mindset. Like they zeroed in on Emmanuel Forbes. They made the selection. I think they're going to zero in on an offensive lineman, and I think they're going to make the selection in the 2nd round. Now, will the guy that they want be there? We'll see. But, I think offensive line is the next move. And then I think you go from there. Again, assuming that they don't trade back. Assuming that there's no trade back coming, I think they're going to take an offensive lineman in round 2. And then in round 3, I think they're going to look for their nickel or a linebacker, or it gets really interesting because if it's not a nickel or a linebacker, now you get to skill position players like running back, for instance, or tight end. And I don't know, maybe defensive end is in play in the 3rd round. You know what? I'd put that above everything else because I'm sticking to my story. Samson, I stick by my story. I'm sticking to they're not taking a skill position player in day 1 or 2. It won't be till day 3 where they decide to start exploring tight end, running back, wide receiver, quarterback, all of that good stuff. They don't explore that until day 3. Well, I be from Jamaica, man. Lot of mercy. What part? Right near the beach. Oi! Sticking to my story, man. And no, I'm not lit. I just feel good. I feel good. Yeah. I feel good. I ain't lit. I just feel good. Sure feels good to me. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, they couldn't trade back apparently. Also, have you noticed our dogs are quiet compared to other teams? Forbes like Jahan and B-Rob, Rivera type of guys. I think they do look for certain type of players. Rivera is reserved. We've seen it. Arms folded, right? We've seen Rivera on the sideline, not saying shit, incredulous calls being made by officials, and Ron's just got his arms crossed and time's running off the clock. He was like, hey, call timeout. And Ron's just sitting there with his arms folded. There is a demeanor that I think they're looking for, guys that are reserved, but also dogs at the same time. Terry is one of those guys. Like, we got excited when we saw Terry go off against Indianapolis. Why? Because Terry was at home. That was a home game for Terry. He wanted to go back to Indy and show, this is what y'all missing out on. Like, this is my shit, right? Terry went off when he caught that ball on Stephon Gilmore, and we got excited because Terry's a reserved dude. He really don't show like that kind of raw emotion a lot. He's shown emotion before. That ain't the first time we seen Terry get hyped, but that was the first time we seen Terry get hyped like that. So I think that's the kind of guy, like Jamin Davis, not gonna show that kind of emotion for real. Like, military, background and upbringing. Like, I think they do look for a certain type of guys. I do think there's, that kind of player, because we got a lot of those dudes on the squad that they'll talk some shit, but like that's not their first, go-to move, right? Like, they're more reserved and quiet. Like, Montez Sweat is a reserved, quiet dude. But then when Montez get out there and he's talking shit now. Like, a lot of y'all might not know, Montez Sweat is a shit talker. Remember in training camp and stuff, they was like, who's the loudest player out there? They're like, it's Montez Sweat. But you get Montez in front of a podium with people he don't know, and he's short and to the point, and like, yeah, I ain't trying to get y'all too much. So I think there is a profile of the players that they're looking for, but I don't know. We'll see. Zoe Life, No Life. I think you doubled up on the same same super chat. Appreciate you though. All right. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael White, writes, I like the center from Minnesota at 47. What do you like at that spot? John Michael Schmitz would be a great addition at 47. That's actually tremendous value if you get him at 47. I don't think they're looking to spend a second-round pick on a center, though. I think they're thinking, we can get a center in the 5th or 6th round. Center in the 2nd round, that's a little early, right? I think that's the way they're thinking. He'd be excellent. If you get a John Michael Schmitz on your team, then there's no question who's playing center for you. We're not having a conversation about Nick Gates. Is Nick Gates playing center or guard? He's a guard now. if you get John Michael Schmitz. I just don't see them doing that in the second round. I see them more so focusing their attention on guard because we have a position available on the offensive line right now. Like if they decided Nick Gates is a center, we got a center. If they decide that Andrew Wiley is a tackle, we got a right tackle. And by default, we would then have a right guard because they would just put Sam Cosmi at right guard. Charles Leno Jr. is left tackle. We got a left tackle. We do not have a left guard right now. And that's what I think they're going to focus in on. But to your point, John Michael Schmitz at 47 would be excellent. And I think they're going to draft a safety anyway. So whether you get one in the 5th or 6th round or you get one in the 2nd round doesn't make any difference to me. I just think they more so prefer, we can get a center later in the draft. We don't have to do that early. Let's get the guard now. So I think that's the route they would take. But we'll see. David Hardy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, David. Who writes, so far, I'm riding with your mock. I mean, I appreciate that. You should. I'm 1 for 1. I don't know. That's not going to last much longer. By tomorrow, my mock is going to be shit. But for the second time in 3 years, my first round pick has been spot on. I told y'all Jamin Davis in 21, and I thought it would be Olave trade. I predicted the trade back. I predicted the Eagles pick right, but I didn't predict our pick correct. I had us still getting Olave. We ended up getting John Dotson. This year, I gave you Emmanuel Forbes. It ended up being Emmanuel Forbes. So 2 out of the last 3 years, my Washington mock in the first round, at least, has been spot on. I think I gave y'all Cole Turner last year. I don't know if I got the right round with him, but I think I gave y'all Cole Turner last year because I knew they were really high on him. You'd have to go back and see. I can't be too sure of that. But, hey, I appreciate you riding with my – you probably riding with it harder than I am. Feels good until that room starts spinning. It ain't spinning, bro. I'm trying to tell you. I'm good over here, man. I ate a considerable amount of this bowl from Chipotle, and I have chips. My wife made me chips. They're delicious. Or as Pam says, they're magically delicious. Y'all don't mind me, man. Joe Rockhead. Damn, it's 3 o'clock. I would have never guessed. Time flies when you're having fun. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Joe Rockhead writes, and don't you want me to get ugly? Shit. Samson. Get a couple of little claps, get the females to start getting their guns out and all that shit. That straight up Half Baked was a terrible movie, but it had its moments. Anyway, I digress. Jordan Major, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I think they might slide Kendall the nickel BSJ out. I thought about that long and hard because before Kendall got traded the first time, he was a dominant nickel. He was one of the, I felt like one of the best nickels in the league at the time. And then when we got him back from Kansas City, he was a different dude. The Chiefs had moved him everywhere, and he just wasn't the nickel that we knew had come to know and love before we traded him. He played safety, boundary, nickel, and the Chiefs had moved him to safety. Like they was like, yeah, we just stop playing corner, bro. We just gonna put you at safety. So by the time we got him, he was like, I just really want to play corner, and I really want to go back outside where I belong. And he's thrived out there. I know a lot of y'all love to kill Kendall Fuller. I've never been a part of that group that kills Kendall Fuller. He's been the most consistent defender, and you can say what you want. What does that actually even mean? I said what I mean what I say. He's been the most consistent defensive back we've had in Washington since he's gotten here in 2020. Who else? Because he's been here longer than anybody else. I think he's the only dude that's been here all 3 of the years going into year 4 of Ron Rivera's regime. And he's been really solid all 3 years. So I don't think they have any inclination to move him inside. Like, I think they're like, hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Now, I think what's more interesting is what my guy MP brought up earlier. Is Kendall Fuller going to be released? Could he be the surprise? Somebody asked me last week, who's a surprise cut? And I'm like, I don't think anything would be a surprise. Kendall Fuller getting cut would be a surprise. I don't see it happening, but that would be a hell of a surprise. That's why it's a surprise, because I don't see the shit happening. But after drafting Forbes and another outside corner, and we knew that they were going to draft an outside corner. This wasn't a surprise. This didn't sneak up on us. And I anticipate Juice was the nickel last year going into the season. And until injuries took effect, Juice was the nickel. I'm assuming Juice is going to go back to being a nickel. That's my guess. Not Kendall Fuller, Juice. But we'll see. Abel Ambrosio, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. What did you said, oh, I did read that wrong. You wanted me to read that like Samson said it, huh? And you don't want me to get ugly. Shit. That's how you wanted me to read it, like Samson did. I hope that suffices. Sorry. Abel Ambrosio, my guy, Double A. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, you got Grizz versus Lakers game 6 and day 2 of the NFL draft. What else can you ask for? Also, what was the head scratcher pick for you in day 1? What else can I ask for? That those two things don't overlap. That Grizzlies Lakers game 6 was on Saturday and not Friday, and I don't have to miss it. I'm going to be working during that game. I won't know what's happening. If we lose, I won't be able to tell you why we lost, how we lost. If we win, I can't tell you how we won, or I'll be ecstatic, but I won't be able to tell you either way. I'm working. So, yeah. What more could I ask for? That should be on Saturday, not Friday, but it is what it is. As far as a head scratcher pick in day 1, I told you earlier, and I could go through the picks. I got them in front of me right now. I don't think there was a head scratcher pick in here. Most of these, okay, I found one. Never mind. I lied. Jack Campbell to the Lions at 18. I don't want to call it a head scratcher necessarily. I just didn't think he would be drafted in the first round. That's all. But if you go through this entire first round, all of these guys were projected first round picks. Maybe Jahmyr Gibbs, both of the Lions picks, honestly, could have easily been second rounders. But I love Jahmyr Gibbs, and I thought he was a first round pick anyway. But Campbell was very questionable. Outside of that, every single player selected, maybe Anton Harrison should have been a second rounder, but can you blame Jacksonville for pulling the trigger on him at 27? No. Outside of that, all of these guys have been projected to be first round picks at some point. So Campbell at 18, if I had to make a selection, would be it. And even this site that I'm on, CBS Sports, has that as an A+ pick. So again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So Quentin Johnston at 21. I didn't love that pick. And I thought Zay Flowers would have benefited them more than Quentin Johnston. Hell, even Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee, I thought would have benefited them more, which I'm not. So I'm a little biased. But Quentin Johnston looks a lot like, smells a lot like Mike Williams, who they already have. Maybe he's a little bit faster than Mike Williams, coming out of Clemson, but it seems like a duplicate, and you just paid Mike Williams, so I don't get this. You have Mike Williams, who's a big physical 50-50 ball, possession type receiver that can run a little bit. Quentin Johnston, who's like an identical clone of Mike Williams, but maybe a little bit faster. And then you've got Keenan Allen. I just thought, and Keenan Allen's kind of a tweener, and I thought you could have used the small speedster that can win, that has quickness and speed, that can get vertical, but can also win underneath, and that's Zay Flowers, and they just went with Quentin Johnston. So I'm like, I don't love it, but okay. Maybe you know what your quarterback needs, right? So I will go with the Lions taking Jack Campbell as my surprise in first round. All right, so now we have hit the end of the stream. No more super chats. Day one of the draft is in the books. Washington has made their selection. Day two is on the horizon. We'll be back to do this again tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. It's only a day away. It's actually today, though. Technically, it's already tomorrow. Today. A wise man once told me, don't put off for tomorrow what you can do today. I don't plan on doing that, but I just thought maybe somebody needed to hear that out there. Anyway, I digress. That's going to do it for me, your man Louie Tee, on day number 1 of the 2023 NFL Draft. Draft party will be back tomorrow. I think a little bit early. I think tomorrow starts at 7, not 8. I think tomorrow starts at 7. But we'll be back on the same channel, doing the same thing, chopping it up. And I hope y'all run it back with me, your man Louie Tee. And I'll have my wine. I think I'm going to eat beforehand. I think I'll already have nourished my body. I provided my body with some nourishment, so I don't have to eat. But I will definitely be equipped with some drink. I look forward to chopping it up with y'all tomorrow. I really, truly do appreciate each and every single one of you. And until tomorrow, or today for some of you, depending on, I guess everybody's tomorrow now, even on the West Coast. Look forward to chopping it up with you guys later on today. So with that said, you guys have a good one. Enjoy your night. And I want to thank each and every single one of you who made this draft party what it ultimately was, which was a great success and a ton of fun. Let's do it again tomorrow. I mean, if you ain't doing nothing, I ain't doing nothing. I'm going to be here. If you got a chance, man, stop by. You ain't even got to stay the whole time. Just stop by, say what's up, keep it pushing. I ain't mad. Anyway, I got one more comment from Jay Black. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I got Jay Black writes, Dan going to run out there and make one last pick. Nah, man. Dan's on his boat somewhere in the I'm going to say he's in the Pacific Ocean somewhere right now. So we ain't got to worry about Dan, man. We good. We good over here. Anyway, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Get some rest. I'm going to rest up, and we'll come back and we'll do this again in the PM. That sounds about right. Y'all have a good one. God bless. And as always, Good night. Oh, wait, before I go, one more time. I want to give a huge shout out to the Print Champs for sponsoring this show. The Print Champs, a print-on-demand marketplace for influencers and creators. You guys know what I've done. You guys have seen. I'm doing the New Hile Order campaign right now, and I feel really good about it. And y'all have seen the hats. That hat is dope. Y'all seen the LTN hat. That's dope. Y'all have supported me with the Ron's Plan shirts. Y'all have supported me with the Mob Squad shirts and hats. Y'all know what it's about. All of this was done through the Print Champs. So I just want to make sure I reiterate, if you're thinking about creating a logo or you have one and you want to bring it to life and you want to put it on a shirt or a hat, the Print Champs is where it's at. Whether you're a content creator or an influencer, or you just have an idea for, a shirt or a hat, Print Champs is where it's at. So want to thank them for sponsoring this stream, and I look forward to chopping it up with y'all next time. So with that said, you guys have a good one. God bless. Good night.
Louie Tee.